Part 3. Intervention. A 39-page dossier recovered in Tripoli in 2011 contained detailed questions prepared by British intelligence services for use on opponents of the Gaddafi regime. Chapter 29. Libya, 8th of May.
"Who's in charge here?"
Bashir Kubar demanded, sweeping into the farmhouse like a force of nature and scattering police officers and forensic technicians before him. Even if he hadn't already identified himself as an officer in Libya's much-feared Mukhabarat, his bullish attitude and the dangerous glimmer in his eyes would have been enough to give even hardened field operatives pause for thought. For the past few hours, he'd been busy overseeing the fruitless manhunt, attempting to comb thousands of square miles of land for a trace of Sohan's abductors. Until half an hour ago, he'd turned up nothing but false alarms and dead ends. Then, not long after sunrise, the call had come through. A call from the local police reporting that the owner of a small fig orchard and his family had been taken prisoner by a group of armed attackers. It was just the break he'd been waiting for. Hearing the disturbance, one police officer dared to step forward.
"I am, sir, Sergeant McGurr."
Tall, skinny, and with the youthful, almost boyish face of one who hadn't yet seen 30 years. Still a kid, Kubar thought derisively. He could scarcely remember being young.
"What do you have to report, Sergeant McGurr?" "One of our patrols was sweeping the area when they found a four-wheel drive Toyota matching the one reported stolen in Tripoli. When they moved inside to investigate, they found the house owner and his two sons bound and gagged. There was no sign of the people who did it to them."
Kubar had seen the bullet-riddled vehicle still parked outside.
"What can he tell us about the group who attacked him?" "According to his testimony, there were 4 of them, all armed and dressed in dark, military-pattern clothes, 2 men and 2 women. He says they were foreigners."
Kubar arched an eyebrow.
"Israeli? American?"
He knew the Israelis made use of women in some of their more exotic special forces units, and they certainly had no love of the Libyan government, after Gaddafi had openly called for the annihilation of Israel. But such connections meant little at this stage. What interested him were verifiable facts.
"He couldn't say for sure, but he thinks they spoke English amongst themselves. They also had 2 hostages with them, a man and a woman dressed in night clothes."
Almost certainly Tarek Sohan and his wife Layla, he thought, awoken in the middle of the night and taken from their home. At least he knew they'd made it this far alive.
"The man was injured, bleeding from a leg wound,"
Magur went on.
"He says they operated on him in the kitchen. He and his sons could hear the screaming. And we found blood and improvised medical equipment in there."
Kubar was intrigued. It certainly tied in with the evidence of a firefight at the airfield, though the aggressors and the reasons for it remained a mystery. Presumably Sohan had been injured in the crossfire and had required medical attention.
"I want to speak to the owner,"
he decided, knowing he needed to know more beyond the bare facts. What he wanted were nuances, details, the things that dry police reports omitted. The farmer, going by the name Umar Jaloud, was sitting in the center of his threadbare couch, the old piece of furniture sagging visibly under his considerable weight. His back was hunched, his massive shoulders slumped, as he stared down at the carpet, trying to ignore the police and security personnel tearing apart his home in search of clues.
"Mr. Jaloud,"
Kubar said, standing before him,
"I'd like to ask you some questions about what happened."
Jaloud looked up at him wearily. Approaching 70 years of age, he was possessed of the kind of robust good health that prosperous farmers tended to enjoy. Yet the years seemed to weigh more heavily on him after last night.
"I've already told your people everything I know,"
he protested. It was clear he was tired, pissed off, and in no mood for answering more questions.
"I don't know what else you want from me."
"Only the truth," Kubar said, keeping his tone calm and even.
"You can either give it to me here, or I can take you back to Mukhabarat headquarters for a more thorough debriefing. Which would you prefer?"
He saw the muscles in the man's fleshy neck move up and down as he swallowed, saw the sudden edge of fear in his eyes. Like every citizen in Libya, he knew of the Mukhabarat all too well. He'd heard the stories of men and women being hauled off to the infamous Abu Salim prison in the middle of the night, never to be seen or heard from again.
"I'll do my best,"
he said at last.
"Good."
Finding a nearby chair, Kubar pulled it across the room so that it was directly facing Jalud, then settled himself down and took out his pen and notebook. He didn't rush. He was slow and methodical about it, making it plain that he controlled the tempo of the conversation. He had long ago learned that one projected power by one's actions and demeanor, not the badge one carried, or the organization one represented.
"You said there were 4 attackers,"
he began, once he was good and ready.
2 men and 2 women.
"Yes."
"Did you get a look at any of them? Could you describe them to me?"
It was an obvious question, but perhaps worth a try anyway.
"They were wearing masks. Only their eyes were visible."
"What about weapons? Did you see what they were carrying?"
"Pistols of some kind. I don't know the make, but they had silencers on the ends."
"I see. Nothing bigger? No rifles or other such weapons?"
He shook his head.
"Not that I know of."
That was good news as far as Kubar was concerned. The less firepower this group had at their disposal, the easier they would be to take down when he eventually caught them. And he would catch them. Of that he was certain. Kubar was nothing if not tenacious. The son of an impoverished Bedouin family, he'd been born into a life of hardship and grinding, ceaseless struggle amidst the endless dunes of the Sahara Desert. His parents, belonging to a generation that had grown up before the Libyan Revolution, were barely literate nomads who had lacked the ambition, the education, and most crucially, the intelligence to strive for anything better. Their short and difficult lives had come to an abrupt end when a dispute with a neighboring tribe had flared into violence, as such things inevitably did. Only their 10-year-old son survived the attack, wandering alone in the desert until an army patrol had picked him up, dehydrated and close to death. That was when he'd resolved to put his former life behind him, to become an educated and intelligent man, part of the new generation helping to free Libya from the shackles of ignorance and primitive tribal bickering. That path had been neither short nor easy, but he'd stuck to it with the ferocious determination that would one day become his greatest asset.
"When they made entry to your house, how were they acting?"
The farmer blinked.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, were they angry and aggressive? Or cold and under control?"
He thought about that for a moment.
"Calm and controlled, I suppose. Like professionals who had done such things before. At least to begin with. Later I heard a lot of shouting and arguments between them and their hostages."
That certainly fit with his assessment of the situation so far. A team of professionals under pressure, trying to improvise a new escape plan after watching their old one literally go down in flames, and debating their next course of action.
"Do you know what they were arguing about?"
He shook his head.
"I don't speak English."
"Was there anything recognizable? Any place names or words that kept coming up?"
Even a man with no grasp of language might still glean something from an overheard conversation, particularly among a group trying to secure another means of escape from the country. Even a reference to a town or landmark might provide invaluable clues to their intentions. Jalud was silent for some time, replaying the snatches of overheard conversation in his mind. Kubar made no further attempt to prompt him, knowing he needed to be given time to arrive at the information, or not, by himself.
"There was one thing,"
he said at last.
"A name, I think. I heard them say it several times. Faulkner."
He shook his head. the meaning lost on him.
I can't say for sure if it was a place, a man, or just a thing, but they seem very focused on it.
That was enough for Kubar. He'd already noted the name down.
"Thank you for your cooperation,"
he said, his tone stiff and formal. He'd never been good at expressing gratitude to anyone, because he'd rarely had cause to do it in his life.
"There is something else,"
Jalud blurted out, just as Kubar was turning to leave. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a roll of Libyan dinars and tentatively held them out. Judging by the size of the roll, it represented a couple of months' earnings for a man like Jalud.
"Before they left in my truck, the leader of the group laid this money on the floor. He apologized to me in Arabic, then he left."
Kubar frowned, surprised by this bizarre revelation about the attackers. Nonetheless, it was something else to keep in mind. Nodding acknowledgement, he excused himself.
"Wait! Do I have to hand these back?"
Jalud called after him.
"Keep them,"
Kubar said over his shoulder. He already had everything he needed from this man.
"Put them to good use."
Leaving the farmer to contemplate how he'd spend his newfound windfall, Kubar returned outside. His colleague Adnan Musa was surveying the bullet-riddled Toyota that had been abandoned near the front door to the villa. "Get anything interesting from him?" he asked.
"Possibly."
Kubar reached for the pair of sunglasses in his suit jacket and slipped them on. The sun was just rising above the horizon, but it was already shaping up to be a hot day.
"The leader of this team we're hunting, he is a puzzle to me."
"Why?"
"He's willing to risk his life to abduct a man from a heavily secured building in the heart of our capital. Yet he leaves the security guards alive when it would have been in his interest to execute them. He breaks into this farm, steals clothes and a vehicle, yet again spares the lives of potential witnesses. He even leaves money by way of compassion."
He shook his head.
"I don't understand this man."
And that worried him most of all. Usually his adversary's intentions were obvious enough to his keen mind, a logical objective giving rise to understandable, if ruthless and deadly actions. But in this case, no consistent pattern of behavior was emerging. All he saw were contradictions. "Perhaps he's a pacifist," Musa remarked with a wry smile. Kubar didn't dignify that with an answer. Instead, he turned to more practical matters.
"Do me a favor, and run the name Faulkner through our records. Let me know if it turns up anything."
"Of course. What are you expecting?" Kubar was deep in thought as his dark eyes surveyed the arid, scorched landscape that rolled off toward the horizon.
"I don't know yet, but it may be the key to understanding all of this."
Chapter 30. The mood in the truck's rear cargo area was tense and brooding, as the vehicle bumped and jolted across the rough, barren terrain far to the south of Tripoli, with Drake opting to avoid all but the most rudimentary of roads, now that the sun was up. They had so far encountered no police or military checkpoints, and indeed hadn't seen another vehicle of any sort for nearly an hour. The temperature was rising quickly now that the sun was up. Even with wind gusting in through the open rear door, the air was hot and stifling, raising a sheen of perspiration on Frost and Mason, who were charged with guarding the two prisoners. They were well and truly in the Badlands now. The scattered farms and primitive settlements that had ringed the capital had long since given way to wide-open expanses of dusty basins, sand-scoured hills, and ancient dried-up river channels. There were no trees, no grass, no bushes save for a few skeletal patches of scrub growing in some of the more sheltered valleys. Only the most hardy of life forms could scratch out an existence in such a bleak place.
"Goddamn wasteland,"
Mason said, surveying the bleak landscape as he took a gulp of water. They had filled as many containers as they could before departing the farm, but even so it wouldn't take long to exhaust their reserves. This wasn't like a normal escape and evasion situation, where the group could live off the land if necessary while they made good their escape. In this case, there was no land to live off. They wouldn't last more than a couple of days out here. As Mason was contemplating this, he noticed Soan's eyes on him. The Libyan was watching him from the other side of the truck's flatbed. "I grew up in an area not unlike this," Soan remarked. "A small town named Jalu, near the border with Egypt. Not much except desert in all directions, and a small oasis to the north. My father worked the irrigation fields down there, growing tomatoes and dates." He smiled at the memory. "As a boy, I used to grow so bored of his talk about tomato plantations, I promised myself I would leave Jalu as soon as I was old enough. I imagined myself living a life of adventure and excitement, as far away from tomato growing as possible." He glanced down sheepishly at his heavily bandaged legs stretched out across the deck. "Now I wonder if perhaps I made a mistake." Mason said nothing as he took another sip of water. His own father had served in the Marine Corps most of his adult life, so his particular apple hadn't fallen far from the tree. "May I?" Soan asked, holding out his hands. They'd been secured together with cable ties in case he still harbored some mad desire to go for one of their weapons. Soan was no good to them if he died of thirst. Mason reluctantly passed the plastic water bottle over. Accepting it gratefully, Soan handed it to his wife, who gulped down a few mouthfuls. "Thank you," he said, nodding. "Doesn't mean we're friends now," Frost reminded him. "We just don't want you to die yet. Be inconvenient." He shrugged, unperturbed by her implied threat. "Even enemies may show each other respect and compassion. It is a lesson we Libyans learned centuries ago, the need to win the peace after you have won the war." He eyed Frost for a long moment. "Perhaps your country would do well to remember it." Far from rising to his barbed remark, the young woman merely smiled back at him, though there was no warmth in it. "I'll keep that in mind at your war crimes trial." "Will you be taking the stand with me?" he asked. "After all, you played a part in this when you delivered an innocent man into my custody. We didn't know who you were. Or you didn't care," he shot back. "Plausible deniability is something your agency is quite fond of, I understand. International ignorance is perhaps a more accurate term in this case. You knew nothing because you chose not to ask any questions. Do you think that absolves you of blame? Do you think a jury would see it that way?" He was pressing her because he knew she was no threat to him. Drake was the one in charge of this group. None of his subordinates would act without his say-so. As much as she might ache to put another bullet in him, they all knew she wouldn't. Frost was wise enough to realize it as well. Rather than engage in further debate with a man who seemed quite proficient at twisting words to suit his needs, she merely stared back at him, saying nothing, but the hostility was tangible. The uncomfortable deadlock was finally broken when the pickup eased to a stop on the lee side of a low hill. Shutting down the engine, Drake stepped out and circled around to the rear gate, the keffiyeh now hanging loose around his neck. "We're here. Get her out," he instructed. This was where the group had agreed to part ways, with Frost and Mason remaining behind to guard Layla, while Drake and McKnight continued on to their destination with Soan. It went against their better judgment to split the team up, but it was necessary if their plan was to succeed. Mason moved forward to help Layla up, but the woman batted his hand away. "I can manage myself," she warned, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Just give us a moment, would you?" Mason glanced at Drake, who nodded just a little. Reaching up, Soan gently ran a hand down his wife's face, staring into her eyes. Those deep, compassionate, intelligent eyes so often filled with laughter and joy. But not now. Now he saw only fear and sadness reflected in their depths. "Be brave, but be careful," he said quietly in Arabic. "Don't give them a reason to harm you."
And you. Give them what they want, Tarek,
she warned, perhaps sensing he was planning something else. She grasped his hand and squeezed hard.
I don't care about the rest. You're all that matters. Do you understand?
Swallowing, the man nodded.
We'll be together again. I promise.
With these parting words, Layla turned away and leapt down from the truck, declining any offer of assistance. She found that they were parked at the base of a low, gently rolling hill, its summit crowned by a tumble of ancient ruins now reduced to little more than sand-scoured walls and piles of crumbled bricks. She had no idea what period the structure belonged to, or even what shape it had originally taken. But its prominent position on the hill suggested it might once have had a military purpose. With their hostage out of the vehicle, Mason turned his attention to the stockpile of water and other essential supplies they would need to survive in this world of relentless sun and searing heat, stacking their limited cachet on the ground near the truck. Frost also emerged from the truck's bed, still clutching the shotgun she'd taken from the farm earlier in the day. Neither she nor Mason were happy about being left behind on babysitting duty while their companions risked their lives, but they knew further debate with Drake was futile. His mind was made up. All that remained was to see it through. As Mason finished unloading the essential supplies, Drake surveyed the land around them. There wasn't much to see. The terrain was hilly and uneven, wind-scoured slopes and sandy plains fading off into a dusty, indeterminate horizon, all bathed in the relentless glare of the fiery orb overhead. Just looking at this landscape was enough to make his eyes water. According to the road map they'd stolen from the Toyota before abandoning it, they were at the western end of the Nafusa mountain range, not more than a dozen miles from the Tunisian border. This was pretty much the end of the line as far as civilization was concerned. To the south lay the vast, empty expanse of the Sahara Desert, hundreds of miles of sand dunes, and searing heat where almost nothing could survive. The border's not far from here, Drake said quietly, turning his attention back to his two companions as they prepared to part ways. We'll do everything we can to make this work. But if we're not back by dawn, we're not coming back. Get yourselves across into Tunisia. Don't wait for us. Understand? Neither of them said a word. I need to hear you say it, Drake pressed, well aware of the thoughts they were harboring. The prospect of leaving teammates behind didn't sit well with either of them. We've got it, Mason reluctantly assured him. We'll do what we have to. Drake nodded, satisfied that he'd impressed the importance of this matter on them. He needed to know they would follow through on what could very well prove to be his final order, as hard as it might be for them. He needed to know that if the mission failed, at least two of his friends would get out of Libya alive. Just make sure it doesn't come to that, okay? He offered a weak grin. Kira will never let me hear the end of it otherwise. You can bet your ass I won't, she promised. Mason held out a hand to him. Good luck, Ryan. Drake clasped his hand tight. It was a simple enough gesture, but it meant a lot to him at that moment. Try not to screw this up, Frost added, looking at Drake for a long moment as if considering her next move. Then, without warning, she reached out and hugged him, gripping him tight in a fierce embrace that was quite at odds with her diminutive size. Her cheeks were flushed from more than just the heat when she finally let go and backed away. Despite himself, Drake couldn't help but smile. It was as close to an emotional outpouring as he was likely to get from her. I'll do my best, he promised. Then, realizing that time was of the essence, he gestured to the nearby ruins. Now get your asses up there and find cover. Frost hesitated a moment before shouldering the shotgun, hoisting a plastic container of water onto her back, and starting the slow trek to the top of the hill. Mason and Layla followed not far behind, each carrying their own water supplies. Drake lingered a few seconds longer, watching their progress in silence and trying to ignore the gloomy sense of finality that had settled on him, before returning to the pickup truck. McKnight had taken position in the rear bed, keeping watch over Sohan. "Good to go?" Drake asked. The woman nodded, though her eyes were on the rest of the group as they made their way up the hill. She didn't like this any more than he did. Sensing her misgivings, Drake laid a hand on her shoulder. "We'll see them again." She nodded, saying nothing. Knowing they could afford to wait no longer, Drake returned to the driver's cab and fired up the engine. Never had he felt more alone as the bleached ruins receded into the distance behind them. In the back, Samantha McKnight was harboring similar thoughts, though for entirely different reasons. The more time she spent with this group, the more she saw and felt the bonds of trust, respect, and friendship that bound them together, the more she felt like an outsider. The more she hated who and what she was, and what she would be called upon to do. They might have trusted her, might have respected her, and even considered her a friend. But they were wrong. She deserved none of those things from them. Part of her actually wished they had found her out, that they might uncover her secret and exile her from the group forever. At least that would make it easier to bear. At least she wouldn't have to stand by and watch while Cain tore them apart, while he destroyed everything Drake had fought so hard to protect. At least she wouldn't have to live with the knowledge that their pain and suffering was down to her betrayal. "He means something to you, yes?" McKnight blinked, disturbed from her dark thoughts. Glancing over, she found Sohan observing her with a shrewd, knowing look. "What?" she asked, taken aback by the question. His gaze flicked to the driver's cab in front. "I saw the way you looked at each other. The way you stand a little closer. The way his touch lingered on you just a moment too long. Small things, perhaps. But it is the small things that give us away." "You see a lot," she evaded. He smiled, sensing from the subtle tension in her body that he was right. "It is my job to learn things about people. And I have learned a lot about you, Samantha. That is your name, I assume? We weren't introduced, but he called you Sam before. My name's not important. Of course it is. How can we be expected to work together if we don't even know each other's names? We're not working together," she corrected him. "We're not friends. We're not partners. And we're not allies. You're cooperating to keep your wife alive, so don't pretend this is about anything except survival for both of you. I know you'd kill us all if you had the chance." "Would I?" he repeated, tilting his head a little. "How much do you really know about me, beyond your own assumptions and what you have been told by others?" "I know enough. Enough to do what? Judge me? Condemn me?" He leaned a little closer, his expression almost conspiratorial. "Kill me?" There was no answer she could give to such a question, so she said nothing. Instead, she glowered at him from the other side of the compartment, her grip slowly tightening on the haft of her knife. "It's about giving," he went on. "This job, this world that you and I live in, giving up parts of yourself. The parts that shrink away from hurting others, that tell you it is wrong to kill and maim. The parts that are weak." "I don't live in the same world as you," she countered, offended by the implication. "I'm nothing like you. And yet here we are together. Me the prisoner, and you the captor. Your role requires you to guard me, threaten my wife and me with harm if I don't cooperate, perhaps even kill me if it comes to it. And I believe you would do it if you had to. Would you do it out of malice or spite? No, of course not. Our actions are dictated by something far more powerful. Logic. It is what binds us, what drives us, and what frees us." He licked his thin lips, as if savoring the moment.
Logic allows me to torture a helpless man almost to death, to threaten his family with execution, and feel no shame in it. Logic lets me do this because I know his suffering will save the lives of dozens, if not hundreds of innocent people who deserve life more than him. Giving up one life to save many more. It is a logical exchange. Nothing more, nothing less.
He glanced to the front of the vehicle once more, to the driver that neither could see, but both knew was there.
But emotion, that's when things become dangerous. Emotion can undo all the hard-won work of logic. When you feel such an attachment to another person, both of you are at risk, whether you know it or not. Each becomes a liability, a weakness to the other. You should learn to guard those emotions better, Samantha, because one day they will be your undoing.
She'd heard enough. In that moment, the guilt and self-loathing that had been simmering away inside her suddenly erupted in a burst of anger and violent action. Pushing herself off the thin metal-panelled wall, she launched herself across the narrow space, drawing her knife in the same motion. In a heartbeat, she had the blade pressed against Sowen's throat, her face mere inches from his as she stared hard into his eyes. Her muscles were trembling, her heart pounding with barely suppressed fury. The dark eyes staring back at her showed little fear, only surprise at the vehemence of her reaction.
As I said, emotion is our undoing. Stop it, she hissed. I'm not here to play your goddamn games. You could kill me, Samantha, he acknowledged. Right now. I'm unarmed. I can't stop you. You could probably even make up a story that I tried to escape. But ask yourself why you want to kill me so badly at this moment. Is it logic? Or emotion that controls you?
She let out a breath, her grip on the knife relaxing a little. She couldn't believe how easily he had manipulated her.
You talk a lot, she said, forcing each word out through clenched teeth, as she slowly backed away to her place on the other side of the vehicle. One day that'll be your undoing.
He shrugged, his faint smile making it plain he'd scored a point, exposed a chink in her armor that he might exploit later if he chose.
Perhaps, he acknowledged. But I doubt you will be there to see it.
Chapter 31. Drake made sure he took a slow, winding route to their destination, wanting to confuse Sowen's sense of direction, in case the man thought to betray the location where they'd left the remainder of the group behind. Nonetheless, an hour or so of bumpy cross-country driving brought them to the small town of Nalut, a straggling settlement nestled in a winding river valley, just 10 miles from the Tunisian border. It was here that the next stage of their plan was to begin. Bringing the pickup truck to a halt in the shadow of a rocky outcrop on the outskirts of town, Drake circled around to the rear of the vehicle to confer with his captive. "Any trouble?" he asked, noticing McKnight's unhappy expression right away.
No.
She stared across at the open space at the injured man.
No trouble.
He could tell she was hiding something, but now wasn't the time to pursue such questions. It was time to focus on the task at hand. "Get in the front and be ready to move," he instructed. She was more than happy to oblige, leaping down from the rear gate with graceful ease and striding to the passenger door. With McKnight gone, Drake pulled himself up and hunkered down before Sowen, staring him hard in the eye. They had outlined their plan to him already, and Drake didn't doubt that the shrewd and intelligent operative would have easily memorized every detail, but he needed to be sure. "You know what's about to happen." Sowen met his gaze evenly. If he was nervous or apprehensive about what was coming, he gave little sign of it.
"I do."
"You know the story we gave you?" He nodded.
"Repeat it to me."
He did, flawlessly. If nothing else, the man's memory was formidable. "Once you have the information we need, call me on the number I gave you. We'll be there to pick you up and get you out of the country." Sohan said nothing to this, but it was clear he understood what was expected of him. "We'll be close by at all times. You won't see us, but we'll be there," Drake promised him. "You come through for us, we'll come through for you. We'll get you and your wife to safety and do what we can to help you start over. But if you try to fuck us, if you tell anyone about our deal, if you bring company to the exchange or we suspect you've been followed, all bets are off. You'll never see Layla again. If we're captured or compromised, she dies regardless. Do you understand?" Playing a role like this reminded him uncomfortably of his own experiences when a ruthless enemy had taken his sister hostage and used her to manipulate Drake. But their situation was desperate. In lieu of trust, fear would have to suffice. "Perfectly," Sohan assured him. Drake nodded, satisfied. "I have to gag and bag you now." "Of course," the older man agreed, no doubt seeing the necessity of it if their plan was to succeed. "But before you do, answer me one thing." Drake paused, looking at him. "What was all this really for?" he asked, for once betraying genuine bafflement. "I've been turning it over in my mind all morning, but I still can't understand what you expected to get out of me. Who was Freya Shaw?" Drake chewed his lip for a moment, contemplating whether it was even worth the explanation, whether Sohan could possibly understand the desperate situation that had prompted his mission here. Perhaps it was, he judged. "She was my mother." "Faulkner told you that I killed her, yes?" When Drake looked at him, the full extent of his anger and guilt was plain for Sohan to see. It wasn't just anger at Faulkner, though there was plenty of that to go around. If he was really looking for someone to be furious with, he needed only to look in the mirror. He'd been impulsive and short-sighted, his eagerness to take revenge for Freya's murder overriding the caution and skepticism that would have warned him something was wrong. He could have seen what was coming, but he'd chosen not to. And now they were all paying the price for it. Sohan let out a faint sigh and nodded, acknowledging the unpleasant reality of his situation. "I'm sorry for your loss," he admitted. "But if it means anything, it will be my pleasure to help you destroy Faulkner." Saying nothing further, he placed the gag in Sohan's mouth, then slipped a simple black hood over his head and helped him down so that he was lying flat on the truck's steel deck. A final length of sackcloth laid on top was enough to disguise his form to casual observation. "Can you breathe all right?" Drake asked, to which he received a nod of affirmation. "All right. Brace yourself as best you can. This might get bumpy." Slamming the tailgate closed, Drake slipped his keffiyeh back on and returned to the driver's cab, clambering into the seat. McKnight was waiting for him, similarly attired. Saying nothing, he reached over and squeezed her hand before firing up their engine once more and easing them away from their brief hiding place. Their destination, the town of Nalut, lay just over a mile away. Being a traffic policeman in a busy town like Nalut was a hot, stressful, dangerous job at the best of times, and today was no exception. Many of the roads in the ancient settlement were little more than dirt tracks, their basic layout unchanged in millennia, remnants of an age where the horse and cart was the predominant mode of transport. Directing the relentless flow of cars, buses, vans, trucks, and motorbikes through such a crowded and inefficient road system, surrounded by dust and heat and choking engine fumes, was enough to try any man's nerves. Salim Osman shook his head in dismay at the angry horn blasts resounding at a busy intersection nearby, where a cattle truck laden with goats had tried to turn left and found itself without enough space to make it. The driver's attempts to back up only served to enrage the impatient drivers behind him, and the hapless traffic cop on duty was powerless to stop the ensuing war of horns. Well, At least it wasn't his problem right now, he thought as he took a sip of his soft drink. He was seated at a street cafe near the main drag, taking a well-earned respite from the ceaseless work. Soon enough, he'd be obliged to return to the fray. But for the next 10 minutes or so, his time was his own. And yet, even though he was technically off-duty, he couldn't help observing the flow of vehicles on the road opposite. He'd been doing this job close to 20 years, and it was as ingrained in him as the dust that coated his uniform at the end of each weary day. His eye was drawn to a beat-up-looking Ford pickup truck approaching from the east, a rugged, workmanlike vehicle little different from so many others used by local farmers and laborers. It was interesting, not because of its appearance, but because of its two passengers. They were both wearing the traditional keffiyeh, which largely hid their facial features, but it was clear to him that neither of them were Libyan. They were Westerners, the pale skin around their eyes betraying their ethnic origins. What were Westerners doing here? Certainly they appeared more often in Libya these days on business and occasionally as tourists. But those individuals were invariably rich and spoiled. They had people to drive them around, people to watch over them, probably people to wipe their asses for them. They certainly didn't resort to driving battered old pickup trucks. Caught as they were in the ebb and flow of traffic caused by the chaos at the intersection, they were obliged to slow and finally stop quite close to him, affording Osman a good view of the driver. The traffic cop looked at him curiously, even making eye contact for a moment, though the man quickly glanced away, as if uncomfortable to be under such scrutiny. He saw the passenger exchange a worried glance with the driver, saw the fabric of their keffiyehs move as they spoke to one another. They were worried about something. Perhaps the traffic? Perhaps the road? Perhaps him. Osman couldn't quite define the moment he realized something was wrong about this truck. He couldn't explain how he knew. If he'd been a fan of American cop shows, he might have attributed it to a hunch, a kind of sixth sense feeling born from years of experience and knowledge. Whatever the reason, his drink and his rest break were quickly forgotten as he rose to his feet, taking a step towards the vehicle. That was when the driver reacted. Throwing the truck into reverse, he stamped on the accelerator, causing the big vehicle to lurch backwards suddenly. It made it about 5 yards before slamming into the front fender of an old hatchback stopped behind, but the movement bought sufficient maneuvering room for the driver to swing the wheel over, engage first gear, and stamp down hard on the gas.
"You! Stop!"
Osman shouted, running to catch up. Other people were watching now, alerted by the shouting and the horn blasts and the screech of skidding tires, but none of them would step in. They wanted no part of this. To his credit, the driver made it about halfway down the road towards the next junction before a crowded bus swung into his path, forcing him to turn hard right to avoid a head-on collision. His wild, evasive move caused the balding tires to lose purchase on the dusty road surface, and before he could regain control, the pickup barreled straight into a telephone pole. There was a loud bang, the crunch of buckling metal, and the tinkle of broken glass as the truck's front bumper and engine block absorbed most of the impact. There was going to be no driving away from this one. The pickup came to a halt immediately against the unyielding barrier. Osman was running flat out towards it now, dodging in between cars that had come to a halt to watch the drama unfolded. As he neared the wrecked vehicle, steam now billowing from the shattered radiator, he was just in time to see the driver throw open his door and jump down.
"Stop! Right now!"
Osman commanded, drawing his riot baton. Traffic police weren't commonly issued with firearms, a failing he'd had cause to lament on more than a few occasions. Before he could say another word, the driver had turned and darted off, vanishing into a service alley that ran between a pair of breeze-block shop units. His view was momentarily obscured by another truck that had edged forward, trying to clear the area around the crash. By the time Osman circled around it and reached the crippled truck, both the driver and his passenger were long gone. Osman swore under his breath as he eyed their escape route. Much as he would have liked to give chase, he was keenly aware that he was only one man against two potential adversaries. And since he was on the wrong side of 50, his chances of catching up with them were far slimmer than his expanding waistline. In any case, before he could consider the matter further, he was alerted by a muted thump coming from within the truck. Frowning, he pulled open the driver's door and peered into the cab, finding no sign of any other passengers. The thump was repeated, the distinctive clang of something hammering against the metal chassis, and this time accompanied by the low moan of a human voice. Gripping the baton tight in sweating hands, Osman crept to the rear of the vehicle, from where the noises seemed to be emanating. He took a breath, reached out, and undid the latch holding the tailgate shut, allowing it to fall open with a resounding clang. Only then did he see the bound and hooded figure lying prone on the steel deck, writhing and kicking in a desperate bid for help.
"My God!"
Osman breathed, realizing that he was dealing with something far bigger than a mere traffic accident. Drake and McKnight didn't stop running until they were very nearly a mile from the scene of the crash. After sprinting down the service alley and vaulting a chain-link fence at the end, they had carried on at full speed down a minor side road, ignoring the bark of angry dogs and the curious glances of the old women busy hanging laundry and gossiping in a nearby courtyard. They were careful to stay away from the bustling main thoroughfares as they made good their escape, preferring to move quickly and quietly through the maze of back alleys and narrow streets that seemed to honeycomb the area. Nalat's architecture seemed to be a bizarre and entirely incoherent mix of the ancient and the modern, with no discernible pattern or logic to the placement of either. One moment they could be darting beneath the shadow of a Roman-era archway, the next they found themselves skirting around a roughly finished breeze-block garage. Millennia of changing architecture and technology had risen and fallen here, been rebuilt and replaced, then built on again. Only when they emerged from a side street onto one of the main roads running through the city did they finally slow down and adopt a more casual walking pace, doing their best to get their breathing back under control in the stifling hot air. Drake reached out and took McKnight's hand, pulling the woman a little closer as they walked together along the busy pavement. Libya might have been fairly progressive as far as North African countries went, but it remained a staunchly Islamic society. Women seen in public without a male escort were frowned upon and liable to attract entirely the wrong sort of attention, so Drake would have to act as her chaperone for the time being. "You think it'll work?" she asked quietly as they brushed past a group of young men with buzz-cut hair and AC Milan football shirts. A couple of them gave the two Westerners a curious glance as they passed. "Hard to say," Drake admitted, painfully alert for any sign of police or military activity in the area. "But I think you'll keep to our agreement." "Assuming you didn't kill him in the crash. That was a hell of a piece of driving, Ryan," she said, squeezing his hand harder than was necessary. Airbags were unheard of when that truck had been built, and the crash had left both of them with bruising across their chests and shoulders. They could only imagine how Sohan, unrestrained in the truck's flatbed, had fared. "It's not an exact science," he reminded her. "Anyway, it had to look real." The distinctive wail of a police siren caused them both to tense up. Glancing ahead, Drake was just able to make out the distinctive flash of blue lights as a police cruiser roared along the main road towards them, traffic parting like water before it. "Shit," he said under his breath. The most obvious course of action was to simply act normal and hope to tough it out. Undoubtedly, the police were responding to the crashed truck just a couple of blocks away. Perhaps they'd even been advised about the bound man in the back. But it was unlikely they would be switched on enough to start searching for the two fugitives. There was a good chance they would just drive right by. But what if they didn't? What if the sight of two Westerners was enough to pique their interest, causing them to stop and question them? With no ID and no good reason for being here, they would be hard-pressed to bluff their way out of such a situation. The other option was to run. Both still had their silenced weapons, though they were careful to keep them hidden from sight. They could use them as a last resort, but he was far from optimistic about their chances of fighting their way out of a situation like this. It was at this moment But McKnight took the initiative, pulling him towards a shopfront that faced directly out onto the street. As far as he could tell, it seemed to sell everything from cell phones to food and drink, to rotating displays of cheap sunglasses that could be found on just about any street anywhere in the world. "Oh, honey," she gushed, adopting her best gee-whiz tone as she selected a pair of shades and tried them on. "Would you buy me these? I left mine back at the hotel and the sun's killing my eyes. Please?" Drake forced an indulgent smile, keeping his back to the road as the police cruiser sped past, completely ignoring them. "How could I refuse you?" "We both know you never could." Beaming with happiness, she pulled him close and hugged him, the simple gesture of a loving wife towards her husband. But as she held him, she whispered a warning in his ear. "We might have company." That was enough to undo his short-lived sense of relief. Drake was on alert already after their narrow escape from the scene of the crash. His situation awareness was about as good as it could be, but even he didn't have eyes in the back of his head. "Where?" "On your 6. Other side of the street," she explained. "One male, early 50s, graying beard. Big guy with a tribal cloak. He's looking away right now, but he had eyes on. Government? Don't think so. It's hard to tell, but he looks Caucasian." One of Faulkner's men? If so, they were in real trouble. "Maybe," she allowed. "Could just be a curious civilian. He's turning away now." Letting go of her, Drake glanced around to survey the street, feigning a look of casual disinterest as he scanned the thronging pedestrians. Men with graying beards weren't exactly in short supply in this neck of the woods, but sure enough, he caught a brief glimpse of a big man walking away from them, his large frame hidden beneath a sandy-colored cloak, before his view was obscured by slow-moving traffic. It was hard to tell much about him from such a brief encounter, and certainly impossible to discern his intentions. With luck, McKnight's relative lack of experience of situations like this was making her overcautious, mistaking curiosity for something more sinister. At least he hoped so. In either case, their next course of action was the same. "Let's get you these sunglasses," he said, raising his voice to normal volume as he led her into the shop. Their mysterious observer would have to wait. In the end, they came away with a pair of shades each, plus some bottled water and a couple of energy bars whose brand Drake didn't recognize. Neither of them was in the mood for eating, but they knew they needed to keep their energy up, and after driving all morning in the scorching heat, not to mention their sprint through the back alleys of Narlet, they were certainly ready for the water. Emerging from the shop with his eyes obscured behind the cheap polarized lenses, Drake scanned the far side of the street for their new friend. As far as he could see, there was nobody amongst the mass of pedestrians that fitted the bill. "Any sign of him?" he asked, leading her down the street once more. She'd gotten a better look at the man than he had. Maybe he'd missed something. "He's gone," she said, glancing around while feigning only casual interest. Despite her act, there was a tension in her shoulders that she couldn't hide. "I guess it was nothing." Both operatives remained wary as they made their way northward, away from the distant wail of police sirens attending the accident. For now, at least, all they could do was wait and see whether SOA made good on their agreement. Chapter 32. Narlet Hospital, Tripoli. A relatively new facility, the 300-bed Narlet Hospital served not only the town that gave it its name, but the entire western district of over 100,000 people. It was here that the injured passenger of the crash pickup truck was brought after being discovered by the startled traffic police. It was here that he was interviewed by law enforcement officials, where his identity was confirmed and his incredible story began to emerge. And it was here, a couple of hours after his discovery, that Bashir Kubar stormed in after a high-speed drive from Tripoli, flanked by a pair of Mukhabarat field operatives. He was oblivious to the hostile looks of some of the patients, and even the doctors. The Narlet district was well known for the anti-government sentiments among its predominantly Berber population, and there had been a simmering undercurrent of unrest here for some time. This very hospital had been built by the Gaddafi regime as part of efforts to appease the disgruntled populace. So far at least, the gesture seemed to have failed.
He was battered and bruised and suffering from a gunshot wound to the leg when they picked him up,
his colleague Adnan Musa said, struggling to keep up with Kubar's energetic stride as they made their way to the room where Soam was being treated.
Looks like his captors did some basic surgery to patch him up.
That tied in with the testimony of the farmer he'd spoken with earlier. Kubar thought.
Any sign of them? None so far. According to the report, they panicked when they were caught in traffic and a local cop spotted them. They tried to make a run for it, then bailed out after they ran the pickup into a telegraph pole.
What were they doing in Nalot in the first place?
Kubar asked, without breaking stride. It didn't make sense. Why head for such a densely populated settlement and risk discovery when their vehicle was capable of handling off-road terrain?
Police reported the truck was almost out of petrol, Musa explained. I guess they were planning to refuel before crossing the border.
Kubar clenched his jaw, unhappy at the news. Something about this wasn't right. What Musa was describing were the actions of desperate amateurs, not the driven and committed group of professionals who had snatched Soam from his home in the middle of the night.
By the way, your search on the name Faulkner turned up something, Musa went on. Apparently there is a David Faulkner on our files.
Who is he?
A British intelligence liaison officer, working with us and the Americans as part of a joint operation against Islamic terrorist networks.
That was enough to make him break stride. Coming to a halt, he turned to face his partner.
And where is this Faulkner now?
We don't know, Musa admitted. We tried contacting his office in London, but they say he's on compassionate leave at the moment. Death of a close friend, apparently.
Kubar wasn't buying that for a moment. In fact, he was beginning to wonder what exactly they had stumbled upon. If the Brits really were behind this operation to snatch one of their top officers, it could destroy the uneasy alliance that had prevailed between their intelligence agencies for the past several years. The newfound spirit of cooperation between Libya and the West could unravel within a matter of weeks. And what then? Were they to become the next Iraq or Afghanistan? But if the British were involved, what were they hoping to achieve by such an action? And was it really as simple as a snatch-and-grab operation? He found it hard to believe that British intelligence would be so sloppy as to leave a trail of clues pointing to their involvement all across Libya, not to mention allowing their target to fall back into enemy hands. One way or another, he needed to get some answers on this, and there was only one man who could give him what he needed. Sohan himself was being treated in a private room away from the main wards. Without bothering to knock, Kubar threw open the door and strode in, startling the young Korean doctor who had been examining the patient. Due to a lack of trained doctors in the region, many of the staff here came from overseas, Indians, Pakistanis, even Filipinos.
May I speak with the patient?
He asked, feigning politeness. He'd always had an inherent dislike of medical professionals and found it hard to hide his discomfort now. The doctor, a short and wiry man with a mane of jet-black hair, adjusted his glasses before glancing at Sohan.
I was just finishing up my examination, he said in halting Arabic.
Finish it later,
Kubar advised him, in a tone that made it plain the matter wasn't open for debate. Hesitating a moment, the doctor considered the merits of further protest, then reluctantly nodded acceptance. Snatching up his clipboard of notes, he turned and scurried out of the room.
I see you haven't lost your bedside manner, Bashir,
Sohan remarked with dry humour as the door closed. Though hardly close friends, the two men had worked together long enough in the same agency to have had dealings in the past. Sohan was well aware of the stories about Kubar's taciturn and abrasive personality. Kubar surveyed the patient candidly. Though battered and bruised by his ordeal, he was sitting upright in bed without assistance, dressed in a clean surgical gown, and with his injuries tended to.
How are you feeling?
He asked, more because it was expected than because he was concerned for the man's well-being.
You mean, apart from being kidnapped in the middle of the night, shot and driven into a telephone pole? Just fine, thank you, Sohan remarked. But that's not what concerns me right now. What about my wife? Where is Layla?
Kubar sighed and shook his head.
We're working on it. We'll do everything we can. That much I promise you.
The injured man said nothing to this, merely clenched his fists and closed his eyes for a moment to keep his composure. Perhaps he'd expected as much.
About the kidnapping,
Kubar began, pulling a chair over beside the bed. It squeaked on the brand-new linoleum floor.
We've been trying to piece together what happened. Who did this to you, and why?
Any luck?
I was hoping you could help with that,
Kubar admitted.
Can you tell us anything about the group who took you? Nationality, names, anything?
Sohan was silent for a time, perhaps trying to make sense of the jumbled thoughts in his mind.
They spoke English. Beyond that, I know nothing of where they came from. Did they give any indication of what they wanted? Question you on anything?
He shook his head.
They seemed interested only in getting me out of the country.
Kubar frowned.
And the bullet wound? Can you tell me what happened at the airfield?
Sohan's gaze darkened.
I can't say for sure. Layla and I were being held in the car. I heard a plane coming in to land. Then it crashed nearby, and all of a sudden there was gunfire everywhere. The group retreated to the car and drove away. That's when I was hit.
Which told Kubar absolutely nothing he didn't know already.
Do you have any idea who ambushed them?
Again, Sohan shook his head.
I was blindfolded. I saw nothing. So, they took you to a nearby farm to treat your wound,
Kubar went on, an edge of impatience and frustration in his voice now.
The owner says there was a lot of shouting. Can you tell me anything of what was said? I am ashamed to say I blacked out from pain and blood loss, his comrade admitted. By the time I awoke, we were on our way again. And Layla was still with you at this point? I think so. I could feel her on the floor beside me. So when did you last see her?
Sohan's brows were knitted together in a frown.
It must have been a couple of hours before the crash. We stopped. They took her out. Then it was just me. I don't know what happened to her after that.
It didn't take a genius to see where his dark thoughts were heading. Nonetheless, Kubar was far from impressed by his story. If his testimony was to be believed, Sohan had seen, heard, and learned nothing of value during his captivity. Either his captors had proven more diligent and careful than their hasty abandonment in Nalat would suggest, or something else was going on.
I understand.
Kubar leaned a little closer, speaking quietly, so that only the two of them could hear his words.
Is there anything else I should know? If there's something about your kidnapping you were afraid to tell anyone, anything at all, you know you can trust me with it. I can help you. But I must have the truth. Give me that, and I will do the rest.
Sohan was staring right into his eyes now, and for the next few seconds neither man said a word. For a moment, Kubar could have sworn he was about to say something. He sensed him teetering on the brink, his mind poised perfectly between two opposing desires. Just a moment, and then it passed.
I have told you all I can, Sohan said. Of course. Thank you.
Realizing he would get little more from the man, Kubar made to stand up, only to think better of it.
Oh, just one other thing. Does the name Faulkner mean anything to you?
That was when he saw it. That flicker of recognition in his eyes, the momentary glimmer of panic and surprise before his mask of composure reasserted itself. The tell of a poker player caught bluffing.
Faulkner,
he said, repeating the word as if it were unfamiliar.
No,
No, I don't think so. Why do you ask?
Oh, just something that came up in our investigation,
Kubar said, rising from his chair.
Probably nothing. Try to get some rest, Tarek. We'll talk more later.
Leaving the patient, he returned to the corridor outside, where Musa was waiting for him. Well? The younger man asked expectantly. Kubar reached for the packet of cigarettes in his pocket, then thought better of it when he spotted the angry red no smoking signs overhead.
Get some transport organized, he said. I want him back in Tripoli before sunset.
Soam was hiding something. Of that he was certain. And once he got the man back to Mukhabarat headquarters in Tripoli, he would find out exactly what he was keeping from them. Chapter 33. Shielding his hands against the harsh glare of the sun now rising to its zenith in a sky devoid of clouds, Mason surveyed the shimmering, bleached landscape surrounding their hilltop refuge. There wasn't much to see. Rocky escarpments and withered, inhospitable uplands lay to the north, forming a range of low mountains that marched in grim procession eastward. To the south stretched a vast sea of sand dunes that seemed to carry on forever, their tops slowly eroding under the burning hot wind that sighed across the arid, shimmering desert. Nothing in every direction. No sign of humanity at all, save for the bleached ruins in which they found themselves. They might have been on the edge of the world for all he knew. Jesus, he breathed, captivated and perhaps a little intimidated by the harsh, stark, unforgiving land. It was almost a mystery to him why any people would try to carve out an existence in such a place. With no activity in their vicinity all morning, Mason felt secure enough to interrupt his vigil and return to the shade for some water. His eyes were dry and sore after staring at the desert for so long, and his throat was parched. The interior of the building was a mess. Whatever roof had once been supported by these walls had long since collapsed, leaving a veritable maze of broken archways, fallen pillars, and crumbled masonry in its wake. It was here that the other two members of his group had set up their meager camp. Frost was sitting on her heels in one corner, keeping to the shade as much as possible. She had drawn her field knife from its sheath and was idly running the edge across a piece of stone to sharpen it. It helped pass the time, and perhaps take her mind off their two companions, who might be risking their lives at this very moment. Layla, their captive, was sitting with her back against the wall. Her eyes were closed and her legs crossed, almost as if she were meditating. Unlike her captors, the heat didn't seem to trouble her. Indeed, it was hard to know if she was even awake. "Ain't much to look at, huh?" Frost remarked without glancing up from her task. "Let me guess. Sand? And lots of it." He gave a wry smile.
"Give me Russia any day. That was a vacation next to this."
"No argument here." The young woman paused for a moment, thinking. "Afghanistan. Now there was a country. Hot as hell, but at least there was stuff to look at. Mountains, valleys, rivers, even trees and grass." Mason said nothing to that, because he knew she was referring to something he hadn't been part of. He'd been sidelined for nearly 2 years after taking a round to the shoulder during their mission to retrieve Anya from a high-security prison in the icy wastes of Siberia. Little could he have imagined the chain of events that ill-fated adventure would unleash. "Keegan liked it there, I think," she continued. "It was his kind of country. Wide open spaces, no people around. Son of a bitch probably thought he was John Wayne out on the frontier." The young woman had an oddly wistful look in her eyes when she spoke of their former teammate, killed during a mission in Afghanistan the previous year. It wasn't often that she indulged in nostalgia, but then, he supposed they hadn't had many opportunities to talk like this. Mason eased himself down onto a massive block of masonry that had probably once formed part of an archway, picked up his plastic bottle of water and took a drink.
"Still miss him, huh?"
He had felt the loss of a trusted comrade keenly himself, but it wasn't the same. He hadn't come to know Keegan the way Frost had. She drew the knife edge slowly along the stone, the rasp of metal an eerie counterpoint to the sighing wind beyond the walls. This is the part where I say he was like a father to me, that he looked out for me, and that it feels like I lost part of myself when he died.
This is the part where you be honest.
She shrugged, clearly uncomfortable talking about such personal matters, and for a time it seemed like she wasn't going to speak at all. Well, he drank too much, couldn't cook for shit, and he was definitely one of the most sexist guys I ever met. But he was still a better man than my real dad. And I miss him. She chewed her lip and looked down. I guess that counts for something.
Yeah.
He smiled, a little amused and strangely touched by her characteristically honest eulogy for a fallen friend.
Yeah. I guess it does.
Seeking to change the subject, she laid the knife down, snatched up a plastic bottle of water and tossed it to Layla, who opened her eyes and glared at the young woman as it landed in her lap. Drink, Frost commanded. Why? Because it's our job to keep you alive. I sure didn't ask for it, but it's ours anyway, and I'm not going to let our friends down because you were too stubborn to keep yourself hydrated. I'm not thirsty. No doubt considering the matter settled, she closed her eyes once more and resumed her meditation. Frost, however, was in no mood to let the matter rest. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll make this real simple. Drink the fucking water or we'll hold you down and force it down your throat. Your choice. The older woman let out a slow, weary sigh. God deliver us from Americans. Does every other word that comes from your mouth have to be a curse? Mason watched the smile spread across Frost's face. It wasn't a smile of pleasure or satisfaction, but rather anticipation of a good fight, something she seemed to enjoy a great deal. It's called freedom of speech. I don't suppose you're too familiar with that. Layla regarded her as one might regard a bothersome fly to be swatted. If you mean freedom to act as uncouth idiots, then you have used your rights with great enthusiasm. Grabbing the bottle of water, she hurled it away in disgust. And if this is the best you can muster, the rest of your so-called team have probably been captured or killed already. Frost said and did nothing for a few moments, as if she were weighing up the situation and carefully considering her next action. She didn't look angry. She was past that stage now, which worried Mason far more. Now she was making a calculated choice about what she could get away with doing to their captive. Then, just like that, she seemed to reach a decision. With a single, rapid movement she leapt to her feet, fists already clenched, muscles taut in preparation for what seemed likely to turn into a physical confrontation. At that same moment, however, Mason raised his hand and hissed a single word of command. Quiet! Angry and resentful she might have been, but Frost was still aware enough to know the danger they were all in. If Mason had appealed for silence, it had to be for a reason. Straight away she froze, saying nothing, her eyes on him. Her look said it all. What have you heard? Straining to listen over the mournful sigh of the desert wind and the faint hiss of billions of grains of constantly shifting sand, Mason waited, tense and silent, hoping against hope that what he'd heard had simply been in his mind, a trick played by the wind and the heat and his own imagination. Seconds passed, strained and anxious, as he waited. Nothing save for the background noise. He let out a breath slowly, wondering if it had been a false alarm. Then he heard it. The distant braying of an animal of some kind, accompanied by the clang of a bell. It was coming from somewhere off to the south. His eyes locked with Frost's, that one look communicating everything they were both thinking in that moment. Contact. Straight away he made a gesture with his hand, pointing 2 fingers to his eyes, then to Layla. Watch her. I'm going to check it out. Drawing his silenced weapon, Mason loped over to the south side of the ruined building and backed up against the wall, next to a gaping hole that might once have been the frame of a window. While Frost kept an eye on the prisoner, Mason took a breath, then edged around the hole just enough to glimpse the desert beyond their temporary sanctuary. As with his previous stint on lookout duty, there was little to see. The vast, empty expanse of sand and weathered rock seemed to stretch off into infinity. No other buildings, no vehicles, no people. He squinted as the hot breeze carried with it tiny grains of wind-blown sand that peppered his skin and eyes. The horizon seemed to shimmer and fade in and out, as if it possessed only a tenuous foothold in reality and might dissolve out of existence at any moment. The silenced weapon was a leaden weight in his sweating hands as he watched and waited. There. A shape emerging from a small valley to the southwest. A single animal, long-legged and heavily furred, with the distinctive humped back of a dromedary camel, and perched on top was a single human rider. He was clothed in the loose flowing robes typical of the indigenous peoples of this region, his head and face largely obscured by a keffiyeh. Most likely he was a Bedouin or a Tuareg, one of the nomadic tribesmen who inhabited the desert in this area. He might not have belonged to the Libyan military or government, but he was far from unprotected. Even from this range, Mason could make out the long knife sheathed at his waist, as well as the distinctive long barrel of a rifle slung across his back. Perhaps 200 yards distant, he seemed to be heading towards their hilltop refuge at an unhurried pace, allowing his mount to choose its own speed and course. But he was undoubtedly coming their way. "Shit," Mason mumbled as he ducked back behind cover, cursing their bad luck at having run into this isolated traveler. Knowing that Frost would be anxiously awaiting his report, he looked over at her and held his fingers to his eyes, then raised a single finger. "I see one man." Next, he raised his hand with his thumb outstretched and his index finger pointed skyward. One man, armed with a rifle. She nodded, understanding. Leaving his vantage point, Mason hurried over to join her, keeping his head down. "One tango on Camelback," he whispered. "He's heading towards us." "Fuck," the young woman hissed. "Military?" "Don't think so. Unless the Libyan army's added camels to their ranks. Looks like a civvy to me." "We can't let him see us," she warned him. "I know." "If he reports us to the authorities, it's game over." "I know." His tone was sharper than he'd intended, because he knew exactly what she was suggesting. If this new arrival spotted them, he couldn't be allowed to leave this place alive. "Then you know what we have to do." She was looking right at him now, needing to know if he was prepared to go all the way. It wouldn't be the first time that operations like this had incurred such collateral damage. It wasn't something anyone liked to talk about or even think about too much. But it was an ugly reality of their profession that every operative had to face up to sooner or later. The rule they lived by was simple, hard, and uncompromising. The mission came first. Always. "I don't like it any more than you do, but it's him or us. We have to do something." Sensing his reluctance, she shook her head and drew her automatic. "Screw it. I'll take care of it." "No," Mason cut in. Something about the distant figure continued to play on his mind, and only then did he realize why. "He's traveling light. I saw no tent, not many supplies." "So what?" "So he can't have gone far from his tribe. If he doesn't return home, he'll be missed. They'll come looking for him." One man with a rifle was a problem. An armed mob of angry tribesmen baying for revenge was something none of them would survive. "We're in the desert. Maybe he doesn't need a tent," she countered. "He could live in a cave for all we know." "You want to take that chance?" "So what do you suggest?" she pressed him. He chewed his lip for a moment, considering their limited options. "We hide. With luck, he'll be on his way before we know it." "And if he isn't?" Mason eyed her hard. "Then I'll take care of it," he promised. "Gather up our gear.
No tracks. Hurry.
Frost looked at him a moment longer, perhaps thinking to press her case, but reluctantly obeyed. There was no clear chain of command here as far as the two of them were concerned. They were equals, which meant neither had the final say in any decision-making. But perhaps some part of her hoped to escape this without bloodshed, despite the risks. Saying nothing, she turned away and quickly gathered together the water containers and their other limited supplies. As she did this, Mason turned his attention to Layla.
I have to gag and tie your hands for now,
he explained, speaking quietly and calmly. One scream from her was all it would take to alert the approaching tribesmen, and that would force their hand.
Don't make a sound. Everything will be fine.
I wouldn't count on that,
the woman said, though she held out her hands and allowed him to bind her wrists. With their captive secure and their gear gathered up, the small group retreated to the northeastern end of the building, where an alcove had once opened out into a small antechamber of some kind. It wasn't much, but it was as isolated and secluded a spot as they were likely to find. Assuming they remained quiet, nothing less than a full search of the building from end to end would uncover them. Mason was just settling into the shadowy recess when Frost suddenly let out a gasp.
"Oh, Christ!
What?"
he demanded, angered by the noise made by her outburst. For perhaps the first time since he'd known her, the young woman looked genuinely frightened, not because of the danger they were in, but because she realized she had made a mistake.
I left my knife out there. Shit!
Mason felt his heart sink. The knife that she had been so methodically sharpening when he'd returned from his vigil outside. She had laid it down on the sand to throw the bottle of water to Layla, and must have forgotten it in their haste to relocate. He remembered the exact spot where it lay.
I'll get it,
she said, making to get up. No sooner had she begun to rise than a shadow appeared in the building's ruined entrance. Gripping the young specialist to hold her back, Mason watched as the tribesman dismounted his camel and leapt nimbly down from the beast, landing easily on the sandy ground. Reaching behind him, he unwound his rifle from its strap and just stood there for several seconds, watching and listening. The weapon in his hands was an ancient Carabiner 98, a German bolt-action rifle dating back to the 1930s. Old it might have been, but it was also one of the best long-range rifles ever made. With a proper sight, they were lethally accurate at up to 1,000 yards, and still occasionally popped up in conflicts all over the globe. The wooden stock was scuffed and worn by decades of use, but the barrel and action still seemed to be in good order. They'd seen service in this part of the world during the Second World War, so it was possible some of them had fallen into local hands and been passed down through generations. Apparently satisfied that the building was unoccupied, the tribesman laid his rifle against a collapsed pillar, then lowered himself to the ground and began to unwind the keffiyeh from his head, revealing a mane of long, dark hair falling almost to his shoulders. Mason glanced at Frost, leaned in close to whisper in her ear.
"Stay here. Cover Layla."
Her eyes were wide, and she opened her mouth to protest, likely to the effect that she should be the one to do it, but he was already up and moving before she could stop him. Now left alone with her captive, Frost gripped her Browning automatic and turned it on Layla, flicking the safety catch to the off position. If the worst came to the worst and they were compromised, she wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Slipping from the shadowy annex, Mason crept forward, keeping low and tracing a careful path through the maze of ruins before him. He knew that Frost had been seated against the west wall of the building, and that she had lain her knife at her feet. Therefore it was off to the right of the new arrival. There was a chance he might not see it, particularly if windblown sand had begun to cover the gleaming blade. But even a cursory investigation of that area would likely yield it up. Mason had to get to it before then. Moving with infinite care and patience, he crept forward, inch by inch. His profession as a shepherd operative naturally required the ability to move with stealth. But for him, those skills dated back even further. He'd been an Army Ranger before joining the agency, part of a recon force specializing in operations behind enemy lines. He'd learned long ago the value of silence. He could see the tribesman now through a gap in the ruins. Having removed a water canteen from his belt, he poured a measure into a small bowl on the ground before him. Then, to Mason's surprise, he bent forward and began to wash his face. Strange that someone would waste such a precious resource for washing, he thought. Still, he cared less about the man's personal hygiene than he did about avoiding the prospect of killing him. On he went, moving forward step by step. The sun, now past its zenith, beat down on him with merciless intensity. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow and into his eyes, but he ignored the stinging discomfort as he rounded a collapsed archway, closing in on his target. The silenced automatic was in his right hand, a round chambered, and the safety disengaged. If the worst came to the worst, he could bring it to bear and drop his target in a heartbeat. From this range, he could scarcely miss. Almost there. Forcing himself to keep his breathing under control, he rounded the same block of fallen masonry he'd been sitting on earlier, catching his first glimpse of the small open space beyond. Shit. The knife was there, all right, exactly where Frost had left it, the finely machined blade gleaming in the harsh sunlight. The sand showed no signs of covering it any time soon, and likely the only reason their visitor hadn't spotted it was because his line of sight was partially blocked by the same pillar his rifle was resting against. But worst of all, Mason knew in that moment there was no way for him to reach the weapon without being spotted. A gap of at least 6 feet without a trace of cover stood in his way. Even if he wasn't looking in that direction, the tribesman would spot the movement out of the corner of his eye. Shit, shit, shit. He glanced down at the weapon in his hands, the inevitable thought surfacing that it might be the only course of action left. He had tried. He'd come as far as he could, risked exposure to save this man's life. But he could go no further. Frost had been right about one thing. It was him or them. He looked at the target once more. The nomad had finished washing his face and had turned his attention to his hands and arms. A slight turn of his head allowed Mason to catch a glimpse of his face in profile. A youthful face, the jawline showing only a darkening of stubble around the chin and upper lip. Just a kid. No more than 16. He was going to kill a kid. As he watched, the young man removed his boots and began to bathe his feet with the remaining water. It was only then that his seemingly inexplicable actions at last coalesced into a logical chain of events, leading up to a simple but profound conclusion. He wasn't washing out of a desire for personal cleanliness. He was purifying himself in preparation for Zuhr, the Islamic prayer offered up just after midday. If what Mason understood of the Islamic faith was correct, this might just give him the opportunity he needed. Sure enough, the young man unrolled a small prayer mat from amongst his gear and laid it on the sandy ground, facing east towards Mecca. Then, with great care, he stood before it, raised his hands up with his palms facing outward, then crossed them in front of his chest, and began to pray. Mason knew this was his chance. If this man was dedicated enough to pray out here alone with nobody watching over him, his mind and his senses would likely be focused solely on his task. And for now, at least, he was facing away from the knife. Taking a breath to psych himself up, Mason moved out from behind cover and crossed the dozen paces to the fallen knife, keeping his target covered at all times with the automatic. Reaching down without taking his eyes off the praying man, he felt around on the burning sand until his fingers brushed the edge of the blade. Sweat was pouring down his face, his throat was dry, and his heart was pounding. At any moment he expected the young man to whirl around, catch sight of him, and snatch up the rifle. Gripping the blade, Mason lifted it from its resting place and began to back away, raising and planting each boot with infinite care. All the while the young man continued to recite the salat, oblivious to the danger lurking mere feet away from him. Mason was gasping for breath when he finally lowered himself behind the substantial cover of a ruined wall, the nervous tension and anticipation held in check through sheer willpower at last making itself felt. The prayer lasted another couple of minutes, after which the young man carefully rolled up his mat and stowed it away, along with the bowl and water canteen. Surveying the ruined interior of the building one last time, he picked up his old bolt-action rifle, turned away, and mounted his camel once more to continue on his journey. Only when Mason was certain that both beast and rider had receded into the distance did he allow himself to relax a little. Rising from his hiding place, he was just in time to see Frost emerge from the alcove with the automatic still in hand.
"Jesus Christ, that was close,"
she said quietly. Mason tossed the knife to the ground at her feet, angry that her oversight had almost forced them to kill an innocent man.
"Take better care of it next time."
Chapter 34. Mukhabarat Headquarters, Tripoli. Sitting in silent contemplation, Tarek Sohan stared out of the window of the third-floor office, watching the shadows growing across the homes and office blocks of central Tripoli as the sun began its long descent towards the western horizon. His bandaged leg was throbbing with pain as the medication administered at the hospital in Nalat gradually wore off, though he paid it little heed. His mind was elsewhere, pondering all of the things that could so easily go wrong with this hastily conceived plan, all of the ways he could get himself and his wife killed today. Seated opposite him was his superior officer, Hussein Jibril, carefully reading his debriefing file. A big man who always looked in need of a shave, Jibril projected an air of benign indifference in most matters, usually allowing others to take the initiative. It was a ploy, of course, intended to weed out those who took him for a fool, but an effective one all the same. Jibril was a good man who had fostered Sohan's career and personally recommended him for his current position. Standing behind him was a far less welcome addition to the meeting. Bashir Kubar, the bulldog, was a silent and glowering presence. It was clear the man harbored suspicions about him, as well he might given the vague story he'd spun during his hospital debriefing. But there was nothing he could do about Kubar for now. All that mattered was Jibril.
"Well, not much of a report,"
the big intelligence chief remarked as he removed his reading glasses and looked up from the modest document.
"It seems we don't have a lot to go on, Tarek."
For his part, Sohan made an apologetic face. "I wish I could remember more. But they were good at what they did. I saw and heard very little the whole time I was with them. They made sure of it."
"So it would seem. And you have no idea what they wanted with you?"
Sohan shook his head. His boss sighed and leaned back, his chair creaking slightly under his ample weight.
"It's bad, Tarek. It looks bad for us when we can't even protect one of our own officers. These people march into our homes in the middle of the night, breeze through our security like it doesn't exist, and take what they want."
His air of genial indifference was gone now, revealing the wounded pride of an officer whose own competence had been called into question by recent events.
"This can't go unanswered. We must find who did this, no matter how long it takes."
Sohan said nothing to this, though he felt his stomach churn at the thought of what he was about to do.
"I'd like to go over the debriefing again. Compare your story with the other witnesses,"
Kubar interjected. Then, wary of openly questioning the integrity of a fellow officer, he added,
"Perhaps it may help you to remember things you didn't consider before."
"I've considered everything, Bashir," Sohan said, giving him a harsh look. "It's all there, in the report."
"And if it isn't," he replied, "if there is some detail you overlooked, something that may be key to finding these people, finding Layla, is that not worth a little more of your time, now, while it can still make a difference?"
Kubar, as always, was like a dog with a bone. He sensed something was wrong, and there was no way he would let it go until he got to the truth. Sooner or later he would find it, that much was clear. But Soen didn't need to stall him forever. Just long enough.
As you say.
Stifling a yawn, he reached up and rubbed his eyes, feigning exhaustion. It required little acting talent after everything he'd been through.
We can go over it again.
If you think it will help. Jibril was quick to pick up on the fatigue in his voice.
How long has it been since you got any sleep?
Soen looked at him ruefully.
A while.
A long while, actually.
I thought as much. What you need now is rest. You are no good to us exhausted and not thinking clearly. Get some sleep.
He gave Kubar a pointed look.
Tomorrow, Bashir can ask his questions.
Kubar, for his part, was wise enough to stifle further protests. He might have been tenacious, but he wasn't stupid. Pressing the matter would only antagonize Jibril and increase his sympathy for Soen. However, his dark expression made it clear he was far from pleased at having his investigation suspended, with questions still unanswered. Soen gave a pained smile.
I have nowhere to go.
By all accounts, fire had largely gutted his home before local emergency crews could get it under control. His house, and likely all of his possessions, were gone. Just another thing he had Ryan Drake to thank for. At this, Jibril nodded understanding.
We have sleeping quarters at Bab al-Azizia barracks. Not much in terms of comfort, but at least it's secure. Even these bastards can't get through an entire army division. I'll have a couple of our agents waiting downstairs to drive you there.
Thank you, Soen said, rising from his chair with difficulty with the aid of a walking stick. His injured leg burned with pain, though he kept his face composed through stubborn willpower.
If you don't mind, I'd like to freshen up first.
Of course.
Rounding his desk, Jibril shook hands with him.
If it means anything, I'm sorry about Layla. We'll do everything we can to get her back.
I'm doing everything I need to, Soen thought as he nodded in gratitude, then excused himself from the office. Only when he was in the corridor beyond did he allow himself to start breathing normally again. His heart was pounding as he limped down the hallway as fast as his injury would allow, knowing his time was short. They would be expecting him in the parking lot downstairs, and if he delayed too long, they would come looking. He had only a limited window in which to act. He had to make it count. Chapter 35. 15 years earlier. Drake slumped down in his corner, aching, lathered in sweat, gasping for breath. It was the end of the 9th round. There was only one more, and he was quite simply exhausted. The crowd was roaring and cheering, hundreds of voices baying for blood. They were watching the fight of their lives, and they were loving every moment of the drama now unfolding in the ring. His cornermen went to work on his battered body straight away, trying to control the bleeding cut over his left eye, and applying a cold compress to his bruised ribs. "How you feeling, lad?" Jack, his trainer, asked. He was a short, stocky man, about 70 years old, with wavy grey hair and an expressive, deeply lined face that had always reminded Drake of a bulldog.
"How do you think I'm feeling?" he gasped. "I'm fucking hurting."
At least 2 of his knuckles were broken. He could feel the pain radiating out from the damaged joint, coursing in waves up his arm. He was breaking himself on a complete nobody.
"Aye? Well, so is he."
Drake glanced over at Jack's shoulder at his opponent. He was arguing with his trainer. The man was shouting and pleading with him to throw in the towel, but he was shaking his head, pushing aside the pleas and the protests. Defiant to the end.
"Then why isn't he beaten?"
Drake demanded, anger and frustration welling up inside.
"This was supposed to be a fucking walkover, Jack. What's wrong with him?"
The old man leaned in close, his ugly bulldog face only inches away.
"He's fighting for pride. Don't you understand? That's all he's got left."
Drake had made a serious mistake with this fight. His opponent had once been a decent contender, but now he was old and past his prime, regarded as nothing but a stepping stone in his career. Anticipating an easy victory, Drake had done little training for the fight, and his lack of preparation was telling.
He's making me look bad. What am I supposed to do?
He asked, at a loss.
Fucking knock him out, Jack yelled. Nobody else can do it for you. You have to stop him.
10 seconds, the timekeeper yelled to be heard over the crowd.
It's you and him now, son. Forget the crowd. Forget me. Forget everything else. None of this matters. All that matters is the next 3 minutes. He wants this as much as you. So you have to take it away from him. Now get stuck in and finish it. Do it now.
Taking a deep breath, Drake rose up on weary legs to start his last round. Drake was crouched on the roof of a residential apartment building, overlooking the main road leading to the headquarters of the Libyan intelligence service. It had been easy enough for a man with his skills to sneak up here unseen, quietly disabling the lock on the fire door that led out from the building's central stairwell and wedging it shut behind him. Nobody else was coming up here without him knowing. He could be sure of that. From his vantage point, he could just about make out the yellow-painted 3-story office complex that housed this country's most feared secret police force, its facade partially screened by trees, though it was impossible to get closer without risking detection. From what he could discern, the HQ building itself was set within a large walled compound, complete with vehicle checkpoints, guard posts, and barbed wire entanglements. Formidable enough security measures at the best of times, but it was the ones hidden from sight that were of greater concern. More than likely, the compound contained enough armed operatives to see off all but the most determined assaults. Not only that, but in his clandestine journey across town, Drake had spied several men that were almost certainly plain-clothed agents. He'd been in the business long enough to recognize fellow operatives when he saw them, and though they didn't exactly announce their presence, it was clear they were there to keep an eye on the local population. And he knew why. It might have been trying to join the Good Boys Club in recent years, but the Gaddafi regime was far more fearful of its own people than it was of foreign invaders, as it should have been. One didn't maintain an iron grip on power for nearly 4 decades through popular approval, but rather through fear and intimidation. With near total control over the media and a culture of surveillance and distrust permeating every aspect of Libyan life, any hint of dissent or talk of rebellion was swiftly and ruthlessly put down. In short, no one, Shepherd team or otherwise, was getting into that compound unless they were granted access. And he'd allowed Sohan, the one man who held the key to his salvation, to waltz right into that impregnable fortress. If he didn't feel like coming out, there was absolutely nothing Drake or his team could do about it. Not for the first time, he found himself questioning the wisdom of his hastily conceived plan. It was a move born from desperation, and that was a poor motive for any course of action. "Monarch, this is Envoy. How's your copy?" McKnight signaled via his radio earpiece. The tactical radios were discreet enough to wear without much fear of discovery, particularly with the keffiyeh to cover most of his face. Well aware of the danger of traveling together, they had agreed to part company for the time being, with Drake taking up position as close to the headquarters building as possible. McKnight, meanwhile, was stationed at a coffee house about a quarter of a mile away, seemingly a popular destination for tourists. Either way, at least it allowed her to blend in easier. "Good copy, Envoy," he replied. "No activity. What's your situation?" "Well, the coffee's pretty good here, but I've had some fat Italian guy creeping on me for the past 20 minutes. Think he's taking a leak right now." Drake couldn't help but smile. Her report didn't exactly conform to radio discipline, but he didn't mind. Their radios were operating on an encrypted frequency, so nobody else could listen in on the conversation. It was just the two of them. "Sorry to hear that." "Don't be. I plan to take him up on his offer if this thing goes south." This time he actually chuckled in amusement. For a few precious seconds he allowed himself to forget their precarious situation, forget the danger and the paranoia and the fear that had driven them since all this had begun. They had been under near constant pressure since their arrival in Libya, and as much as they were trained to deal with such things, it was a relief to step back from it for just a moment. "We'll get through this," he said quietly, his voice carrying a more serious tone now. "I promise." "I know." She lapsed into silence. But he could sense she had more to say, something that had been preying on her mind. "Ryan, Wait," he interrupted. Don't say anything, Sam. Just for a few seconds." Closing his eyes, he exhaled slowly, the drone of traffic and people and music, and the countless other sounds of the bustling city fading into the background of his consciousness as the seconds stretched out. He could feel the warmth of the setting sun on his face, the faint breeze sighing in from the Mediterranean. McKnight might not have been on that rooftop with him in person, but she was connected to him all the same. He imagined her there beside him, the scent of her, the warmth of her skin next to his, the feel of her breath on his cheek. Just for a moment. "There's something I need to ask you," she said, breaking the spell. "Yeah?" "Back at that farm, when you had Layla hostage, those things you threatened to do to her. Would you really have gone through with it?" Drake was glad then of the distance between them, glad she couldn't see the look in his eyes, glad she couldn't know what was in his mind and his heart. "It didn't come down to that," he said quietly. "I knew someone would break." "But if he hadn't," she pressed him. "What then?" Drake could feel the muscles in his throat tightening, because she was asking a question he'd avoided himself until now. "You're afraid," a voice in his head said accusingly. "Is it because you know the answer and you're afraid to admit it? Or because you don't, and that scares you even more? Do you really want her to know what kind of man you once were, and could still be? Or are you scared that man isn't as deeply buried as you thought?" "You and the others are my priority. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe, Sam." He sighed and looked up to the evening sky, wondering how many times those same words had been used to justify horrific, deplorable acts. Whatever it takes. Silence greeted him. It wasn't the answer she'd sought, wasn't the reassurance she needed, but she was smart enough to know it was the best he could truthfully offer. "There are people nearby, I have to go," the woman said, her voice somehow more remote, more detached and businesslike. She was back in work mode now. "Signal when you have something." "I will." Easing the door open, Sohan slipped inside and quickly pulled it closed behind him, letting out a breath. He was alone, for the time being at least. The familiar, mundane office in which he now found himself was an absurd contrast to the frantic, desperate events of the past 24 hours that had seen the rest of his life turned upside down. Even he had to admit there was a certain comfort in the familiarity of it all. The cheap wood veneer desk with coffee rings all over, the obligatory framed picture of Colonel Gaddafi hung on the wall, the stack of papers awaiting his attention, and the antique letter opener resting on top. A gift from his father-in-law when he'd been promoted to his current position. None of that was important now, however. What he cared about was the computer occupying the center of the desk. That was where he'd find the information he needed. That was what might well mean the difference between life and death, for him and for Layla. Limping over to the other side of the desk, he eased himself gratefully into the worn office chair, reached out, and switched on the machine. A low hum permeated the small office as cooling fans whirred into life. As he waited for the machine to boot up, he glanced at the desk again, his gaze lingering on the framed picture that had occupied this office almost as long as he had. It was a photograph, taken several years ago on a beach far to the east of Tripoli, well away from the buildings and cars and noise and disruption. A photograph of Layla. Momentarily distracted, she hadn't even realized he was taking her picture. It truly was a moment frozen in time. A moment for which he was forever grateful. Normally he hated taking pictures, the formality of it, the awkwardness, as if human beings were mannequins to be posed and positioned with no will of their own. But not that time. That time he'd caught her in a perfect moment, sitting on the pristine white sand, knees drawn up to her chest, staring out across the waves in silent contemplation. It was her eyes that had so captivated him. The look in them was one of such great wonder and wistfulness that even years later he still found himself moved by it. He'd always wondered what she had been thinking at that moment, but in all these years had never brought himself to ask. In truth, he didn't really want to know. Some things were better left unknown. The computer was ready. Logging into the secure network with his own credentials, he called up the main file directory and inputted a single search term: Minos. Minos was the code name under which the prisoner exchange project had operated. Perhaps, given the subject matter, its moniker had been assigned with a certain dash of ironic humor, for Minos was a figure in ancient Greek mythology who forced the king of Athens to choose men and women to send to his twisted, winding labyrinth, never to return. As the directory opened up, Sohan found himself confronted with multiple subfolders dedicated to every aspect of the program, from prisoner dossiers to logistical arrangements for their incarceration, debriefings about their capture, interrogation reports, networks of aliases, and additional contacts. Everything within this directory had been carefully saved and catalogued, and not for simple reasons of posterity. One never knew when a seemingly innocent piece of administrative data could prove to be a useful tool, or weapon, if the need arose. Eager to download what he needed and get the hell out before he was missed, Sohan selected the main prisoner transfer list and opened it up. No files found. "What?" he gasped, trying again. No files found. Trying to convince himself it was merely a fluke, an oversight, an error, he opened a different directory, this one filled with time-logged communications between Libyan intelligence and their Western counterparts. No files found. With mounting desperation, Sohan opened another file, and another, seeking an exception only to meet with the same chilling result every time. The entire Minos directory had been deleted. Letting out a pained sigh, Sohan held his head in his hands as the full magnitude of his discovery sank in. Someone within the Mukhabarat was trying to erase all record of the project. Someone with administrative-level authority. Who? Why? That was when it happened. A click from the door. The click of a lock being disengaged. Moving parts working. A handle being turned. Glancing up from the screen, Sohan watched as the door swung open to reveal his superior, his friend, his mentor, Hussein Jibril, the director of the Mukhabarat. Chapter 36. For a few moments both men remained frozen in place, just staring at each other without saying a word.
"Tarek?"
Jibril said, finally breaking the silence.
"What are you doing here?"
Sohan's mind was racing, composing and discarding half a dozen excuses and explanations in the space of a few seconds. Thinking fast, Sohan reached for the framed photo of Layla and held it up. "A keepsake," he said, allowing the sorrow and worry to show in his eyes. "It's the only one I have left now."
"Ah, of course," Jibril said, nodding. "I can't imagine how you must be feeling. You must be losing your mind with worry."
"I am," Sohan admitted truthfully. The computer was still humming away. Cocking his head curiously, Jibril folded his arms.
"What's that for? I thought you'd be eager to get out of here for a while."
"I bet you did," Sohan thought. Someone with administrative-level privileges trying to erase all evidence of Project Minos, including, perhaps, the men involved in it.
I've been thinking about what exactly?
About the men who kidnapped me. Why they did it. What they were looking for. I had a hunch, so I came here and did some digging.
Why didn't you say something?
Because I didn't know who I could trust,
Sowen said, allowing some emotion to creep into his voice. A man wrestling with the difficult and dangerous notion that his comrades might not be who he thought they were.
I didn't want to say anything until I had proof.
And do you?
Jibril prompted, taking a step closer.
Have proof.
Sowen gestured to the computer screen.
Take a look for yourself.
Curious, Jibril rounded the desk and leaned in closer to take a look at the screen, while Sowen rose from his chair and stepped back to give him some room. The timing was perfect. Reaching out, Sowen seized up the letter opener resting atop his stack of unread mail. Jibril began to look up, alerted by the sudden movement, but a backhanded strike with Sowen's free hand sent him reeling, stumbling over the chair that Sowen had deliberately placed behind him. The stunned man tumbled to the floor with a loud, fleshy thump, letting out a grunt of pain and surprise. Sowen was on him in a moment, the point of the letter opener pressed into the skin just beneath his right eye. It was hardly a formidable weapon, but used in such a vulnerable spot, it was more than enough to blind or even kill him.
Make a sound, and you'll be dead before you finish your first word,
Sowen hissed, the righteous anger now burning inside him enough to temporarily override the pain of his injured leg.
Nod, if you understand.
Swallowing back his fear, Jibril nodded.
What have you done with the Minos files?
He demanded. Jibril's eyes were wide.
Tarek, I don't know what you think.
Don't lie to me!
Sowen snarled, pressing the blade in harder. Hard enough to draw blood.
I know you're part of this. After everything that's happened, there's no way you should have let me walk free after my debriefing. Any intelligence officer would have known I could have been compromised, but not you. You wanted me to leave this place. Take a ride with your security detail. Where? Out to the desert where you could kill me?
Jibril said nothing to this, and that hurt far worse than any injury. It was the pain of knowing he was right, that a man he trusted was ready to have him killed.
Why, Hussein? He pleaded. Why are you doing this to me?
You don't understand. It's not me who made this happen.
Who then?
His friend's fleshy throat moved as he swallowed.
The Americans. They had demanded you in exchange for one of their own. Said they would break our alliance if we didn't hand you over.
What do you mean?
Jibril gave a weary, resigned sigh.
The man you brought back from Paris. He wasn't an Islamic terrorist. He was CIA.
That was when everything changed. That was when the world seemed to fall apart around him. Sowen felt like a knife had just been plunged into his stomach. Fired. The terrorist accused of trying to organize an armed insurgency in Libya was in fact working for their supposed allies. The only man who could answer his questions was right in front of him.
What the hell do you mean he was CIA? What was he doing there?
Faulkner. He tipped us off that the Americans were preparing to move against us, channeling weapons and money to opposition groups in the western provinces. The deal they cut was nothing but a delaying tactic to hide their true intentions. They're planning to start a coup here, Tarek. He gave us the name of one of their key weapons suppliers, told us where and how to find him. So we did. We put you in charge of capturing him. Only the Americans found out what we were doing, traced the rendition order back to you. They must have sent a team to capture you. When that failed, they demanded that we put you on a rendition flight to the United States. We deleted all references to Faulkner's intel on our systems as a precaution.
And you just agreed to it,
he managed to say, stunned by what he was hearing.
Why?
To buy time. The man you captured was one of the key elements of the coup attempt. He knew everything. Names, bank account numbers, the time and place of transactions, even the routes they were using to smuggle weapons into the country. All of it was stored on his computers, but their contents were encrypted. We needed time to break in, decipher it all. Until then, we had to keep the Americans on side.
On side? Sowen repeated, incredulous. The men you knew were plotting our downfall. How did you ever expect to keep them on our side?
Use your head, Tarek. We both know the situation in our country. Half the western provinces are on the verge of open rebellion. There are more attacks and demonstrations with every passing month. We can kill and imprison as many rebels and dissidents as we want, but in the end it will make no difference. The tide is turning against us, and sooner or later we are all going to be washed away by it. Unless we have allies who will help us, protect us when the time comes. Allies who owe us a favor, because we uncovered their plans, but chose not to act against them.
Sowen felt like he was about to throw up. This man that he trusted, believed in, who was supposed to be leading the fight to hold Libya together, was openly admitting defeat. Worse, he was virtually sanctioning a foreign-backed revolution to save his own skin. You are talking about standing by and allowing them to start a civil war, letting them tear our country apart?
I'm talking about survival. That's all it comes down to in the end.
Sowen let out a breath, shock and disbelief vying with a growing sense of disgust and hatred towards the man cowering beneath him. Survival, he thought with grim resignation. Saving his own fat ass at the cost of hundreds, maybe thousands of lives. Was such a man really worthy of survival? Did Sowen himself deserve to live, knowing he'd played a part in this terrible chain of events that might well destroy his country? What might he do now the evidence he'd planned to use against Faulkner was gone? Stand impotently by and watch the tragic events unfold? Run away and hide? Hoping that history never caught up with him? No, he thought, a fire of defiance kindling inside him. He wouldn't stand by and do nothing. The intel you recovered from the American. Where is it? Jibril's eyes lit up, perhaps guessing what he was thinking.
Tarek, you can't.
Withdrawing the letter opener, Sowen raised it up and plunged it suddenly into Jibril's left hand, feeling the spongy resistance as the slender blade passed through his flesh, followed by the jarring impact as it buried itself in the floorboards underneath. He was able to clamp a hand over Jibril's mouth, muffling his scream sufficiently that no one in the corridor outside was likely to hear.
Tell me what I want to know,
he whispered in the man's ear,
or the blade goes somewhere far more personal next time.
It was a good few seconds before Jibril had calmed down enough for Sowen to remove his hand. When he did, the man was breathing hard, his teeth clenched against the pain.
Where is it?
Sowen repeated.
Evidence room, he spat. Locker G43. But you can't get to it, even if you try. You need high-level security clearance just to get in.
You mean this?
Reaching down, Sowen yanked Jibril's access card key off the pin holding it to his shirt.
I'll take my chances.
With some difficulty he rose to his feet. Adrenaline was coursing through his veins and doing a good job of suppressing the pain in his injured leg for now. Jibril, with one hand still pinned to the ground and a noticeable pool of blood seeping out beneath, was forced to remain where he was.
You hate me, he said, seeing the look in his former friend's eyes. You hate what I am, what I've done, the compromises I've made, the people I've chosen to side with. Maybe you have a right to, but that doesn't mean I regret it.
I know, Sowen said sadly, reaching for the walking stick he'd been using since his discharge from hospital. And that's what hurts the most, Hussein. A swift, hard blow to the face was enough to slam Jibril's head back against the floor. There was a fleshy thump, and Jibril let out a grunt of pain and surprise in the fleeting moments before his consciousness faded away. Dropping the stick, Sohan knelt down beside him once more. With trembling hands, he quickly searched the unconscious man, helping himself to Jibril's cell phone and car keys, shoving the keys in his pocket, alongside the security card. The cell phone was his first priority. Sweeping a finger across the screen to unlock it, he punched in a number from memory and hit the dial icon. As he'd expected, it didn't take Drake long to answer. "What's your situation?" he asked, his voice low and deceptively calm.
"The files are gone,"
Sohan replied, a little out of breath as he pocketed the car keys.
"The director was part of this. He ordered them deleted before I could get to them."
Sohan could only imagine what was going through Drake's mind.
"Then we're finished."
"Maybe not. The CIA are planning a coup in Libya, sending weapons and equipment to anti-government rebels in our western district. If they succeed, the country will fall into civil war. Tens of thousands will die."
Silence for several moments.
"You're sure of this?"
"The director himself confessed to me."
"Jesus Christ," Drake breathed.
"That is what it was all about, protecting that operation. And the man that you captured in Paris was the cornerstone of the whole thing."
"So where is he now?"
"Dead,"
was Sohan's blunt response.
"You mean executed?"
"I mean dead. He killed himself in his cell the night we brought him in. Took his own life rather than give up the rest of his conspirators."
"Shit," Drake growled. "Then we've got nothing to go on."
"Maybe not. The laptop he had with him was heavily encrypted, which means it likely holds something of great value,"
Sohan went on.
"Our experts have not been able to break into it yet, but if we can get to it and decrypt it—"
"We can stop this thing before it even begins,"
Drake finished for him.
"I can get to it, but I don't have much time. I've been discovered. Hussein Jibril, the director, he found me. I had to take him down, but it won't be long before people realize he's missing."
"Did the man have car keys on him?"
"Yes."
"Do you know what kind of car he drives?"
"I think so."
He vaguely recalled seeing Jibril entering a silver Lexus in the past.
"The parking lot is downstairs, in the basement."
"Then you need to get out of there,"
Drake said. His voice was still calm and controlled, but there was an edge to it now, the commanding tone of a man used to giving orders and making decisions under pressure.
"Not without that computer."
Sohan's tone was equally firm. Another pause.
"Can you make it?"
"For all our sakes, I hope so."
"Fuck," Drake said under his breath, realizing there was no way he could stop Sohan going through with his hastily conceived plan.
"Then you better get moving."
"On my way."
Powering down the computer, Sohan dragged himself to his feet, wincing in pain as damaged flesh and muscle protested. Injured, tired, and afraid he might be, but he was here, and nobody else could help him now. Even if this desperate plan somehow succeeded, he would certainly have no future in Libya. He would be a traitor, an outcast, shunned and despised for his betrayal, and hunted by agents of the very organization he had worked so hard to serve. Assuming he made it out of the country, and he didn't doubt his ability to disappear and remain hidden from them as long as he had to. After all, he had played that game from the other side and knew all the tricks his people employed. But such a life of running and hiding, forever watching his back and keeping his guard up, was a failure, a defeat, a humiliating end to a life and career that could have been so much more. He'd once imagined himself as a protector, a bastion of peace and order, striving to hold back the tides of chaos and bloodshed that threatened to engulf his country. A good man, fighting a good cause. But there were no good men in this world. He saw that now well enough, and felt nothing but shame for his part in this disgusting abuse of power. His only hope now was to prevent more innocent lives being lost. One way or another, he had to see this through himself. Leaving Jabril sprawled on the floor, he paused for a moment at the door, listening for activity in the corridor beyond. Satisfied that the coast was clear, he retreated from the room, pulling the door shut behind him and locking it. With luck, it would buy him enough time to do what he had to. On a rooftop several blocks away, Drake moved the phone away from his ear and instead hit the radio transmitter at his throat. "Monarch to Envoy." "Go, Monarch." "We've got a problem," he said, speaking fast and urgently. "Someone may be compromised. We need to make a quick exit. Ditch your position and converge on me." Straight away, her voice stepped up a gear. "We'll call Monarch. Envoy is en route now." Drake's heart was beating fast as he abandoned his rooftop observation post, making his way to the emergency fire escape. If this went wrong, both he and McKnight would need to be able to leave the area quickly. "Copy that. Stay on the net, Envoy. Monarch is moving to street level." As he removed the wedges holding the door shut and ventured into the darkened stairwell beyond, Drake sent a silent prayer that their erstwhile prisoner made it out of that compound alive. He could do nothing to help until Soham was clear of those walls. Until then, it all depended on him. Taking a breath, Soham reached out and swiped Jabril's access card through the security reader beside the door. There was a moment of tense silence. Then mercifully a green light appeared on the reader, followed by a buzz as the door's electronic locks disengaged. Soham couldn't get into the storage vault on the other side fast enough. As the door closed behind him, automatic lights sensed his presence and blinked into life, illuminating the room for the first time. Even now, the scale of the place took him by surprise. Resembling a warehouse rather than a secure archive facility, the room was a good 30 yards long and half as wide, crammed to the ceiling with row after row of metal shelves, each laden with cardboard boxes of every shape and size imaginable. Within them, painstakingly archived and catalogued, were the evidence containers of every active operation currently undertaken by the Mukhabarat. The air here was cool and dry, the climate monitored night and day to ensure the delicate paper documents didn't decay. It had the feeling of a tomb, which wasn't inappropriate considering many of the documents and pieces of evidence dealt with death in its countless forms. Everything from kidnapping and torture to execution and assassination was archived here, a world of secrets that only his agency's most trusted members were allowed free access to. But he didn't need the world today. Just one laptop computer. Focusing on that goal, he strode forward through the labyrinth as fast as his injury would allow, ignoring the countless shelves he passed along the way and the secrets they contained. After 50 yards, he reached Section G and turned left, seeking container number 43. He was close now. He could feel it. His heart sank when he stopped at the section he needed, staring upward in dismay. The container he needed was on the top shelf. "Damn it," he said under his breath. Grabbing a movable ladder that had been fixed into rollers at the base, he slid it along until he'd reached the correct area, took a breath to prepare himself, and struggled up the steps. Every step was agony, forcing damaged muscle to bunch and contract as he pulled himself upward. He was sweating visibly by the time he'd made it to the top, having to clutch at the ladder with trembling hands to steady himself. "How's it going in there?" Drake asked over the phone line. "Ask me in a few moments," Soham replied tersely, reaching out for the box occupying position 43 and flipping the lid off. He held his breath as he reached inside, gripping the plastic evidence bag to pull it out. His fears vanished the moment he saw the distinctive outline of the laptop, nestled within the sealed plastic container. "I have it," he said, letting out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Drake's reaction was immediate. "Thank Christ. Now, get your ass out of there." He didn't have to be told twice, clambering down the ladder with only one arm to grip the railing, while cradling the precious computer with the other. In under a minute, he'd rifled through a couple of other evidence boxes until he'd found a canvas rucksack, dumped out its contents, and placed the laptop carefully inside, then slung it over one shoulder. He was ready. He'd found what he needed. His only task now was to get it to safety. Chapter 37. Great Falls National Park, Virginia, Marcus Kane disliked being summoned anywhere at the best of times. As deputy director of the CIA, there were few people on this earth who had either the official authority or the personal power to demand his presence. Unfortunately, the man now walking beside him on the quiet woodland trail possessed more than enough of both to force his compliance. So here he was, out in the woods, 10 miles from central D.C. in Fairfax County. It was a cool, damp, misty afternoon in Virginia, the sky visible as an unbroken sheet of grey through the dripping tree canopy overhead. The air smelled of moss and wet earth, the ground still coated with the remnants of last season's dead leaves that clung to his expensive shoes as he walked. He'd never cared too much for the outdoors. His busy work schedule permitted little time for vacations, and even if that hadn't been the case, he doubted he would have chosen to spend his time somewhere like this. But his lone companion today liked to meet here, liked the silence of the empty woodlands and the privacy they permitted. He knew each of the trails that wound their way through the area, so here they met. "I'm hearing worrying things from Libya," he began, stepping over a fallen branch as the two men walked side by side, their trail taking them close to a fast-flowing river swollen by recent rains. "Abductions of senior personnel? Police shootouts? Plane crashes of private airfields? Their security services are on high alert. They suspect something's wrong. So I have to ask, what exactly is going on out there?" Richard Stark wasn't a big or imposing man, didn't project an aura of charisma or authority like so many others in positions of power. In fact, his manner and appearance reminded Kane of a history professor, pensive and thoughtful, conservative in both his words and his actions, a man who spoke less than he listened, who rarely roused himself to displays of anger, who functioned best alone with his own thoughts. But Stark was no history professor, and his quiet demeanor masked a ferociously intelligent mind, backed by a capacious memory, a deep understanding of the world he helped to shape and direct, and an iron will to make his objectives happen. Kane would have expected nothing less from the director of the National Security Agency, America's premier source of signals intelligence, charged with monitoring global communications for potential threats, espionage, listening in on rival nations, and just about anything else their government might need. Very little escaped his knowledge, in particular, the events currently playing out half a world away in Libya. "There have been some problems. We're handling it," Kane assured him. He'd known this was going to be a difficult conversation. Stark glanced at him, his grey eyes giving away nothing at all. Even Anya would have been hard-pressed to discern the man's thoughts and motivations. But Kane was in no doubt that Stark was assessing him, regarding him with that same cool, calculating, analytical mind, perhaps judging whether he was worthy of the position to which he'd been elevated. "You know I like you, Marcus," he said at length. "You're smart, capable, and creative. You see things your predecessor didn't. That's why I vouched for you. Put my own reputation at stake to bring you into the group." And there lay the heart of this discussion. The group, as it was known to those who were truly part of it, though it had no true name even amongst its most senior and trusted members. For others, on the outside or foolish enough to believe they understood its nature and purpose, it was known by many names: the section, the circle, even the faction. Each was as true and as false as the other, for that was the very nature of the group, a twisting serpentine force of baseless lies and formless shadows. Deceit and subterfuge were its modus operandi, misdirection its greatest weapon. The irony was that this most secretive of organizations made no effort to hide its existence. Indeed, its members had actively encouraged speculation over the years, with careful leaks of misinformation, expertly fabricated trails of breadcrumbs for those willing to follow. And people had followed. They always did. The rumors, claims, and counterclaims had slowly blended fact with fiction, truth with lies, eventually becoming so thoroughly seeded into popular culture that normal people had long since dismissed them as ghost stories and wild conspiracy theories. Secrecy wasn't their veil. Apathy and ignorance was what kept them hidden in plain sight. But for all their misdirection, the group was very real. To their allies, they represented a shifting entity of uncertain identity and active deceit, coupled with undeniable strength, unknowable goals, and unproven loyalty, a dangerous combination that bred mistrust and paranoia. To their enemies, they were a true nightmare, a foe that could strike from any direction, that seemed to thwart any stratagem, and strike at weakness no matter how well hidden. That's not a privilege. It's not a reward or a token of respect. It's a responsibility, perhaps the greatest and most terrible responsibility anyone could ever wish for. You wanted a seat at the big table. This is how you have to earn it. In short, this is one responsibility you do not wish to take lightly, Marcus. The group doesn't reward failure with second chances. Have I ever let you down? Kane asked frankly. In all the years we've known each other, have I ever given you reason to doubt me? Stark raised his eyebrows in a gesture that might have been grudging acknowledgement. The risk of failure is growing, he observed with clinical detachment. If we're discovered, we're handling this, Kane repeated, driving home the point with absolute conviction. Antonia is on schedule, just as we discussed. In a few days, we'll be in a position to change the balance of power across the entire region. Millions of lives will be changed forever. Isn't that worth the risk? Isn't that what the group exists to do? Stark had stopped walking, had turned to look at him, regarding him with those depthless, unknowable grey eyes, those eyes that gave away nothing. Kane met those eyes without reservation, without fear. Fear could destroy men like him. We'll see, Stark conceded, turning away to resume his walk. Chapter 38. Mukhabarat Headquarters, Tripoli. Most of the cars in the facility were stored in an underground parking lot, regularly patrolled by security teams armed with handguns and sniffer dogs, in case one of the cars was carrying something more sinister than a speeding ticket. Usually the parking lot was accessed via a pair of elevators at the west and east ends of the building, but these were heavily used by overweight analysts who couldn't be bothered making their own way between floors. Sohan had no desire to encounter such people now, or indeed one of the operatives Jibril had assigned to escort him off the premises. For all he knew, they could be looking for him already. Instead, he sought out the nearest stairwell and made his way down, taking the steps as fast as his injured leg would allow. Every movement sent lightning bolts of pain shooting upward from his thigh, but he clutched at the railings for support and forced his way through the pain. Pain could be dealt with later, when he was far away from this place. "Where are you now?" Drake asked. "In the stairwell, heading down." "Good. Take it slow and steady. Don't run." "Easy for you to say," Sohan grunted, anger flaring up for a moment. "You are not here." "I know, but I'm close. Once you're outside, I can help you." Suddenly he froze, alerted by the click of shoes on the steps further down. Pulse hammering in his ears, Sohan leaned out over the railing to view the stairs below, and sure enough, spotted a man in a grey suit making his way up. He was big and burly, the light reflecting off the top of his shaven head. But crucially, he wasn't rushing up as if he was moving to intercept a wanted fugitive. Rather, he seemed to be taking the steps at his own pace. Realizing there was little option but to bluff his way past, Sohan quickened his pace, forcing himself to walk straight and steady despite the pain. Rounding a corner, he found himself approaching the man in the grey suit. He barely looked up at Sohan. His attention instead focused on the cell phone in his hands as he typed out a text message. "I don't care if you have to work on this all night," Sohan growled into his phone in Arabic, using it to block the man's view of his face as they passed each other.
"Those reports were supposed to be in 2 days ago, and I'm not going to take the blame for your mistakes."
The other man had clearly heard such things many times before, and gave a pained look as he passed by. Letting out a breath, Sohan quickly covered the last flight, grateful beyond words when he reached the base of the stairs. Like most of the rest of the building, the doors at the bottom which opened out into the parking lot were controlled by keycard access. Removing Jibril's card from his pocket, he swiped it through the reader. There was a crisp beep and a buzz as the door's magnetic locks disengaged. He was out. The parking lot beyond occupied most of the building's subterranean footprint, easily 100 yards across and almost the same in length. Brightly lit by harsh electric strip lighting suspended from the concrete ceiling, the parking lot offered few places to hide, save for the occasional support pillar. His only saving grace was that the place was less than half full at such a late hour, making it easier to find Jibril's car. Like most intelligence agencies, the Mukaber had never stopped no matter what time of day or night it was, but its employees were still only human. Unless there was a major incident, the building operated with minimal staff overnight. "Keep your eyes open for security cameras," Drake advised. "Try to use the phone to block their view of you, and don't run. Running draws attention." "Any other insights?" Sohan asked with unveiled sarcasm as he made his way down the rows of parked vehicles, trying to look like he knew where he was going. There were plenty of silver cars here, many of which conformed to the same basic size and shape of Jibril's vehicle. He had the key fob in his hand, and every so often gave it an experimental press to see if any of the nearby cars responded. So far, nothing. He was about halfway down the row when the echo of voices drew his attention to the right, where a two-man security team had just appeared from behind the elevator bank. One of the guards glanced his way, giving a disinterested nod of acknowledgement. Sohan nodded back, trying to look equally disinterested. Just another tired and stressed analyst making his way home at the end of a long day. At least, he looked the part, unshaven and disheveled as he was. Pressing the key fob again, he carried on with his seemingly fruitless quest.
"I can't find it,"
he said, his quiet tone belying the mounting sense of urgency he felt.
"There's a security team here. They're watching me."
"Just keep looking," Drake said. What else was he going to say? Give up and turn yourself in? It's no big deal. People forget where they park all the time. Chancing a look at the security team, he saw the same guard glance his way again. There was a hint of curiosity in his gaze now. Sohan wasn't acting like the other drivers he was so used to seeing.
"They sense something is wrong,"
he said, feeling himself tense up involuntarily. He knew that tension would manifest in his body language, something the guards were trained to look for. "Listen to me," Drake said, cutting in. "When I was a kid, I stole a video game from a shop in Brixton." Such was Sohan's dismay at his bizarre change in subject that he actually forgot about his dangerous situation for a few moments.
"What are you talking about?"
"Listen, this is important. Keep walking and listen. I was 8 years old, probably in with the wrong crowd. You know the story. Anyway, I wanted to impress my mates, so we agreed to each steal something from a shop on Brixton High Street. I chose a Game Boy game, because I thought it was more impressive than anything they took. So I walked down the aisle, calm as you like, swiped it, and stuffed it in my jacket and turned to leave. That's when it hit me. I couldn't do it. I felt like everyone in the world was watching me. All I had to do was walk out the main door, but every step was like walking through treacle." Sohan was so perplexed by his story that he passed right by the security team on the other side of the parking lot, scarcely noticing them as he went. "That's when I realized the secret to getting out of these places. Act like a dickhead. Act like you're pissed off at the world, like you own the place, like nobody's got a right to get in your way. Act like you couldn't give a shit what anyone else thinks of you, because you've got no time for them. So I did. And I walked." Sohan paused, alerted by the distinctive whoop-whoop of a car's central locking system disengaging. Glancing left, he finally spotted Jibril's silver Lexus LS parked in the far corner of the lot, and made straight for it. Practically collapsing in the driver's seat, he closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief.
"I'm in,"
he said, hardly believing it was true. Good man. See? Act like a dickhead. Works every time. Did it work for you? He couldn't help but ask. Nope. The security guards nailed me before I'd gotten 10 yards from the store. Makes a good story, though. Sohan shook his head as he turned the ignition over and fired up the engine. Chapter 39. Hussein Jibril was in darkness. All around him was a void, sheer and absolute. A world without light or colour, sound or shape. Then vaguely he became aware of a sound. Not a voice as such, but the shadowy resonance of a voice somewhere off in the distance, like the after-echo of footsteps in a great empty mosque. He heard it again. Closer now, louder and more distinct. Concentrating his thoughts, he focused in on the voice as the discordant sounds slowly merged together to form words. A name. His name.
Hussein! Hussein, can you hear me?
The dark void around him was lightening now, the empty shapelessness of it giving way to a world of sound and sensation.
Hussein! Wake up!
With great effort he forced the darkness back, fighting and railing against it, pushing his mind towards the world beyond, the world in which it belonged. Blinking his eyes open, he found himself staring into the grim, unshaven face of Bashir Kubar. Stoic and serious at the best of times, he looked even more so now. His dark eyes betrayed anger, confusion, and an edge of concern, which only lifted slightly when Jibril showed signs of consciousness.
What happened to you? Who did this?
How long was I out?
Jibril asked, fumbling to find the right words. His normally sharp mind was dull and sluggish, and just making his mouth form the right sounds required a great effort. Trying to sit up, he grimaced as the world swam and lurched in and out of focus. The blood pounded in his ears, and waves of pain radiated from inside his skull, like the pealing of a bell. Reaching up, he touched his forehead. His fingers came away slick with blood.
Who did this to you?
Kubar repeated. In a flash, memories of those last few moments before darkness engulfed his world exploded through his mind once more.
It was Tarek,
he said, swallowing down the rising tide of nausea. He reached down and patted his pockets, feeling for the objects that were supposed to be there but weren't.
He knocked me out. Took my phone. And my keycard.
Kubar was moving before Jibril had even finished speaking, abandoning the injured man to reach for his cell phone. He was barely able to hold his wrath in check as he punched in a number and waited for it to connect. What a fool he'd been. He'd suspected something was wrong the moment he learned of Sohan's rescue in such deceptively easy fashion. Too easy for the professionals hired to abduct him. It was a play, designed to get him back inside the Mukhabarat, though to what end he had no idea. Only Sohan himself could tell them. And he would tell them. Kubar would make sure of it personally. At last, someone picked up, and Kubar wasted no time on pleasantries.
Security, this is Bashir Kubar. The director has been attacked and his keycard stolen by Tarek Sohan. I repeat, Director Jibril's card has been compromised. Cancel his security clearance, lock down the building and arrest Sohan right away. Move!
A wide, tree-lined central avenue led away from the main office complex, heading towards the security gate on the perimeter. With bushes and lawns on either side of the road, it was a deceptively pleasant environment, considering the compound's sinister purpose, though Sohan understood the reasoning well enough. The greenery had been put in place for practical rather than aesthetic reasons, helping to screen activity within the compound from prying eyes in the city beyond its walls. Seated behind the wheel of Jibril's car, Sohan turned onto this avenue and gave it some gas. It took all his self-control not to floor it towards the compound's exit, as excitement and elation at his approaching freedom vied with the growing threat that it could all come to a crashing halt. Every second that passed carried him further away from the office complex behind him, but also increased the chances that someone would raise the alarm. But he was close now. All that remained was to bluff his way through the security checkpoint at the main gate, and then he could escape into the city beyond. He was almost certain that he could persuade or intimidate the guards on the gate into letting him pass, even if he didn't have the correct paperwork. After all, he had served here for a number of years and was well known to most of them. They would let him go. He would make this work.
"Listen to me, Ryan,"
he said, speaking into the phone that he now had wedged against his shoulder.
"I was wrong about Faulkner's involvement. It went even deeper than I thought.
What do you mean?
The man you extracted from Paris. He was an American operative, part of a plan to stage a coup, overthrow the government. Faulkner betrayed him to us, but the Americans found out and demanded my life in return. I think he is trying to play both sides against each other for his own gain."
"That doesn't make any sense," Drake argued. "Recovering him was an agency-led operation. If the man from Paris was CIA, it would have been red flag before we even left Langley."
"Then perhaps he was not CIA," Sohan suggested. "Perhaps this was a private venture, another group that your agency wasn't aware of."
Whatever the case, the answers they needed lay in the laptop resting on the passenger seat beside him. Getting it to safety and deciphering its contents might well prove to be the only way out of this, both for himself and for Drake. His thoughts were intruded upon as the main gate rolled into view. A pair of armored security booths stood on either side of the road, with lowered barriers and a concrete chicane built to control the flow of traffic. Watchtowers stood guard over the approach road, ready to take down anyone trying to approach without authorization. Through the barriers and the concrete roadblocks, Sohan could just glimpse the buildings and streets and fast-flowing traffic of central Tripoli. Barely 50 yards away. So agonizingly close. All that stood between him and freedom was the trio of armed soldiers pulling guard duty, the leader of whom waved him down as he approached.
"I have to go,"
he said, slipping the phone into his pocket. This was it. Having emerged onto street level just a couple of blocks away, Drake was afforded a close enough view of the formidable security checkpoint to make out the vehicle that had just slowed to a stop. He was too far away to see Sohan's face without binoculars, but he knew it was him. The man, and the evidence he had recovered, were little more than 100 yards away. His radio earpiece crackled into life.
"Monarch, do you have eyes on?"
"Affirmative, Envoy. I have him in sight," he replied, surreptitiously touching his radio transmitter. "He stopped at the main gate."
"Copy that,"
came McKnight's reply, the strain in her voice evident now that the time had come.
"What's your position?"
"I'm on an intersection 2 blocks to the northeast, beside an outdoor cafe."
"I don't like it."
"What's to like?" he bit back. "We're committed now. We have to see it through."
"You're too close," she warned him. "They have agents all over this area. Back off before they spot you, Monarch."
"I told him I'd be here."
"And he knows that. He could be using this to draw us in."
He heard an exhalation of breath.
"If he screws us, we're totally exposed here."
Drake clenched his fists, wind-blown dust stinging his eyes as he strained to watch events play out, so agonizingly close, but so terribly far. The silenced automatic was a cold, heavy weight pressing against his back, hidden beneath his sweat-stained shirt. In this deadly game of deception, he had nothing left to go on but his intuition. His choice was simple: fold and run, or stick it out and risk everything on this last gamble. Whether his intuition was right or wrong depended on what happened in the next few seconds. "Stick to the plan," he said quietly. "He won't let us down." Forcing calm into his mind and body, Sohan rolled down his window as the officer in charge of the checkpoint came forward to speak with him.
"Evening, sir,"
the guard said, nodding in greeting.
"Can I see your ID?"
A young man, probably no more than 30 years old, clean-shaven, tall, and in good shape. The kind of man the Mukabra'd like to have standing at their checkpoints for the rest of the country to see. Sohan recognized him as Corporal Ibrahim, and recalled that he'd always been fairly laid back and friendly compared to some of the men who stood this post. the kind of man who might be willing to overlook a few irregularities for a trusted employee. Perhaps. Reaching into pocket, he handed over Jibril's security pass. As he'd expected, it didn't take Ibrahim long to spot the problem. "I'm sorry, sir. This doesn't seem to be your card." Sohan made a face, the pained expression of a man about to make an uncomfortable confession.
"I know. I lost my own card when I lost my house last night."
Ibrahim's eyes opened wider as his words sank in. Like most of his comrades, he had seen the news broadcasts about the attack on a house in central Tripoli the night before, the images of the burned-out shell of the building, and the reports of gunfire and car chases during the raid. There had been plenty of speculation that terrorists from Egypt or Chad, or even the disgruntled Berber population in the west of the country were responsible, but few solid facts. The details had been kept as a closely guarded secret, even within the Mukhabarat. The revelation that one of their own had been the victim of this attack was enough to leave the young corporal stunned.
I'm sorry. I wasn't told. I was hoping to take a look at the damage myself, see if anything could be salvaged."
Sohan went on with grim resignation, capitalizing on the guard's reaction.
"Hussein was good enough to lend me his car and his badge for an hour or so. I know it's not protocol, but it would mean a lot to me if I could go."
Ibrahim swallowed, clearly torn. What Sohan was suggesting was a breach of regulations, and if he was found out, then it could mean serious repercussions for all of them. But Tarek Sohan had served the agency for some time, was well respected and trusted. Aside from that, the man had lost everything. He deserved a little compassion.
"No more than an hour?"
he asked, uncertain. Sohan nodded. Ibrahim couldn't see, but his grip on the steering wheel was so tight that his hands hurt.
"All right. I'll swipe you out,"
Ibrahim said, sliding the card through an electronic reader inside the guard hut. Sohan let out a breath, his heart surging with elation. He'd made it. He was in the clear. But instead of handing the card back and raising the barrier, Ibrahim frowned, staring at his computer screen with a deep frown creasing his brow. His eyes flicked to Sohan, briefly perplexed, but filled with a growing wariness. That was when Sohan knew something was wrong. He'd been discovered. Perhaps someone had found Jibril and realized his ID card had been stolen, or perhaps the man himself had recovered enough to raise the alarm. Whatever the reason, the result was the same. In the office complex behind them, Sohan heard the distinctive wail of alarms blaring out as the complex went into lockdown. Turning his attention back to the car and its driver, Ibrahim reached for the sidearm holstered at his waist, training and discipline rapidly winning out over compassion and familiarity.
"Sir, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to step out of the car."
Sohan wasn't about to wait around for Ibrahim to detain him. Stamping down on the accelerator, he gripped the wheel tight as the car rocketed forwards, breaking through the lowered barrier with such a force that it left a spider's web of cracks across the windshield. Behind him, he could hear Ibrahim and the other guards on the gate shouting out, commanding him to stop. Sohan ignored them. He was committed now, with nothing left to lose and his future hanging by a thread. To stop would be suicide. Swinging the wheel hard left, he forced the car through the concrete chicane, wheels skidding and clawing at the dusty road surface as the vehicle's traction control fought to stop it spinning out. Behind, he heard the distinctive crackle of gunfire and ducked down as the rear windshield exploded in a shower of glass fragments. Frightening it might have been, but the fire being directed his way was still panicked and uncoordinated, and unlikely to stop him. All he cared about now was putting distance between himself and the compound before they could organize a pursuit. Like most facilities of its sort, the majority of its security measures were focused outward to prevent people getting in, not to keep supposedly trustworthy employees from getting out. Rocketing down the main approach road at full speed, Sohan swung the car right into the busy main drag beyond, narrowly avoiding a collision with a crowded bus that was heading in the opposite direction. He gritted his teeth and wrestled with the wheel, bringing the fishtailing car back under control and ignoring the angry horn blasts left in his wake. Drake watched in disbelief as the Lexus roared away from the vehicle checkpoint, taking small arms fire along the way before barreling straight into the main drag beyond. In a matter of seconds, Sohan had swung hard right, merged with the busy traffic, and disappeared from Drake's view, though the horn blasts and hard-revving engines announced his progress just as effectively. Either Sohan had bottled it and panicked, or he'd sensed the game was up and was trying to make good his escape before they could box him in. Whatever the reason, he had played his last hand now. A police chase through the center of Tripoli could only end one way. All that remained now was to try to salvage something from this mess.
Fuck, he's going for it.
Drake spoke quickly into his radio, shoving his way through the crowds that had stopped to rubberneck as the drama unfolded.
He's been compromised.
Are we blown too? McKnight asked immediately.
Can't tell. Hang back. I'm in pursuit now.
Sohan's heart was pounding, adrenaline rushing through his veins as he desperately weaved the big Lexus through the obstacle course of cars lying before him, taking ridiculous chances on narrow gaps and losing a wing mirror to a near miss. The highway traffic was a mixture of ultra-modern 4x4 cruisers, a sure sign of a driver who had profited from the relaxing of the oil embargo, luxury sedans, and clapped-out old vans and hatchbacks, held together by nothing more than the sheer willpower of their drivers. But old or new, all of them were caked brown with dust, and all of their owners seemed to be angry at him. Shoving his hand into his pocket, he grasped the cell phone that he'd hidden during his approach to the vehicle checkpoint.
"Ryan, can you hear me?" "I'm here. What the fuck's going on?"
Drake demanded.
"I'm sorry, the alarm was raised. I had to do something," he gasped, swinging the Lexus through a gap between a modern sedan and a rusted pickup truck, stomping on the accelerator to power through an intersection up ahead. "They're closing in on me."
"No shit," Drake countered. Sohan could hear him breathing harder as he sprinted through the crowded streets, trying to get a look at the chase.
"You need to ditch the car."
"No!" Fleeing on foot was out of the question. Simply walking unaided required a great effort with his injured leg.
"Listen to me. Use your head," Drake implored him. "You're in a stolen car. They know the make and model, and they will find you. You're drawing more attention to yourself with every block you cover. Find a quiet alleyway nearby, slow down, and for Christ's sake, get out. Stay on the phone and I'll come and find you."
Sohan knew he was talking sense, even if he didn't want to hear it. Approaching the intersection, he eased off the gas, allowing the Lexus to slow down a little. Already his mind was racing ahead, thinking of possible locations to ditch the vehicle. Only one came to mind.
"There is a market nearby. There are many back streets we can—"
His sentence was cut short as 10 tons of articulated trucks slammed into the left side of the Lexus, crumpling the chassis and shattering windows. The big vehicle was hurled across the road by the force of the impact, like a toy flung by a petulant child. Sohan didn't even have time to react, as the car rolled over and over, showering him with broken glass and debris. Then, suddenly there was a loud, shuddering bang, an explosion of white light, and he knew no more. Chapter 40. Left behind by Sohan's frantic rush to get clear of the area, Drake didn't see the crash as it happened, but he did hear the crunch of the impact, the tinkle of shattering glass, and the tearing roar as an engine at high revs was suddenly broken apart. The moment he heard the unmistakable sound of metal impacting with metal, Drake felt his blood run cold. Straight away he knew that the short-lived escape attempt had come to a violent, jarring halt. Rounding a corner, he was just in time to see the silver Lexus come to rest on its roof, lying in a crumpled heap on the sidewalk. Oh, fuck. Sohan's mind drifted back from the verge of unconsciousness, alerted by the distant sound of voices. Something was happening, he knew. Something important. With great effort he forced his eyes open, and found to his surprise that the world was upside down. Beyond the shattered windshield, he could see the intersection where he'd been hit, the line of commercial buildings stretching out on either side, the rough, potholed road now above him. Dry, wind-blown grit whipped in through the broken windows, peppering his face and eyes. He'd been hit, he realized then. He remembered trying to speed through the intersection, ignoring the flow of traffic in the hope of making it past unscathed. He remembered the sudden appearance of headlights from his left, and the terrible, explosive impact that followed. The vehicle must have come to rest on its roof. Still strapped into his seat, he was inverted. How foolish he must have looked to anyone observing him, some part of his mind reflected. He wasn't sure if he was hurt or not. He wasn't in much pain, but everything felt hazy and disconnected. His reactions deadened as if he was intoxicated. He was vaguely aware of something warm and wet dripping across his face, and smelled the distinctive odor of petrol. Something was lying on the roof next to him. A simple canvas rucksack, the material frayed and worn in places, but bulked out by the shape of something hard and square inside. The laptop. The information he'd risked everything to retrieve. Reaching out, he grasped one of the straps and pulled it towards him, dragging it through broken glass and pieces of shattered plastic. If he could just get out of here with it. The sound of more voices nearby caught his attention, raised and angry. He could hear boots scuffling on the tarmac outside.
"Hurry! Get it open! Get him out of there!"
Drake arrived just in time to watch Sohan's arrest. Moments after the crash, a military-patterned jeep, no doubt dispatched from the compound Sohan had just fled, had come screeching to a halt next to the wrecked vehicle. He couldn't be sure of the make, but it looked like a Kozlik, a rugged little Soviet-era jeep that had been in service since the 1970s. It made sense, since most of Libya's outdated military equipment had come from the USSR.
"They've got him,"
Drake hissed into his radio, watching as a pair of armed soldiers worked to lever the driver's side door open. More would surely be here imminently.
"Monarch has eyes on 2 tangos.
"It's over! Break off, Monarch!"
The concern in her voice was obvious even over the radio net.
"You can't help him now."
Bollocks, he couldn't. No way he was letting Sohan get himself killed when they'd risked so much to get him here. And in any case, one way or another, Drake was leaving with that laptop.
"Stand by, envoy,"
he instructed, reaching behind his back. Suddenly the vehicle's chassis resounded with a dull metallic thud. A crunching, grinding noise was coming from the passenger door. Someone was hammering and levering it with something, trying to wrench it open.
"Careful! No sparks! I smell gas!"
It was then that Sohan spotted a pair of combat boots outside, scuffed and dirty, but unmistakably of military origin. This was no group of concerned citizens attempting to rescue an injured man from a wrecked car, but armed soldiers, dispatched to bring him in. And they were going to get him. There was nothing he could do to stop it, as the lock finally gave way and the partially buckled door was hauled open from outside. A pair of thick, burly arms appeared through the gap, followed a moment later by an unshaven, angry face that focused immediately on him. The hands reached out and unlatched his seatbelt, causing him to fall headfirst onto the roof. Dazed, and with stars and blobs of light dancing across his vision, Sohan was powerless to resist as they grasped him by the shirt and hauled him out through the buckled doorway, dragging the rucksack behind. Through fogged eyes, he could see locals gathering to watch the spectacle unfold. Nobody came forward to offer assistance, and nobody protested his rough treatment at the hands of the pair of soldiers who had apprehended him. They were wise enough not to intervene. Nearby, the truck that had destroyed his car was still sitting at the intersection, its forward cab crumpled by the impact, while steam billowed from the punctured radiator. The Lexus itself had fared no better. Its chassis was buckled and twisted, one whole side caved in as if it had been slammed by a giant fist. Its snapped axles jutted outward like shattered rib bones. This was it, he realized, as the larger of the two men dragged him towards a military jeep parked beside the wrecked car. They were going to haul him right back to Mukhabarat headquarters, where he would be tortured and interrogated until he told them everything they wanted to know. Then, if he was lucky, he would be executed. He had failed. His desperate, hastily conceived final gamble had been his undoing. More than that, he had broken his promise to Layla. There would be no joyful reunion for the two of them, no living out the remainder of their days in anonymity, no chance to find peace together. It was at that moment, when the awful reality of what the remainder of his short life held for him was beginning to sink in, that everything changed. There was a muted thump, a dull, wet crunch, and the man dragging him towards the jeep suddenly released his hold and collapsed to the ground, his legs simply giving way beneath him, as if the mind controlling them had ceased to function. Soam felt something warm and wet splash his face, and twisted around in time to see the man fall in a crumpled heap, blood pooling around what remained of his skull. His comrade had seen it as well, and instinctively turned to face this new and unexpected menace, his mouth already opening to shout out a warning. He never got a chance to say whatever he'd intended. A silenced round tore through his neck, destroying his windpipe. He went down, clawing at what remained of his throat, while his blood painted the dusty ground. This sudden and unexpected act of violence wasn't lost on the small crowd of onlookers, who cried out in alarm and began to run, scattering in all directions. Many had witnessed attacks like this before, and had no wish to become caught in the crossfire. In disbelief, Soam looked up as a man emerged from the chaos all around and sprinted straight towards him, a white man armed with a silenced handgun.
"Can you walk?"
Drake asked, crouching down beside him with his weapon clutched in a white-knuckle grip. Such was his shock at Drake's sudden arrival that Soam couldn't even piece together a coherent response. All he could manage was a nod.
"We need to get off this street, now."
With that, Drake hooked one arm beneath Soam's and hauled the man to his feet, ignoring the cry of pain. Soam could feel warm blood trickling down his leg, and guessed the stitching around the gunshot wound had come away, though there was nothing he could do about it for now. All he could do was force himself onwards, clutching the rucksack as tight as Drake held his weapon, and hope that the artery itself wasn't ruptured again. With the injured man in hand, Drake turned towards the wrecked Lexus. The fuel tank had ruptured during the crash, leaving a stream of petrol pooling around the upturned vehicle. Leveling his weapon at the wreck, Drake snapped off a couple of shots at the buckled chassis, focusing his fire near the ground. The first and second rounds punched straight through, but the third ricocheted off the steel frame, producing a little shower of sparks that settled on the petrol-soaked pavement. There was no need to watch what happened next. Turning away, just as the first flames began to leap up, creeping towards the broken fuel tank, Drake practically dragged Soam towards a nearby clothing shop that fronted out onto the street. Shoving their way in through the front door, the two men hurried past racks of jeans, jackets, and T-shirts of all shapes and sizes, heading for the rear of the store. Tinny pop music that Soam didn't recognize was playing from a pair of domestic speakers, crudely screwed to the walls above the counter, a strange contrast to the chaos outside. The owner, a young man in a black shirt that looked far more expensive than the merchandise he was selling, caught sight of them right away. Deciding he wanted no part of whatever trouble they were involved in, he jerked his arm towards the street and started to shout out a warning to leave. However, the sight of a silenced pistol aimed at his head was enough to persuade him otherwise.
"Where's the back door?"
Drake demanded in Arabic.
"The back door!"
The young man stared blankly at him for a moment or two, before pointing with a trembling hand to a curtained-off area behind the counter. At the same moment, the flames which had been licking at the wrecked car at last reached the fuel tank and ignited its contents. There was a bright orange flash which illuminated the interior of the shop, the mannequins and clothing racks painting ghastly shadows across the walls, followed by a thunderous boom that shattered the store's windows and left Drake's ears ringing. Glancing around, both men could see the fireball which had engulfed the car illuminating the night sky. The flames had reached almost to the front of the store, making access from the street impossible. For now, at least, nobody could pursue them that way. With the store owner now cowering behind the counter and clutching his ears, Drake pressed forward, shoving the curtain aside with the barrel of his automatic to reveal what presumably served as the shop's storeroom. Racks and cardboard boxes of extra stock were piled everywhere, some reaching almost to the ceiling. As promised, a fire door with a simple bar lock was set into the brick wall at the back.
"Let's go. Move,"
Drake said, leading Soam towards it. A single swift kick was enough to send it flying open, allowing them to hurry out into the service alley running behind the line of shops. As they did so, Drake's radio earpiece crackled into life. "Monarch, what the hell is going on?" McKnight demanded over the radio net. "I assume that explosion was you."
"Had to cover our escape," Drake replied, hurrying onwards. "I have Sowen and the laptop."
He heard a muffled curse and guessed she wasn't pleased by his reckless actions.
"I hope they're worth it, because you brought the whole goddamn Libyan army down on this place."
"Then it's time to make a sharp exit."
Now they had what they needed. He didn't intend to spend a minute longer in Libya than he had to.
"We're in a service alley, heading east from the crash site. Rendezvous with us at the far end."
From what he could tell, the alleyway ran for another 100 yards or so before opening out onto a main street beyond.
"Copy that?"
"And we need a vehicle," Drake went on. "They'll lock down this entire area within minutes. You hearing this, Envoy?"
"A vehicle? Sure, why not?"
she replied, her sarcasm obvious.
"Envoy's on it. Stand by."
With that, the radio clicked off.
"God damn you, Ryan,"
McKnight hissed, backing into an alleyway that ran between two residential buildings. The evening was rapidly going from bad to worse to disastrous. Shepherd teams were supposed to operate covertly, moving unseen, and ideally completing their clandestine objectives without anyone even knowing they were there. What was unfolding around them now was about as far removed from their modus operandi as it was possible to be. But she couldn't change it, couldn't undo what had already been done. All she could do now was try to stop them all getting killed. Reaching up, she gripped the seam of the loose shirt she'd been wearing and yanked hard, tearing it roughly apart at the shoulder. This done, she unsheathed her field knife and drew the tip of the blade across the exposed skin. She felt the sting as the wickedly sharp blade bit into her flesh, followed by the warm upwelling of blood that quickly began to trickle down her exposed skin. Her improvised blade job certainly wouldn't pass close inspection, but from a distance in poor lighting conditions, it might be enough to convince people that she was seriously hurt, a victim of the explosion nearby in need of help. Checking that the handgun was still within easy reach, she took a deep breath and rushed out of the alleyway, staggering onto the road beyond while clutching her bloodied shoulder.
"Help!"
she cried, doing her best to look like a panic-stricken bomb victim.
"Someone help me!"
The first driver she encountered was having none of it and immediately swung his car into the oncoming lane to avoid her, honking his horn as he sped past at high revs. However, her second encounter proved to be more fruitful, mainly because traffic in the opposite lane was heavier, and she had positioned herself in such a way as to be virtually unavoidable. Hearing a screech of brakes, she watched as a pair of headlights came shuddering to a halt mere feet away. She couldn't tell the make and model yet, but judging by the low profile and throaty engine sound, it seemed to be some kind of sports car. Not exactly the unobtrusive vehicle she'd hoped for, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Clutching her bleeding shoulder, she staggered around to the driver's door just as it swung open, and he stepped out to meet her.
"Oh, God!"
she gasped, hoping to get as close to him as possible.
"Thank you. I need to get to a hospital. Please."
She could see the driver more clearly now that she was out of the glare of the headlights. As she had expected given his choice of ride, he was a young man in his early 20s, not very tall, but broad and bulky, like he'd been hitting the gym hard. She could see the bulge of overdeveloped pectorals and biceps beneath his tight-fitting t-shirt. The sort of man who could prove to be a handful if she didn't deal with him quickly.
"American?"
he grunted, sounding more aggressive than surprised. It was hard to tell if he understood anything she'd said, but it didn't really matter now. She had him where she needed him. The moment had come. Reaching behind her, she gripped the butt of the automatic and yanked it from her jeans, swinging it around and jamming the barrel of the silencer under his chin.
"Get away from the car! Move!"
she hissed, all trace of fear and panic having vanished from her now. She was staring right into his eyes, daring him to make a move. No way he was going to try it. She knew that within a second or two. Shock at finding himself the victim of a carjacking quickly gave way to the instinct for self-preservation, and he raised his hands to show he was unarmed. He might not have understood the words, but he got the gist of what she wanted. Taking a step back, he moved away from the driver's door, allowing her to slip into his place. McKnight in turn allowed him to back away, though she kept him covered with the silenced weapon.
"Get the fuck out of here," she said, gesturing with the gun. "Go, now!"
He didn't need to be told twice. turning and fleeing down the sidewalk while yelling abuse at her the whole way. She imagined he would hail the first police officer he could find, but that didn't matter right now. She intended to be long gone by then. Ducking inside, she slipped into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut.
"Come on, you lazy bastard. Almost there,"
Drake said, having to exert more effort to keep Soham plodding forward. A combination of exertion, pain, and blood loss was slowing him down, and there was nothing Drake could do for him until they were safely out of here. For now, at least, there was no choice but to tough it out.
"I can't believe Jibril would do this to me,"
Sohan said, lost in his own world now.
"Betray a man he's known for 10 years. Hand me over to the Americans without a second thought."
"He fucked you over. Believe me, it happens more than you think,"
Drake assured him, his weapon sweeping the shadows ahead.
"Let's concentrate on getting you out of here so you can return the favor."
"Why did you come back for me?"
Sohan asked suddenly. Drake couldn't blame him for being curious. If he'd been in the man's position, he would have felt much the same way. Unfortunately for Sohan, he wasn't. He'd risked his life, and the lives of his friends to get this far. He needed to know it hadn't been for nothing.
"Don't get all misty-eyed. I needed the laptop,"
he said, quick to silence any notion that his actions were motivated by honor or loyalty.
"That's all."
"You could have taken the bag and left me behind."
Drake shrugged, saying nothing. Taking his silence for what it was, Sohan glanced at him.
"If I didn't know better, I would say—"
His sentence was interrupted suddenly by a heavy crunch as something slammed into his chest with such force that he was knocked backwards, out of Drake's grasp, landing in a sprawl nearby. A cloud of red was already painting the dusty ground beneath him. Drake reacted immediately, his mind switching gears into survival mode in the blink of an eye. Throwing himself aside before the shooter could turn their attention to him, he landed behind an overflowing steel dumpster, pushed up against the rear wall of one of the commercial units which backed onto the alleyway. He hadn't heard the shot, which meant they must have fired from some distance away, probably from an elevated position that provided a good field of fire over the alleyway. Backing up against the dumpster, he let out a silent curse of anger and frustration and anguish, all mingled together. Had the Libyan intelligence service caught up with them? Was it the military? The police? He had no idea. All he knew was that a sniper with some kind of high-powered rifle was covering the area, and until they were removed from play, he was pinned down. Gripping his automatic tight, he glanced over at the man he had risked so much to rescue. Sohan was lying on his back near the far side of the alleyway, still moving feebly as if to rise, though one look at him was enough to confirm to Drake that these were his last moments. The gunshot wound in the center of his chest was oozing a steady stream of frothy blood from his punctured lungs, and there was likely to be an even larger exit wound at the back.
"Don't move, Tarek,"
Drake hissed.
"I'm coming to get you."
Slowly his head turned, and he made eye contact with Drake. The damage done by that sniper round had robbed him of the ability to speak, but it didn't matter now. The look in his eyes said everything. He was dying, and he knew it. To attempt to rescue now would be futile.
"I'm sorry,"
Drake whispered, knowing how pathetic a sentiment it was, but it was all he could offer the dying man. The rucksack was lying beside him, dropped where he fell. With a trembling hand, Sohan reached out, gripped it by one of the straps, and hurled it across the alleyway in a final, desperate exercise of strength, managing to get it within feet of Drake's position. Then, with a final shuddering gasp, he lay still. He was gone. Drake allowed himself to feel only a fleeting moment of regret for the man's death, knowing grief was an emotion he could ill afford at that moment. Survival was the priority now, and even that hung in the balance. His gaze rested on the rucksack that Sohan had tried to throw to him in his final moments, lying so tantalizingly close, yet so maddeningly far. If he lost it now, then everything they had risked their lives for had been for nothing. Lying several feet away in open ground, it was impossible to reach without exposing himself to the sniper's fire.
"Shit,"
he hissed, Reaching up, he gripped the metal arm fixed to the side of the dumpster, designed to help load it into garbage trucks, and, summoning up all the strength he possessed, began to drag the heavy unit towards the rucksack. The bulky container was fully laden and difficult to handle, but the rollers fixed to the bottom provided just enough mobility to allow him to shift it. Slowly, inch by inch, it began to move. Drake felt the impact of another shot reverberate through the frame, and suddenly the movement ceased as the dumpster tilted slightly, one corner now resting against the ground. It took him a moment to realize the sniper had just shot away one of the wheels. That was when he acted. Taking a breath, he launched himself forward, managing to close his fingers around one of the bag's shoulder straps before yanking it towards him as he scrambled back behind cover. He was just backing up against cover when a second round tore through the thin metal sheeting of the dumpster, exploding out the other side dangerously close and forcing Drake to duck down low as pieces of discarded trash fell around him. It was then that he felt an odd chill run through him, as if an icy hand had been laid on his skin, and realized with a vague sense of disconnection that something warm and wet was flowing down his arm. The round hadn't missed him, he knew then.
You know, I rather expected I'd find you in a place like this, Ryan,
a voice called out from the mouth of the alleyway. A smooth, polished voice, carrying an unmistakably English accent.
Amongst the trash of the world.
Drake closed his eyes for a moment as the realization sank in. It wasn't the Libyan police, the military, or their feared intelligence service that were shooting at him. It was Faulkner who had tracked him down. Somehow he'd anticipated this move, had predicted that Drake would try to use Sohan to gather evidence against him. And Drake had walked right into his trap. Chapter 41. Bashir Kubar was pacing the room like a caged lion, bristling with anger that had yet to find an outlet. The building's security center was a big room populated by more than a dozen staff members on permanent duty. With computer terminals everywhere and most of one whole wall given over to flat-screen monitors displaying security camera footage from all around the compound, it was a busy place at the best of times. Tonight, with a security breach at the main gate and an operation underway to track down the escaped fugitive, the place was in virtual chaos. Security operatives were directing rapid streams of instructions into phones and radio sets. Signals technicians hurried back and forth between stations, and overseers attempted to coordinate the whole operation. Several computer screens were displaying footage of Jibril's stolen vehicle, now turned on its roof and engulfed in flames.
"Someone talk to me,"
he growled, furious that Sohan had managed to escape the compound and was now apparently roaming free in the city beyond.
"What's happening out there?"
One of the overseers was first to step up.
"We're still getting reports in, but it looks like the suspect's car was involved in a crash at an intersection. 2 of our field operatives tried to pull him from the wreckage, but they were taken out by a second man who carried him away. It looks like he torched the vehicle to cover their escape."
So the man who had been pulling Sohan's strings had decided to reveal himself.
Where are they now?
"We're vectoring in all available ground units."
That wasn't his question.
Lock down the entire area, now! Nobody gets in or out!
"We're trying, but it takes time. There are hundreds of civilians in—"
Do I look like I care?
Kubar shouted.
Just get it done!
"Shame about Tarek there. The man had potential," Faulkner went on. "His problem was that he was too damned honest. This isn't a game for men like him. But you, on the other hand, you could make a career out of lying to people, Ryan. Tell me, what line did you spin to get him to cooperate? I'll get you and your wife to a safe place. We can take down the evil David Faulkner together."
Drake cursed under his breath as he pressed a hand against the torn flesh of his left arm. The bone didn't seem to be broken, and he could still feel and move the fingers, which was a good sign. If the round had severed nerves or shattered the bone, that entire limb would have been out of action.
"I'm wondering why you're wasting time talking to me when you should be running and hiding,"
he replied, reaching down to unscrew the silencer from the barrel of his weapon.
"I know what you've been doing here. I know you've been playing the Americans against the Libyans, selling secrets to every man and his dog, trying to be everyone's friend at once. I wonder how both sides will feel when they find out the truth."
At this, he caught a low chuckle of amusement.
"What makes you think they will? Come on, we both know you're not getting out of this alley. You've done well to get here, but this is as far as you go. Just give me the laptop, and we can call this one a draw."
With the silencer free, Drake placed it in his pocket and raised the automatic. There was a reason Faulkner was talking at such length, and it wasn't for the sake of dramatic tension. He was stalling, keeping Drake occupied while his men moved into position. He would want to finish this quickly, before the Libyans could form a cordon around the area. Hearing the faint crunch of boots on the sandy ground, he leaned out just far enough to catch sight of one of Faulkner's men advancing down the alley towards him, keeping close to the wall and using the dumpsters as cover. They were closing in to finish him off, using the sniper to keep him pinned down while they moved in for the kill. Gripping the automatic, Drake pointed it down the alleyway and pulled the trigger. There was a thunderous crack as the round exited the barrel, followed quickly by two more. If any of the Libyan operatives in the area were in doubt about where he'd fled to, he had just announced his presence about as loudly as possible. The answering volley of silenced submachine gun and sniper fire slammed into the dumpster, practically tearing the metal shell apart and forcing Drake to flatten himself against the ground as the barrage continued. Pinned down and low on ammunition, there was little he could do to stop what was coming.
"We may have him,"
the overseer called out, a radio headset pressed against one ear.
"Reports of gunfire coming from an alleyway in the vicinity of the car crash."
Kubar was up and moving before the man had even finished speaking. Getting in close, he stared him hard in the eye.
"Scramble every unit you have in the area, right now! Do not let this man escape! Do you understand?"
The look of fear in the overseer's eyes told Kubar that his orders, and the threat that came with them, were well understood. At the entrance to the alleyway, Faulkner clenched his fists as the furious gun battle continued. This was taking too long, was too loud and obtrusive. The Libyans would have heard the unmistakable sound of gunfire and would be vectoring units to the scene at that very moment. Reaching up, he touched his radio, managing to keep his voice a lot calmer than he felt when he spoke.
"Caitlin, do you have a shot?"
Caitlin Maguire was one of the best snipers he'd ever encountered. A veteran of the Ulster Volunteer Force in Northern Ireland, she'd been responsible for assassinating half a dozen IRA members before she turned 30, plus one of her own men suspected of turning traitor. The troubles might have simmered down since then, but Faulkner had found a use for her. Time and again she had proven herself a ruthless and efficient killer, and she was sitting on a rooftop, with a silent sniper rifle barely 200 yards away.
"If I had, do you not think I'd take it?"
It took a brave man indeed to interrupt her during her work.
"Little bastard's dug in tight, so he is."
No matter, Faulkner thought. He had another surprise for Drake, and if he was right, they should be in position any time now. It was part instinct and part intuition born from years of experience that prompted Drake to look up. In urban combat like this, where streets and alleys could easily be turned into kill zones, holding the high ground was vital, and Faulkner possessed both the manpower and the initiative to take it. Glancing up to the residential blocks overlooking the alleyway, he spotted a figure sprinting just above the edge of the rooftop, their movements silhouetted against the electric lighting behind. A second shooter moving to outflank him while he was occupied with the first target in the alleyway below. Raising his automatic and taking careful aim, he exhaled slowly, allowing the tension to leave the muscles in his arms and shoulders for a few precious moments, trying to forget the pain of torn flesh. The key to accurate shooting was not to tense up, not to anticipate the shot and the recoil, but just go with them when they happened. It was the same lesson that had been drilled into him countless times when he'd been a young infantry soldier on the shooting range. Don't think about the shot. Just pull the trigger. Relax. Aim. Fire. The Browning kicked back against his wrist as he loosed the first shot, followed immediately by the second. 2 shots followed by a click as the hammer came down on an empty chamber. He heard a muffled cry up above, and suddenly the figure stumbled and disappeared from sight. In response, the operative in the alleyway opened fire again, snapping off short bursts that slammed into the dumpster and ricocheted off the ground, keeping Drake pinned down while he advanced, maneuvering for a shot. Drake glanced down at the weapon in his hands. The slide had flown back to reveal an empty breech. Out of ammunition, there was nothing more he could do as his enemy closed in to finish him. Nothing except save the one person who didn't deserve to be here. Reaching up, he hit his radio transmitter.
"Sam, get out of here," he whispered. "We're blown. Get clear now."
There was no response. In that instant, Drake felt his blood run cold. Had she been captured? Had she fallen prey to the same sniper that had taken out Sohan? Had another innocent life been lost because of him? These were the last thoughts to enter his head as Faulkner's hitman rounded the dumpster, weapon raised and finger on the trigger. Pinned down by the sniper, there was nowhere for Drake to run, no place left to hide, nothing to fall back on. He saw a trace of a smile as the man swung the barrel of his submachine gun towards him. This was it. At that moment, the alleyway was suddenly filled with the throaty roar of a car engine at high revs, and Drake's would-be killer was illuminated with dazzling intensity by a pair of headlights. He started to turn towards the source of light, instinctively bringing the weapon around to counter this possible new threat, but never got the chance to act. In a terrifying blur of movement and the sickening thump of flesh meeting with fast-moving metal, he was thrown up into the air, rolling clear over the windshield of the car that had barreled into him, landing in a heap near the far wall. Drake stared in disbelief as the car came to a screeching halt a few meters beyond. An old-model Toyota Celica, the kind of thing he used to see cruising along his local high street as a kid, its once red paintwork faded by years of exposure to sun and wind-blown sand. The front brakes were now fully engaged, but the rear wheels continued to spin and skid on the dusty ground, kicking up clouds of dust and sand that enveloped the alleyway in a matter of seconds. A smokescreen. "Ryan! Get in, for Christ's sake!" he heard McKnight yell. Drake didn't hesitate, didn't stop to question how she'd found him or the risk she was taking by being here. Sniper or no sniper, this was his only chance to get out. Abandoning his position, he sprinted towards the vehicle with the rucksack clutched against his chest. With the passenger door already open for him, he threw himself inside just as the chassis resounded with the first impact of a high-powered sniper round. Though temporarily blinded by the dust kicked up by their arrival, the shooter was firing indiscriminately into the cloud, trying to kill the driver or disable the car. "Go! Go!" Drake yelled, slamming the door closed. "Drive!" McKnight wasted no time, releasing the brakes and stomping on the accelerator, just as another round shattered the rear window before embedding itself in the floor. Drake could do little more than cling on for dear life as the walls of the alleyway sped by in a blur, the engine roaring as she pushed it to the red line. The car might have been old and neglected, but its engine still had some horsepower lurking beneath the hood, and she was determined to use every ounce of it now. Reaching the end of the alleyway, she swung the wheel hard over, turning left onto a main road so sharply that the car pitched dangerously sideways, two wheels threatening to leave the ground. Wrestling the wayward vehicle back under control with difficulty, she straightened their course and gunned the accelerator once more. In a matter of seconds, they were clear. Faulkner watched in silence as the car disappeared down the alley in a cloud of dust and tire smoke, his jaw clenched tight, his face impassive. Only the look of barely concealed fury in his eyes betrayed his true emotions. He had taken a great risk to come to Tripoli, believing he could intercept Drake and take out Sohan before they could cause further damage. His gamble had only partially paid off. Drake was as lucky as he was tenacious, a dangerous combination that had twice saved his life. So absorbed was he in these thoughts that he was only vaguely aware of the sound of footsteps approaching from behind, the thump of boots on pavement, the click of weapons being raised. Suddenly a voice yelled an instruction in Arabic.
"Hands up! Get your hands up, now!"
Faulkner let out a faint sigh of exasperation. Another mess that needed to be cleaned up, he thought, as he raised his hands, and turned around to face his would-be captors. A Libyan security detail. 3 operatives dressed in plain clothes, armed with a mixture of semi-automatics and submachine guns, all of which were trained on him.
"Down on your knees!"
the leader of the group shouted. His companion was already reaching for his radio to report in on the situation.
"Down!"
"I'm sorry," Faulkner responded, his Arabic smooth and polished after years of practice. "If it means anything to you, I would have rather avoided this." The leader of the group frowned, then took a step towards him with his weapon raised. He never got the chance to take another. The high-powered sniper round that slammed into the back of his head dropped him like a stone, followed quickly by a second shot that took out his companion with the radio. The third man was just turning towards the source of the shots when he too fell victim to Maguire's lethal sniper fire, falling to the ground in a jerking, quivering heap. Faulkner spared them scarcely a glance as he strode away from the scene, reaching for his concealed radio. "All units, pack it up. We're leaving." This situation was escalating beyond his ability to contain it. Soham was dead at least, but as long as Drake remained alive, he was a threat. A threat that had to be dealt with quickly if his work here was to survive. Too much depended on this for it to fail now. Chapter 42. They were clear. After coming so close to disaster, neither Drake nor McKnight could quite bring themselves to believe it. At any moment they expected to find a convoy of Libyan army vehicles barring their path, or to catch the blue lights of police vehicles in their rear-view mirror. Neither thing happened. Yet still the woman wouldn't ease off, keeping her foot planted firmly on the accelerator while banking left and right to avoid slower-moving traffic. Turning right at the next junction, McKnight spotted a quieter street up ahead and went for it, block changing into 4th gear and stomping on the gas once more. The engine roared like a wild animal in response, rough and unrefined after years of abuse, but still with enough fight left in it to send them hurtling onwards. "You all right?" she asked, unable to take her eyes off the road for fear of losing control of the fast-moving vehicle. "I'm fine," Drake mumbled. He barely felt the pain in his arm now, though he was vaguely aware that blood was dripping down his arm and staining the seat. Now that he was out of danger, for the moment at least, his mind was able to think beyond the bare essentials of survival, to begin to process what had just happened. She glanced at the torn, blood-stained fabric of his shirt. "You're bleeding!" "I said I'm fine," he snapped, struggling with the impotent rage that welled up inside. They could have left the country already, could have made it to safety with Sohan and his wife in tow. But he had made the decision to come back here, to risk his life and the lives of everyone else on the foolish hope that they could somehow make all of this right. And another good man was dead because of it. He'd been wrong about Sohan. He knew that now. Before, he'd seen a ruthless, cold-hearted man who cared nothing for human lives or the suffering his work caused. But now he saw him for what he was, a good man in a bad place, who had tried to make the best of his situation, and who had died for it. "Faulkner was ready for us. He knew exactly what we were planning." He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to hold it back, trying to keep it under control. It was a futile effort. "Fuck!" he snarled, slamming his fist into the dashboard. "Stop it!" McKnight called out. "He's gone, Ryan. I know it's a shitty thing to face up to, but you need to deal with it now. I need you thinking clearly." Drake said nothing to this. She was right, of course. Losing control now wasn't going to help anyone. But that didn't make him feel any less guilty for what had happened, or less angry at himself for failing to prevent it. "I know what you're feeling. I know. But this wasn't your fault," she carried on, quieter now. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the rucksack lying at his feet. "Someone found what we need. Now we have to make it count." Drake let out a breath, forcing those dark thoughts aside, forcing his mind to focus on the situation at hand and everything that had to happen for them to survive this night. Samantha was right. He could play the blame game later when circumstances permitted it. But for now, the priority was reuniting with their friends, and getting the fuck out of Libya for good. Unzipping the rucksack, he reached inside and pulled the laptop out. Its casing was cracked and dented, damage likely sustained during the car crash, but he knew all that mattered was the hard drive. As long as that was intact, they still had a shot. "We need to head southwest from here, away from the city," he said, glancing around for landmarks that could aid navigation. He pointed to a road sign for Alzentan, which he remembered as belonging to the same mountainous region as Nalut. "There, take the next slip road." This she did, swinging them off the city street and onto a larger cross-country highway heading in a generally southern direction out into the desert. Easing off the gas a little, she merged with the other late-night traffic, hoping that the relative darkness would disguise the broken rear windscreen and bullet holes in the chassis. Sooner or later they would have to ditch the highway or risk running into a police or military checkpoint, but for now, the primary goal was to put some distance between themselves and the scene of the desperate gun battle. With a relative period of calm now upon them, they lapsed into silence, each harboring their own thoughts as the lights of the oncoming traffic flitted past. "Thank you," Drake said quietly, breaking the silence. She frowned. "For what?" "For coming back. I never got the chance to say it before, but you risked your life for me." He looked over at her, reached out and laid a hand on her arm. "I'll be dead if it wasn't for you, Sam." "What was I going to do? Leave you behind?" she said, feigning a wry smile. "Kira would never let me hear the end of it." "Really? I thought she'd be glad to see the back of me." "You'd be surprised." She was trying to make light of it, but he sensed how much this meant to her, and why. Her appointment to the team had coincided with the loss of one of their own in Afghanistan, and though she had worked hard to fit in and prove herself, she still acted as if she was somehow an outsider. But nothing could be further from the truth, either for his comrades or for Drake himself. "Look, I know it hasn't been easy for you. Fitting in, feeling like you're being judged against someone you never really knew. But I need you to know that none of that matters. It never did. You're part of this team now, Sam. We're here for you. I'm here for you, no matter what." He saw the muscles in her throat moving as she swallowed, saw her fingers tighten on the wheel. Her attention was still focused on the road ahead, but there was something in her eyes, some hidden pain that his words had somehow exposed. She pressed down a little harder on the accelerator, causing their speed to creep up. "Take it easy," Drake advised her, wary of overtaxing the car's aging and neglected engine. Already it sounded like it hadn't seen the inside of a garage in a very long time. "This car's a heap. It's not going to take much more." Reluctantly, she eased off, though the tension remained in her. "I don't want to let you down, Ryan," she said at last. "I don't want you to be disappointed in me." "You won't," he promised her. "You never could." Samantha said nothing to that, concentrating instead on driving. Chapter 43. Oblivious to the forensic specialists and security personnel swarming all around him, Kubar stared down at the lifeless body of Tarek Sohan. This man had once been one of the Libyan intelligence service's rising stars, bright, intelligent, and ambitious. Now he was lying sprawled on the dusty ground of a Tripoli back alley, his blood staining the sand. Whatever he'd hoped to achieve through his desperate escape from Mukhabarat headquarters, it had ended abruptly here with a high-powered rifle bullet to the chest. What had happened to bring him to this? How had this inconceivable chain of events played out? Who had killed him? And why? And where were they now? As always, he had more questions than answers. "He was killed by a long-range shot from an elevated position. Ballistics should be able to give us the caliber of the weapon shortly," Musa reported, his voice devoid of its usual wry humor. This was no time for jokes. Traitor or not, one of their own was lying dead, as were several other good men dispatched to take him into custody.
A sniper,
Kubar concluded.
The same one who took out our field team?
Most likely. Their wounds are consistent with sniper kills. Kubar rubbed his eyes, fatigue weighing heavily on him at that moment.
It doesn't make any sense. Someone flees our compound, crashes his car, and a mystery man appears to save him from capture. They run here, someone ends up dead and the other man vanishes.
He glanced over at one of the metal dumpsters that littered the alleyway, its metal frame shredded by multiple bullet holes.
What the hell happened here?
The evidence of the firefight is obvious. We found plenty of 9mm shell casings scattered around,
Musa went on,
as well as blood that doesn't seem to belong to Sohan.
Just like at the airfield, he mused. Both times they'd found evidence of a sudden, brutal confrontation between two different groups, with Sohan apparently caught in the middle. Why were they fighting over him? Was he working for one group, both, or neither? Had he been an active participant, or an unwilling accomplice to whatever scheme they had concocted? Kubar let out a slow, weary breath.
Strings.
Excuse me?
Tarek Sohan was a puppet, he concluded grimly. The man who dragged him away from the crash scene was the one pulling his strings.
Whoever he is, he was able to coerce one of our operatives into betraying his own people, infiltrating the most secure compound in our country, and waltzing right out before we could stop him. Not to mention killing every man who stood in his way.
Musa shook his head, simply unable to comprehend how all their efforts thus far had ended in failure.
We may as well be fighting a ghost.
Ghosts can disappear. Men can't,
Kubar reminded him with a sharp look.
He's out there, somewhere. And it's our job to find him. What else do we know?
We have a report from a local civilian of a carjacking at the same time as the attack. The perpetrator was a Caucasian woman, standing in the road pretending to be injured. When he stopped to investigate, she pulled a gun and stole his car.
Kubar frowned. Another piece of misdirection, or the desperate actions of a group trying to escape something they hadn't anticipated.
Make and model?
A red Toyota sports car. I've already forwarded the license plate and vehicle description to police and military units.
Good.
If they are as smart as they seem to be, they'll ditch the car soon enough,
Musa warned him.
Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, it's worth a try.
There's something else.
Musa paused, a strained, uncomfortable pause as he sought a good way to deliver bad news.
We checked the keycard access logs back at headquarters. Sohan didn't just go to the parking lot after stealing Director Jibril's access card.
Kubar looked up from the body, turning his attention to his comrade.
Well, spit it out, damn you. Where else did he go?
The evidence vault.
Kubar clenched his fists, struggling to hold his emotions in check. The evidence vault. One of the most secure rooms in the entire compound, where the Mukhabarat's most deadly secrets were kept, where even he was unable to venture without an armed escort. He could practically feel his blood pressure rising by the second, and with it a growing headache, but he no longer cared. At last he understood what Sohan had been looking for, and the danger it represented if he found it.
I want them found, he said, his voice icy calm. No matter what it takes. Do you understand? We find them, and we make them answer for this.
His colleague knew better than to question him. They hadn't gone far before it became obvious that McKnight's high-speed escape through the streets of Tripoli hadn't done their aging vehicle many favors. The speed had begun to drop off noticeably, despite her attempts to coax more power from it, and the engine's note had become less of a throaty growl, and more the shuddering rumble of metal grinding against metal. The final straw came when Drake glanced out the broken rear window and spotted clouds of white smoke billowing from their twin exhaust. "We need to stop," he decided, nodding to the engine temperature gauge, which was now close to maxing out. Already he suspected the cause of their problems, but he needed to see for himself how bad it was. Spotting a low sand berm up ahead, McKnight turned off the minor road they'd been following for the past 15 minutes and pulled to a halt on the far side, more or less shielding them from view of passing cars. Stepping out into the slightly cooler night air, Drake paused for a moment to survey their surroundings, in case anyone happened to be around. There wasn't much to see save for undulating dunes stretching off into the darkness. Deciding the area was more or less safe, he circled around to the front of the vehicle and popped the hood. The resultant cloud of steam billowing from the engine compartment, accompanied by the faint hiss of high-pressure water escaping through a narrow gap in the engine block, was enough to confirm his suspicions. McKnight, too, had approached to survey the damage.
"Tell me we're not screwed."
"I could, but I'd be lying," he said, leaning over to get a better look. "We've blown the cylinder head gasket." With the gasket designed to separate the various fluids vital to the engine now compromised, water from the cooling system was leaking into the combustion chamber. The engine was literally burning up its own coolant as it ran, reducing its power output drastically and causing steam to billow from the exhaust.
"Anything we can do?"
Drake surveyed the stricken engine, his expression grave. Then, removing his shirt, he wrapped it around his right hand to form a crude glove, reached out and unscrewed the water filler cap. The sudden eruption of steam and boiling water that followed was enough to make both of them back off a few paces. "That'll keep the pressure down, hopefully buy us some time," Drake explained, tossing the plastic cap away. He didn't add that without any additional water to top up the coolant reservoir, there was nothing they could do to stop the engine eventually running dry and seizing up.
"So what's the plan?"
"We go cross-country from here. We can't afford to stay on the roads any longer, not in this condition. Anyway, the terrain looks flat enough to drive on." He would rather have tackled such a journey in a Land Rover or one of the Toyota Hiluxes that seemed to be ubiquitous in this part of the world, but beggars couldn't be choosers. He glanced up at the night sky, trying to take his bearings. With little light pollution and no clouds in such a dry desert environment, his view of the star constellations was almost perfect. It didn't take long to pick out Ursa Major, followed by Ursa Minor, and finally, in the extreme northern hemisphere, Polaris, the North Star.
"It's got to be 100 miles to the rendezvous," McKnight said dubiously. "Can we make it that far?"
Drake said nothing to this as he glanced at his watch. They had perhaps 6 hours until sunrise. 6 hours to find Frost and Mason and get the hell out of this country. "Get in," he said, slamming the hood shut. "I'll drive." After some persuasion, the car shuddered reluctantly back into life. Trying to keep the engine revs low so as not to stress the failing machinery, Drake eased them away from their temporary hiding place and back onto the road, leaving a cloud of steam in their wake. 6 hours to cover 100 miles of rough and hostile terrain in a 20-year-old sports car on its last legs, with few weapons to defend themselves. Nothing like a challenge. Chapter 44. Sitting with his back against a crumbling sandstone wall, Cole Mason was in a somber mood as he surveyed the rolling desert that disappeared off into the night, like a dark and stormy sea frozen in time. All throughout the afternoon they had maintained a constant vigil on the desert surrounding their hilltop refuge, wary of being caught off guard by another passing traveler. Having no knowledge of this area, it was hard to understand whether these ruins held any special significance for the local tribesmen, perhaps acting as a landmark, or even holy ground, or whether the encounter had been nothing more than random chance. Whatever the reason, Mason knew it was almost time to move. Drake had specifically warned that if they hadn't heard from him, they were to pull out and get themselves across the border to Tunisia before dawn. He hated the thought of abandoning his 2 teammates, but as Drake had rightly pointed out, if he hadn't made contact by now, then the chances were he never would.
"God damn it,"
he said under his breath, rising to his feet and returning to the interior of the ruined building. Frost was waiting for him, her dark expression making it clear she knew why he was there and what he wanted to say.
"Forget it, Cole," she warned, preempting him. "We're not going anywhere."
I don't like it any more than you do, but Ryan ordered us.
Fuck his orders!
She rose to her feet, fists clenched.
I don't go in for that noble self-sacrificing bullshit any more than you do. He could still make it.
Yeah, he could.
Mason's voice was quiet, even gentle. He knew that shouting at her was a waste of time. She had to be persuaded to see sense.
But he gave us these orders for a reason. If we're still here at dawn, we won't be able to move until tomorrow night. A water won't last 3 people that long.
Being captured, or even killed, was one thing. Dying slowly of thirst out here in the burning sun was quite another.
So we cut the number of mouths to feed,
the young woman said, glancing at Layla. Mason let out a sigh. If the worst came to the worst and they were forced to leave Libya without Drake and McKnight, they would cut Layla loose once they reached a friendly country. She might not have much of a future to look forward to with no home and no husband, but at least she'd have her life. He wasn't about to execute an innocent civilian now, when he'd risked discovery to avoid doing so earlier.
That's not who we are,
he said, staring into her eyes.
You know that.
Frost held his gaze for a moment, then seemed to waver as the import of her hasty suggestion sank in. She swallowed, looking away uncomfortably.
What are you suggesting?
We get ourselves close to the border, then we wait and listen on the radio. If we still haven't heard from Ryan by dawn, then we go.
It wasn't much of a window, but it was the best he could offer.
Fair enough.
Frost chewed her lip, which she always seemed to do when she was unhappy. Then, seeming to reach a decision, she reached down and picked up the shotgun that had been resting against a fallen pillar beside her.
I'm not giving up on him,
she mumbled, unwilling to look him in the eye. That was about as close to an agreement as he was likely to get, but it was enough. Mason reached out and laid a comforting hand on her shoulder, knowing there was nothing he could say or do that would make them feel better about what was happening. But just as he was about to speak, he was alerted by a noise over by the north wall, the scuffling of footsteps on the sand, followed by the faint metallic clink of a weapon being readied. His head snapped around, and straight away he caught sight of a figure rising up from the shadows like a ghost, having approached unseen and unheard.
"Contact!"
he hissed, reaching for his automatic. Frost too went for her weapon, dropping to her knees to present as small a target as possible as she brought the shotgun to bear.
"You not move!"
a voice shouted from behind, warning her that a second attacker had them covered. Even as she began to turn towards this new threat, she spotted a third man crouched in the rubble on the east side of the building, a man dressed in traditional Bedouin desert clothes, armed with a long-barreled rifle, a man who had prayed at this very spot earlier in the day. In a matter of seconds, they were cornered and surrounded, covered from 3 different directions at once. They had fucked up by letting that young man escape earlier, she realized then. A tribesman who they had believed ignorant of their presence had obviously seen something and quietly left to report it, coming back later with reinforcements. They should have killed him when they had the chance. To start shooting now would be suicidal, she knew that right away. The shotgun was effective at little more than 50 yards and could fire only 2 shells at a time before it had to be reloaded. Mason, too, was low on ammunition for his silenced automatic, leaving them at a heavy disadvantage in both numbers and firepower. Still, she wasn't afraid to fight, and if it came down to it, she would rather die on her feet than rot away in a Libyan jail for the rest of her life. She glanced at Mason, wondering if he was of like mind.
"Wouldn't try it if I were you,"
a voice warned them, a voice that certainly didn't belong to this country.
"Put down your guns and raise your hands."
Frost let out a startled breath. She knew that voice. Hearing footsteps on the sand by the south wall, she turned in time to see a man emerge from the growing shadows. A man dressed in desert camouflage gear, with a cloak wrapped around his body and a khaki-colored keffiyeh covering much of his face. An AK-47 assault rifle, its barrel and stock painted yellow-brown to help it blend in against the desert background, was up at his shoulder, covering them. She knew all too well that a single sustained burst would be enough to wipe them all out. Reaching up with his free hand, he unwound the keffiyeh and allowed it to fall away, revealing the face underneath. Frost felt her blood run cold as her worst fears were confirmed.
Oh, fuck.
Chapter 45. "Envoy to all units, acknowledge," McKnight said, speaking quietly into her radio as their car bumped and rumbled across the open desert. "Repeat. All units acknowledge this transmission." "You're wasting your time," Drake warned her, steering the Toyota around a dune that would almost certainly have bogged them down had he tried to tackle it head-on. "We're still too far out." They had been driving cross-country for the best part of 2 hours. With the headlights turned off to hide their presence and the slowly deteriorating engine running at low revs, Drake had rarely been able to achieve more than 30 miles per hour, as the difficult terrain required constant attention. It had been a wearying task, to say the least, not helped by the constant threat of pursuit or interception. Nonetheless, the miles had slowly crept by beneath their wheels, 10, 20, 30. According to the odometer, they had covered more than 60 miles, with about 40 still to go. 40 miles, still beyond the range of their compact tactical radios. "The atmospherics seemed pretty good tonight. Figured it was worth a shot," McKnight replied. "If only we had a bigger antenna." Drake glanced around. "I'll let you know if I see any." They had encountered virtually no signs of human habitation in the past 2 hours, save for a line of crooked fence posts without anything to link them together. McKnight had spotted the recognition lights of a small aircraft off to the south some time earlier, possibly a chopper judging by the low airspeed. The distant sighting had forced them to halt their progress and kill the engine, waiting in tense silence to see if the mystery aircraft came any closer. Mercifully, the lights had faded off towards the east, before disappearing over the horizon. If the Libyans were indeed conducting a search for the stolen vehicle, they had over 700,000 square miles of desert to cover. A daunting task, to say the least. McKnight smiled a little at his remark, though her demeanor soon turned more serious. "How are we doing?" "Well, oil pressure is almost zero, oil temperature is off the gauge, and engine temperature's right behind it. Oh, and we're running low on fuel." He gave her a sidelong look of mock disapproval. "You picked a winner here, Sam." "Screw you," she retorted, though she could sense the intended humor in his remark. "It's not like people were lining up to give me their cars. I had to pretend to be dying for this guy to stop. I thought you could charm your way into one. I'm not that charming." He shrugged. "I don't know. You have your moments." The woman looked at him, torn between surprise and amusement at his unexpectedly playful attitude. "Seriously? Are you flirting with me right now?" "Wouldn't dream of it." "Yeah, sure you wouldn't," she grinned, warming to the game that seemed to have developed between them. It certainly beat staring out into the darkness in tense silence, wondering what lay out there. "Anyway, I can't blame you. It's a pretty common reaction." "To what?" "To being here. Doing what we do," she explained. "Happens all the time to soldiers after a battle. The danger, the adrenaline, the rush of being so close to death and making it out alive. The rational part of your brain eases off the gas and the primitive side takes over. Pretty soon all you can think about is doing what you're designed to do. That being? Screw, of course." So taken aback was he by her blunt sentiment and matter-of-fact delivery that he couldn't help laughing. "Well, there's a chat-up line if I ever heard one." "No shame in admitting it," McKnight said, her tone one of playful consolation. "It's human nature. Might as well be honest about it. Look at me and tell me you're not feeling that way right now." Drake opted not to rise to that particular challenge, partly because he needed to concentrate on the difficult task of negotiating the rough terrain they were driving through, but mostly because he knew she was right. "Thought so." She leaned back in her seat with a smirk on her face, placing her feet up on the dashboard as she surveyed the great expanse of desert beyond the windshield. "So do you want to pull over and go for it on the hood?" Drake couldn't say exactly why he started laughing. Maybe it was the tension and stress of the past couple of days that had finally found a means of release, or the knowledge that they were at last on their way out of this country, which had brought them nothing but danger and death since their arrival. Or maybe, just because it felt good to be here with Samantha, to hear the sound of her voice, to know she was with him. Whatever the reason, he just couldn't help himself. And before long, she was laughing along with him. Because she understood as well as he that they both needed it. However, their amusement was short-lived. A sudden bang and crunch up front told them something mechanical had just come apart, and within moments the steering wheel went slack in Drake's hands. Turning it left or right seemed to make no difference at all. No longer answering to the wheel, the car slewed off to the right, following the slight downward contours of the land, before coming to a grinding, shuddering halt.
"What was that?" McKnight asked, her smile gone now. "We lose power?"
Drake shook his head. The engine, though rough and clearly not in a good way, was nonetheless still running. The problem didn't lie there. It was as if something had become caught in the car's axle. Opening his door, he stepped outside and picked his way around to the front to inspect the damage. "Shit," he said under his breath. Both front wheels were pointing in different directions. "We've snapped a tracking rod." A vital component of the steering system, the tracking rod was there to keep the front steering wheels pointing in the same direction. If it failed, the car simply couldn't move.
"Any ideas?" McKnight prompted.
"Not without a full workshop and a new rod." Drake looked at his watch, doing a rough calculation based on time and distance. "We've got about 4 hours till sunrise. We can make it if we move fast." The woman eyed him dubiously.
30 miles in 4 hours? That's a hell of a walk, Ryan.
There was no need to add that if they were caught out in the desert after sunrise, they'd be unlikely to survive the day without water. "Then we better get moving," Drake said, rallying his flagging strength for the task ahead. Every moment they spent here talking was a moment wasted. Chapter 46. Kira Frost knew this man. This man standing before her with an assault rifle leveled at her chest, who had tracked and cornered her out here like a wild animal, who might very well kill her at any moment. Certainly he looked different from the last time they'd met. He had aged visibly, his hair grown out, his face marked by lines that hadn't been there before, his jaw partly hidden by a greying beard. But for all the changes brought about by time and circumstance, it was unmistakably the same man she'd met during their mission in Afghanistan last year. The man who had presented himself as Drake's old friend, someone to be trusted, someone they could rely on. The man whose betrayal had cost the lives of several agency operatives, including her friend John Keegan.
"Cunningham,"
she said, practically spitting the name out in disgust.
"You fucking piece of shit!"
She had no idea what inexplicable chain of events had brought him to this part of the world at this time, whether he had been sent to hunt them by the Libyans, whether he was working for Kane or Faulkner, or some other group entirely, or whether this whole encounter was nothing more than a terrible coincidence. She didn't know, and nor did she care. He was here, and so was she. "Drop the weapon," he repeated, speaking in the same broad Scottish accent she remembered so well. "I won't say it again." Frost glanced down at the shotgun in her hands, a heavy, old-fashioned weapon, difficult to handle and poorly suited to her small frame. Certainly no use for what she had in mind. Releasing her grip, she allowed the gun to drop to the sandy ground at her feet. A heartbeat later, her hand went for the knife at her waist, yanking it from the sheath even as she launched herself towards him. She heard a cry of warning off to her left, thought that perhaps it might have been Mason pleading with her not to do it. Cole Mason, a good man who didn't deserve to die in this shithole at the ass end of nowhere. She pushed that thought from her mind the moment it entered. She couldn't think about that now. Couldn't think about anything except closing to within knife range of her target. She wanted Cunningham. If he really had been sent here to kill her, and the others, she wouldn't go down without a fight. Even if it cost her her life, she would take that bastard down with her. He had the drop on her. She knew that, even as she closed in on him, the knife clutched tight in a death grip. Her unexpected attack might have caught him by surprise and bought her a moment or two, but such an advantage was short-lived. He was still armed with an automatic weapon capable of wiping out all three of them with a single devastating burst, and certainly wouldn't hesitate to use it. At any moment, she expected to see the distinctive muzzle flare as the first round was fired, and to feel the crushing impact as it tore into her unprotected body. She didn't care. Images of Keegan lying dead amidst the shattered ruins of an abandoned farm in Afghanistan assailed her mind, just as they had done every night for the past year. And yet, to her disbelief, he didn't fire. Instead, she saw him cast the weapon aside as if he had no need for it, and raised his hands to defend himself. She almost smiled at the realization that he intended to fight her hand to hand. The arrogant bastard actually thought he could take her in a fair fight. She would show him. This fight would be anything but fair. Planting her foot on a fallen block of masonry, she leapt towards him with the knife held high, ready to plunge it down into his chest. Then, even as he prepared to duck aside to avoid the plunging blade, she suddenly reversed her grip on the knife. Landing with nimble grace on the sandy ground, she allowed her momentum to carry her downward, before springing back and thrusting the knife upwards into his abdomen. A stomach wound. One of the slowest and most painful ways to die, she thought with a momentary glimmer of satisfaction. Acids from the ruptured stomach walls filling his abdominal cavity, burning and destroying the torn flesh, even as he bled out. This far from civilization, he'd never get to a doctor in time. But her deadly strike never found its mark. Even as she thrust the blade upwards to meet him, he suddenly twisted aside with a speed that belied both his size and his age, causing the knife thrust to miss by mere inches. Surprised by his quick reflexes but unwilling to give him a chance to recover, she jumped back to her feet and launched herself at him again with renewed frenzy, sweeping the blade around to catch him in the neck. A quick death, perhaps, and certainly better than he deserved, but a death all the same. Yet even as the knife arced in towards its target, it came to a sudden, jarring halt as he clamped a hand around her knife arm mid-swing in a painful, bruising grip. Kira Frost was well versed in fighting, was nimble and agile, and capable of sudden, explosive bursts of strength and aggression that had surprised more than a few enemies over the years. But there was a different kind of power that only came with sheer size and muscle mass, and those were two things in which she could never hope to equal her opponent. Before she could even attempt to free her arm from his grip, she felt herself lifted bodily off the ground and tossed aside like a rag doll. She did her best to roll with it and absorb the impact, but the unyielding wall that slammed into her back was enough to knock the wind and the fight out of her. She felt like her entire ribcage had been crushed as she slumped to the ground, coughing and struggling to draw breath. She looked up in time to see Cunningham looming over her, a massive and terrifying presence about to finish the job he'd started. She saw him crouch down to pick up the knife that had slipped from her grasp when she hit the wall. Killing her with her own weapon. "Do it," she cried, though the injury had robbed her voice of much of its strength. She glared up at him defiantly despite the pain that now racked her body. "Finish it, you fucking coward!" But far from using the knife to end the brief fight, he instead threw it aside in disgust. "If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already," he snarled. "Anyway, we got a lot to talk about." Of all the reactions she had expected, this wasn't one of them. Frost looked at the knife lying a short distance away, then back up at him, wondering if this was some attempt to goad her into action. She was quick to suppress any thoughts of renewing her attack, however. He'd fought her off with ease once already, and she was barely capable of standing in her present condition. He knew that as well. Why then had he spared her life?
"Who the hell are you?"
Mason asked, having witnessed the brief confrontation with horrified but impotent fascination. Unable to intervene lest the two men covering him open fire.
"What do you want with us?"
Cunningham glanced at him for a moment, regarding him as one might regard a piece of dog shit stuck to one's heel. "Shut it, big man. I know her. I don't know you. That means I don't give a fuck if you live or die. Understand?" Mason said nothing to that, though the simmering anger in his eyes made his thoughts on this man plain. With that matter settled, Cunningham glanced at one of the two Bedouin men accompanying him, the same young man that Mason had come so close to killing earlier, and spoke a quiet command in Arabic. Lowering his weapon, the man hurried over to Layla, produced a cell phone from a pocket in his robes, and held it up in front of her, comparing her face with the one displayed on the screen. A simple nod from him was enough to confirm that it was a match. They had, apparently, found who they were looking for. Kneeling down beside Frost, who was only now starting to drag herself up from the sandy ground, Cunningham surveyed the injured woman without compassion. "I'm going to ask him direct questions, and I want direct answers, eh? So let's get started. Where's Ryan?"
"Go fuck yourself,"
Frost replied, coughing again.
"That direct enough for you?"
"That's the girl I remember," he said, smiling in amusement at her words. "I always said that mouth of yours would get you in trouble." In response, she reared back and spat bloody phlegm at his feet. "If you're going to shoot me anyway, shut up and get it over with, you Scottish prick. I'm not telling you shit." Cunningham exhaled slowly, thinking the matter over. "The funny thing is, I believe you," he acknowledged at last. "Lots of people talk tough when they've got their backs against the wall, but it's just piss and vinegar when you get right down to it. But you've got that fire in your belly. You'd rather die than tell me what I want to know, which means you're protecting something. Or someone." His gaze traveled to Mason, who was holding his ground a short distance away. "Let's find out, shall we?" Without saying another word, he reached for an automatic holstered on the left side of his chest and trained it on Mason, flicking off the safety catch with the same movement. "No!" the young woman cried out. "I don't know him, remember?" Cunningham prompted. "So I don't have to care if he dies. It's all on you."
"Don't give this asshole a word," Mason urged her, glaring at Cunningham.
"You know the drill, Frost. I'll give you to the count of 3, their captor warned her. "A bit old-fashioned, but it does the trick. 1. She could see his finger tightening on the trigger. Considering he was already responsible for killing several agency personnel, she didn't doubt he would happily add another to that list. 2. Her gaze flicked to Mason, knowing these could be his final moments. She'd already lost one good friend to Cunningham. She couldn't bear to lose another. Couldn't allow him to die for this. But neither could she betray Drake and McKnight. To tell Cunningham anything might well seal their fate. The agony of indecision and conflicting emotions was plain to see in her eyes. That was when she saw it. The faint nod of acknowledgement, of understanding. Mason knew what she was feeling, and accepted that neither of them would betray their companions to this man, even at the cost of their own lives. 3. Wait! Another voice called out. Surprised, Cunningham turned towards Layla, who had taken a step towards him with her arms raised to show she was unarmed. "Killing these people will do little to help your cause," she carried on. "If you wish to know what has brought them here, I will tell you." Cunningham lowered the weapon, though he didn't holster it. What he did with it would depend on the answers she gave him in the next few minutes. "See that, Frost?" he said, glancing at the young woman lying on the ground before him. "We're all out to help each other here. All it takes is a bit of negotiating." He turned his attention back to Layla. "So, enlighten me." Chapter 47. "So, Faulkner's playing the agency and the Libyans against each other. Doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. If the man we recovered from Paris was part of an agency black op, we should have known about it. Why would they let us render one of their own men?" McKnight said, a little out of breath after maintaining their brisk pace for the past several hours. Both she and Drake were physically fit and well-conditioned to environments like this, and their progress westward had been surprisingly swift, helped no doubt by the relatively cool temperature overnight. That would change soon, however, as the sky in the east gradually lightened with the coming dawn. Normally travelers welcome the start of a new day, but not this time. This time it would mean merciless, unending heat, burning rays that would sear their skin and tear the moisture from their throats, and winds that could whip the drifting sand up into storms, intense enough to blot out the sun. Already they could feel the temperature starting to rise.
I don't know,
Drake admitted. Soan's revelations about the chain of events that had led them to Libya had been a bombshell, but he sensed the picture was still incomplete. Some vital element still eluded them.
The only logical explanation is that the agency didn't know who this guy was really working for.
That's not making me feel any better.
Me neither.
For some reason, his conversation with Charles Hunt at Arlington resurfaced in his mind, particularly the man's cryptic warning about the enemies Drake faced.
The real power in this country doesn't lie in buildings that give guided tours, or men who have to answer to oversight committees or voter groups. The real decision-makers are the ones you can't see, that you don't know about because that's exactly how they choose to make it.
Maybe there's something else at work here, he mused. Some covert group we haven't seen before.
They must be pretty damn good at staying hidden. If they have the resources and the intelligence assets to overthrow a military dictatorship without anyone even knowing they exist.
She shook her head.
I'm not buying it, and I'm not selling it, but it fits with what we know.
He adjusted the straps of his rucksack, feeling the solid weight of the laptop shifting a little inside.
We get this bloody thing to Kira. Maybe she can give us some answers about our new friends.
In that, at least, McKnight seemed to be in agreement and said nothing further on the matter.
By the way, you never did tell me how you and Faulkner know each other.
When I left the regiment, he made contact with me. Said he knew about a new unit being formed for special work in Afghanistan,
Drake said, reluctant to get into too much detail. His exit from the SAS hadn't exactly been a happy time in his life.
He said they needed men like me.
What did he mean by that?
Drake didn't say anything for a time.
I've done things in my life that I'm not proud of, Sam. Some of those things I deserve to be punished for. But that unit, they wanted men like me. They rewarded men like me. Men who were ready to be more than just soldiers. That's what he meant.
And that's what you became?
She asked, a little uncertain now. She was opening a door she might not be able to close again.
More than just a soldier?
He shrugged.
I was what I needed to be. Let's leave it at that.
They both paused for a moment as the first shafts of sunlight broke over the eastern horizon, bathing the world before them in a bright orange glow and causing their own shadows to stretch out far ahead. McKnight cast an apprehensive gaze at the ball of fire rising slowly and inexorably into the sky.
We need to hurry,
Drake said quietly, urging her forward. Chapter 48. David Faulkner was in a foul mood as his convoy of 2 SUVs headed south away from Tripoli at high speed. They had already encountered 2 military roadblocks on their journey, hastily set up in the wake of the shootout near the Mukhabarat headquarters. But fortunately, the team's diplomatic credentials had been enough to get them through without incident. Talk about fixing the barn door after the horses had bolted, he thought, with mild irritation. The horses in question were now on the loose somewhere in Libya, and he had no idea where they'd gone. Satellite tracking might have allowed him to trace their movements from the scene of the shootout in the alleyway, but calling upon such a resource would draw undue attention to his venture here, and attention was something to be avoided at all costs. Up until now, Drake had been entirely predictable in both his decisions and his actions. Bold and audacious, perhaps, but predictable all the same. Now the game had changed. Drake had lost the very thing he believed he needed most. What he would do next was hard to predict. So for now, Faulkner was left with no option but to wait, monitoring Libyan police and military transmissions for any mention of Drake and his companions. Waiting. At a time when countless lives, including his own, depended on the outcome of this venture, he was sitting on his hands doing nothing. Suppressing a sigh of frustration, he took a sip from his glass of orange juice. The car's air conditioning was working overtime to keep the interior of the vehicle cool and comfortable, protecting the occupants from the nightmarish desert heat outside. But just being in this godforsaken country was enough to make him feel dirty. He couldn't wait to leave once his mission here was completed. Sitting opposite him was the pale, almost waif-like figure of Caitlin Maguire, her expression sullen and brooding as she stared out at the desert through the car's tinted windows. Perhaps she was pondering the implications of their failure last night, or perhaps she was simply annoyed that a target of hers had escaped. It was hard to know what was going on behind those steely blue eyes of hers, whether she truly appreciated what was at stake. As if in response to these dark thoughts, he felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrating. Setting his drink down, he fished the phone out and glanced at the screen, feeling a chill run through him when he saw that the caller ID was blocked. Few people knew his number, and even fewer were able to call while masking their identity. "Yes," he began, managing to keep his tone flat and composed. "You have an update for me?" The voice that spoke was American, soft, and surprisingly pleasant to listen to, but laced with a harder undertone of command now. The caller was accustomed to making decisions that could end lives, and it showed. "Someone is dead," Faulkner reported, deciding to open with the one piece of good news he could supply. "He can't compromise us now." A pause. "And Drake?" "The information you were sent to retrieve." "We're working on that." A longer pause. Faulkner winced inwardly, bracing himself for what was coming. "You're working on that?" he repeated. "Maybe I didn't make myself clear. Anger management, losing 10 pounds in time for summer, building a new fence around your front lawn. Those are things you work on. This is something that you do, David. You were brought in to do something for us, not to work on it, not to try your best, not to give it a shot, but to get it done. But you're not getting it done. You're failing, and every failure is piling up on the ones that came before it. Every failure is bringing us closer to losing everything we've been working for. That is not something you need to work on, David. That is something you need to fix right now." Faulkner swallowed hard. The AC vents were still blasting icy cold air at him, yet he could feel beads of sweat trickling down the side of his face. "It's not over yet. No, it's not. Not for us. But it will be for you if you don't get this done," he promised, his grim warning delivered with the absolute conviction of a man who had pronounced such a sentence many times before. "So I'll make this very simple. Find Drake, find the information. Or we'll find you, David. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, no matter how long it takes, you know we'll find you. And you know what we'll do after that." With that, the line went dead. Closing his eyes for a moment, Faulkner laid the phone down, reached for his drink and took another sip, though he couldn't quite keep his hands from trembling. "What the fuck was that about?" Maguire asked, her voice betraying an edge of concern for perhaps the first time. Faulkner didn't answer. He had far more important matters to concern himself with now. Chapter 49. The next couple of hours were a grim, monotonous march across largely featureless terrain, marked only by their gradually slowing pace under the wilting sun. With no visual landmarks to mark their progress, or take a bearing, accurate navigation could only be accomplished with a compass. Had time been less critical, they would have found a place to rest up for the day, conserving their strength while they waited for the relative cool of night to push onward. In this case, however, they simply couldn't afford to wait. The only option was to keep going, and hope they were able to rendezvous with the rest of their group before they succumbed to heat and dehydration. "Breaking rocks in the hot sun," Drake mumbled as he trudged wearily onwards, having a hard time forming the words. His tongue felt like it was glued to the roof of his mouth. "I fought the law.
And the law won.
He had taken to singing, or as close to it as he could manage under the circumstances, to maintain his sense of time and progression. Having operated in hot countries many times before, he was well aware of the dangers that came with loss of water in the body. The symptoms usually started after losing just 2% of the body's water, increased heart and respiration rate being the first noticeable signs, as the body tried to compensate for decreasing blood pressure. At around 5% water loss, headaches, nausea, and impaired judgment began to make themselves felt. By 10%, vision loss and delirium set in. And if they lost more than 15%, multiple organ failure and death were the most likely outcomes. These unpleasant thoughts were interrupted by a hiss from McKnight, who was several paces ahead of him. Glancing up, Drake saw her standing tense and alert with one fist raised, a signal to halt. She had spotted something. Her silent warning thus given, she lowered herself down on one knee, drawing her weapon at the same time. Drake did likewise, crawling forward until he was close enough to whisper in her ear.
What you got? One vehicle, on our 11 o'clock, about 100 yards out, she replied. Looked like it was parked between a couple of dunes.
Drake's heart rate stepped up a gear.
Just one? Yeah.
Military?
Couldn't tell for sure, but it was definitely a four-wheel drive. I didn't see any hostiles. Could be a lookout position.
She looked at him.
We could try to box around it.
Drake paused for a moment, considering their situation. A lone vehicle wouldn't have ventured this far from civilization without good reason. It could well be part of a search operation mounted by the Libyan government. If so, they had very nearly blundered right into an ambush. Only McKnight's sharp eyes had saved them. They could indeed try to work their way around this unexpected obstacle, but the landscape here was largely flat and provided little cover. They would have to venture far indeed to slip by unseen, and that would waste precious time and effort. Not to mention the chance they might encounter another vehicle forming some kind of search grid. The alternative was just as risky, but also had the potential to solve their current problems at a stroke.
We go for it, he decided. Split up and converge from different directions, take out the crew and steal the car. Then we find the others and get the fuck over the border.
As far as plans went, it was neither sophisticated nor foolproof, but it was the only one that came to mind. There were only two of them, lightly armed and already feeling the effects of their long march. There was a good chance they might find themselves both outnumbered and outgunned. But Drake had faith in their abilities. They had taken on larger forces before and prevailed, and the element of surprise might just tip the scales in their favor.
I like that plan. You circle around to the north. I'll come at them from the south, and we'll meet in the middle. We go in hard and fast, try to take them alive if they look like civilians, otherwise we put them down.
McKnight nodded. She knew as well as he did what was at stake here. If anyone on board that vehicle managed to send out a call for help, they were fucked.
Stay on comms, and call out if you see anything. Oh, and try not to shoot me when we move in.
She flashed a wry smile.
Any more remarks like that, and I just might.
With that, she turned away and hurried northward, bent so low that she was soon a barely noticeable shape flitting between the dunes. Drake likewise took off in the other direction, trying to choose a path that provided at least some cover for him. Taller and larger than McKnight, he was a more prominent target. The Browning automatic was clutched tight in his hand. He'd expended his own supply of ammunition during the ambush in Tripoli, but McKnight had shared out her remaining rounds between the two weapons, giving them 5 shots apiece. Not much of an arsenal with which to take on an unknown number of hostiles, but better than nothing. He would be sure to make each shot count if it came to it. The hot sun continued to beat down on him as he worked his way forward, the heat and exertion raising beads of sweat that trickled down his back, causing his dusty shirt to stick to his skin. Sure enough, he could make out the distinctive boxy frame of an old-style 4x4 over the tops of the dunes as he moved into position. Its paintwork seemed to have been scoured bare over the years, so that it was difficult to tell what color the vehicle had once been, but Drake thought he saw faint camouflage markings.
"Envoy's in position,"
McKnight reported over the radio net.
"No sign of hostiles. What's your sit rep?"
Damn, that was fast, he thought. Picking up the pace, he hit his radio transmitter.
"Almost there. 10 seconds.
"Move your ass. I'm exposed here."
Coming to a halt at what he guessed was the southern edge of the depression around the vehicle, Drake took a couple of deep breaths, drawing the hot, dusty air into his lungs to try to prepare himself for what was coming next. They were both tired and weakened, but they had to see this through. They couldn't afford to waver now.
"Monarch's in position," he called. "Move in 3, 2, 1, go."
Rising to his feet from behind the scant cover offered by a low, drifting dune, Drake advanced quickly towards the vehicle with his weapon raised. About 100 yards away, he spotted McKnight doing the same thing.
"Monarch has no targets,"
he warned, wondering if this might be a trap. It didn't make any sense. No driver, no guards, no passengers taking a piss nearby, not even footprints. Nothing but drifting sand and the sigh of the wind. He was almost there now. The jeep that had been partially hidden behind a dune at last came into view, allowing Drake and McKnight their first proper look at it. Straight away he felt his heart sink. Now he understood why they'd encountered no resistance on their way in. Coming to a halt, he lowered his weapon and grimly surveyed the blasted shell of a Libyan army jeep, its forward wheels destroyed by some kind of explosives, most likely a mine or IED. Whatever remained had long since been stripped of useful parts, so that only the broken chassis was left, a silent memorial to the crew that had likely perished in the explosion. He had no idea which conflict or even which decade this forgotten battlefield belonged to. Libya had seen plenty of armed clashes over the years, both inside and outside its borders. This could have happened last month or last century. McKnight walked towards him, her shoulders slumped in defeat. Reaching down, she picked up a twisted piece of metal that had once been the steering wheel, holding it a moment or two before hurling it away in disgust.
"God damn it,"
she said, closing her eyes for a moment. He understood how she felt. Things like this happen sometimes. Mistaken identities, fleeting glimpses on which one suddenly had to make life or death decisions. Not every call was the right one.
"Nothing for us here,"
he said quietly, resigned to the grim march that lay ahead.
"Let's go, Sam."
Mukhaber at headquarters, Tripoli. Seated at his desk in his cramped office, Bashir Kubar sighed and rubbed his eyes, struggling to focus on the computer screen in front of him. He was no stranger to fatigue, yet even he couldn't keep working without sleep indefinitely. He'd been awake for nearly 48 hours now, and was growing increasingly aware of the effect it was having on him. He reached for the cup of coffee beside him and took a mouthful, realizing vaguely that it was long cold. He could feel his eyes closing almost of their own volition, as if his mind no longer had any say in the matter. He found his thoughts wandering like a ship without a tiller, drifting between vague and disconnected memories. One moment he was a young boy fighting with his older brother near a river. The next he was a grown man surveying the scene of carnage in the wake of a car bomb in central Tripoli. He pictured his brother as a young man now, still tall and gangly, but beginning to show the strength and maturity of manhood. Old enough to join his father as they went off to settle a grievance with a neighboring tribe. Old enough to get himself killed. The dreamlike trance was shattered by a knock at the door. Without waiting for a reply, Musa rushed into his office, flushed and perspiring.
"We may have something,"
he announced triumphantly. Kubar stared at him.
"What?"
"Aerial reconnaissance just picked up a red sports car abandoned in the desert southwest of the city. No sign of the driver. They may have switched vehicles or struck out on foot."
That was enough to jar him awake, his heart surging as a fresh wave of energy rushed through his tired body. Southwest. Heading towards the border with Tunisia, back towards the remote mountain region near Nalut, which had always been so difficult to patrol.
"Get me a bearing on that car,"
he ordered, jumping to his feet.
"Vector in ground units. I want to know why it was abandoned, and mobilize every unit we have in the area."
No way was he letting them get across the border alive. Chapter 50. Pressing on, Drake began to notice the character of the land changing, the flat dune plains giving way to rocky slopes and rugged foothills. They were in the Nafusa Mountains, a range of craggy hills running roughly from east to west, with the coastal plains to the north and the Sahara to the south. In several places, steep canyons and ancient dried-up river valleys bisected their path, forcing them to veer off course to find a way around. It was wearying work that served only to lower their spirits. But Drake knew there was little to be done now except to get their heads down and power through it. He'd been on more than his share of forced marches in his life, particularly during the arduous selection process for the SAS. Some of those had pushed him close to breaking point. But then, that had been the whole idea. Drake hadn't been the fittest member of his selection group by any measure. He hadn't been the biggest or the strongest. But he did possess one quality that had stood him in good stead amongst his comrades. He had been utterly determined to prevail. He'd seen guys who could have given Olympic athletes a run for their money fall behind and drop out, not because they were physically broken, but because they simply couldn't hack it any longer. The lesson had been stark and clear. In a situation where every man was pushed to the point of exhaustion, it was their mental, rather than physical reserves that made the difference. So it was now.
And to think, I used to get pissed off when they made us march through rain and snow,
Drake gasped, managing a dry laugh. The mere thought of bleak, windswept moorland and driving rain sounded like heaven to him at that moment.
Give me the Brecon Beacons any day.
There was no response from his companion. Turning around, Drake was surprised to see McKnight some distance behind. She was slowing down, her head low, shoulders hunched over, plodding forward on leaden feet.
"Shit,"
he said, backtracking to intercept her. Even this small diversion from his course left him with a pang of regret, knowing he'd have to retread the same ground again. But there was no question of going back. She came first.
"Sam,"
he called out as he approached. At last she looked up at him. Her face and arms were already red from exposure and coated with a fine dusting of sand. Her eyes were focused on him, but there was a heaviness to them, a sense of great fatigue.
"I'm fine. Don't wait for me,"
she said, waving him off. It was a brave gesture, but totally counterproductive. Nobody wanted to be the weak link in the chain, but the moment people started pretending they were fine when they weren't, things went wrong. Drake had seen it happen too many times to let it happen now.
"I'm running on empty,"
he said, deciding to give her an opening. It wasn't exactly a lie either.
"Why don't we rest for a few minutes?"
Yeah? Either she saw his offer for what it was and decided to let it go, or she was simply too tired to care. Whatever the case, she sank to the ground and lay there with her back against a low boulder, its contours scoured smooth by long years of exposure to wind and sand. Drake sat down beside her, trying to observe her surreptitiously. She was breathing fast and shallow, as if her lungs were struggling to suck in enough oxygen. With a naturally fair complexion, she was already burned by the sun, despite covering up as much as possible, and that was only going to get worse as the day wore on. She was staring out across the desert, perhaps contemplating whether it would be the last thing she ever saw. The look of sad, reluctant acceptance in her eyes made his heart ache, particularly since there was nothing he could do about it.
"You ever think about getting out?"
she asked suddenly. Drake blinked, his slowing thoughts shifting back to the present with some difficulty.
"From the agency?"
"From everything,"
she corrected. Twisting around, she looked at him with frank honesty.
"Just pack it up and leave it all behind for good. No more agency, No more Kane. No more Anya. No more risking your life for other people's bullshit agendas. That's not such a bad thing, is it?
And what would I do? He asked, taken aback by the unexpected emotion in her plea.
Live, Ryan. You get to live.
She sighed and leaned back against the boulder, staring up at the flawless blue sky.
Find a house on some remote island, somewhere even Kane couldn't reach you. Live a simple life. Do normal things. Forget all of this ever happened.
A simple life. Normal things. It had been so long since Drake's life had been anything close to normal, he'd almost forgotten what it could feel like. The very prospect of it, of no longer living with a sword above his head, of waking up each morning without a care in the world, seemed like an impossible dream. Something to hope for, to strive for, but never to reach. Even if he did take up her suggestion and walked away, it wouldn't last. He knew that as surely as he knew the sun would rise in the morning. There was no place on this earth that Marcus Kane couldn't reach him, given time. It's not just about me now, he said quietly. Even if I walked away, there are others he'd use to get to me, including you. He shook his head. I can't walk away from that. He hadn't said it, but there was another reason he couldn't go, another person he couldn't leave behind. He hadn't said it, but there was no need. From the look of pain and sadness in her eyes, McKnight sensed what he was thinking.
Sometimes I think you're in the wrong business, Ryan, she said. You're too good a man for this.
Drake frowned, wondering just how wrong she was about him. But before he could say anything else, the woman took a deep breath and rose unsteadily to her feet once more.
I'm ready,
she said at length, her voice heavy with fatigue.
Let's go.
The sun waxed and their strength waned as they continued the relentless, grueling march. The wind began to pick up, lifting and scattering sand in blinding clouds that blasted exposed skin and reduced visibility. An hour crawled by, and there was no longer even the pretense of maintaining awareness of their surroundings. Half blinded by fatigue and wind-blown grit, they stumbled along, heads down, seeing nothing but the ground at their feet.
Monarch, to all units,
Drake spoke into his radio, barely managing to croak the words out.
Can anyone hear me?
The only response was the pop and hiss of static. He couldn't tell if the silence was down to their being too far away, or the sandstorms causing interference, or if, worst of all, nobody was around to answer. He could barely feel the ache in his injured arm now. Dry, crusted blood coated his skin, sticking to his clothes, while the improvised field dressing threatened to come away. At another time, he might have worried about infection and even blood loss, but those were the least of his concerns now. His reactions were slowing, his thoughts growing muddled. Not long ago he had become convinced that they had somehow turned around and were heading in the wrong direction. It had taken him a good 5 minutes of slow, painful, methodical thinking to work out that he'd been wrong. It couldn't be much further to the rendezvous, he tried to tell himself. Assuming they were still making 2 or 3 miles an hour, they should be close. But how long had they been walking? He couldn't remember. It felt like a lifetime now. Maybe it was further than he thought. How fast had they been going? He didn't even know that. There were no landmarks, no signposts, nothing to gauge their progress. He thought it should have been possible to work it out, but it was so much effort just to get the gears of his mind turning.
All units, this is...
So preoccupied was he with retaining his tenuous grip on his mental faculties that he didn't even see the cliff edge until his right boot went over the edge and disappeared into nothingness. Teetering forward off balance, Drake at last snapped back into awareness as the yawning drop opened up beneath him. Swaying like a drunkard, he stumbled backwards, scrambling away from the edge and almost knocking over McKnight, who was still trudging on with weary, relentless determination.
"Sam, we can't go that way," he warned her. "It's a sheer drop."
She didn't look up, didn't even acknowledge him. There was a vacant, uncomprehending look in her eyes. He reached out and grasped her arm.
"Sam, focus on me."
With what seemed like a great effort, she turned to look at him, and some vague spark of recognition seemed to kindle behind her eyes.
"Ryan?"
she said, as if seeing him for the first time.
"That's right. It's Ryan."
"What's wrong?"
They had stumbled across a wadi, an ancient dried-up riverbed that had once carved a deep channel through the mountainous region in which they found themselves. Millennia ago, this might have been a fast-flowing river, but now it was little more than a deep rocky canyon with steep walls on both sides. For fit and experienced climbers, such a natural obstacle would have presented little more than a temporary inconvenience, but in their weakened state, it might as well have been a mile-deep canyon. Even if they could somehow clamber down this side to reach the valley floor, neither of them possessed the strength or energy to make it up the far bank. They would have to detour around it, try to find a shallow crossing point.
"The way ahead's blocked,"
he explained, pointing to the sheer drop that lay just a few yards in front of them.
"We have to go around."
Lifting her gaze, McKnight stared out across the wadi, taking in the wide expanse of ancient sediment below and the imposing rock walls in the distance. That was it for her. Her shoulders sagged, her legs seemed to give way, and with a faint, defeated sob, she sank to her knees. Her expression was one of absolute, crushing despair.
"Sam, we can't stay here,"
he warned, kneeling down and pulling her close so that her face was only a few inches from his.
"You have to get up. Do you understand? You have to get up now."
"I can't,"
she whispered, shaking her head.
"I can't go any further."
He couldn't afford to let such thoughts take hold. He had to get her up and moving now, or she would never leave this place.
"Yes, you can. You can, Sam. You've been a pain in my arse this whole time. You're not going to fucking give up on me now. Not when there's still breath in your lungs. Now get up."
Reaching out, he gripped her shoulders hard.
"Get up, now."
She looked at him again, her eyes more alert now. He saw a flicker of anger and defiance in them. Good. Anger was better than blind indifference. Anger could mean the difference between living and dying. Planting one foot in front of her, she pushed herself upward from the ground, muscles trembling, teeth gritted with the effort. And for a moment, it seemed like she might regain her footing. A moment, and then it was gone. The brief fire of strength died away, and she slumped back onto the dusty earth. She was finished. She'd given it everything she had, but the sight of the impassable natural barrier before them had finally broken her will. Now she had nothing left to give. He should have seen this coming, he thought in a moment of bitter self-recrimination. He shouldn't have pushed her so hard, forced her to keep going when she was already beyond her limits. He should have stopped her from coming here in the first place. Drake looked away for a moment, unable to face her. She was going to die here.
"No,"
he said, the thought of losing her kindling a spark of defiance in him.
"Not here."
He was deathly tired and hurting, but desperation drove him on. Shoving one hand beneath her legs and the other across her shoulders, Drake took a deep breath and tensed up, trying to force more blood into his weary muscles.
"Come on then. Off we go."
Then, with every ounce of strength left in his body, he lifted her up and off the ground, staggered for a moment, then rallied his last reserves of flagging energy and started to walk. Too weary to protest, she merely clung to him. Samantha was of average height for a woman, with the trim, compact build that came from regular aerobic exercise. She probably weighed no more than 130 pounds, an easy weight for him to manage under normal circumstances. But not today. Every step he took was agony. His chest heaved, his heart pounded, and his vision grew hazy. Yet still he battled on, one labored footstep after another. Their pace had slowed to a pathetic crawl as he stumbled along the near edge of the wadi, in vain search for a crossing point, hoping against hope that there was still a way out of this. He couldn't rightly say how long he managed to carry her, how much ground he covered, because all such concepts had ceased to mean anything to him. His grip on the woman in his arms was growing weaker. His arms trembled with the effort of holding her.
"Not far now,"
he gasped, trying to focus his eyes on the ground ahead. Plodding along as he was, at the limits of his endurance, it was only a matter of time until something finally brought him down. He felt his foot come down awkwardly on a rounded stone, felt it slip out from beneath him, felt his tenuous balance start to fail him. With a breathless cry, he pitched forward, his desperate grip on Samantha slipping so that she tumbled to the ground in a dusty heap beside him, letting out an agonized groan as her weakened body absorbed the rough impact.
"No more,"
she rasped, tears carving glistening tracks down her sand-covered cheeks, her voice raw with overwhelming fatigue and emotion.
"No more, Ryan. Please."
Drake stared at her, at the young woman who had willingly faced so many challenges with him. So much had happened in the short time they had known each other, he almost couldn't remember life without her. She was as exhausted as he was, her skin reddened by long exposure to the sun, and marked by grime, sweat, and dust. Her face was drawn and sunken, her normally thick dark hair hanging limp. Only her eyes still held some vestige of life, though they were filled with the same grief and defeat that he imagined she saw in him.
"It's okay. We'll rest here for a while,"
he managed to say between gasping breaths, trying to find something, anything that might offer some comfort.
"We'll feel better once we've rested."
The look in the woman's eyes made it obvious that such reassurance was as unnecessary as it was untrue. She managed a faint, bittersweet smile.
"You always were a bad liar."
Drake clasped her hand tight, unable to do anything else except be there with her.
"Listen to me, Ryan."
She reached up and touched his face, her hand trembling with the effort.
"You did your best. You don't have to pretend anymore."
Drake swallowed. At least he would have done if there had been any moisture left in his throat.
"It's not over yet."
"Not for you,"
she said, halting a moment before going on.
"Will you do something for me?"
Drake leaned a little closer.
"Of course."
Her eyes were locked with his, burning with fierce, desperate resolve.
"Leave me here. Go on without me."
He felt the breath catch in his throat.
"What? I'm done. I'm finished."
Her tone was one of quiet, resigned acceptance. She had fought her battle, and lost.
"You might still make it, but not with me."
Drake's reaction was immediate and instinctive, his mind utterly rejecting the notion.
"Fuck that. I'm not leaving you behind. Never."
He tried to pull away, but she clung on to his tattered shirt, her grip surprisingly strong given her dire condition.
"Listen to me. Listen,"
she pleaded.
"We both know I won't make it. You can't carry me, but you still have some strength left. Go on alone. Find Kira and Cole. Get out of Libya. Sam, there's no way. Don't argue with me, she cried, pulling him closer. This has to happen. You know it does. I'm dying, Ryan. You can't change that now. Killing yourself won't save me. At this, she choked back a sob, gritting her teeth to keep her composure. Take the computer. Get it to Kira. Don't let this be for nothing. Please. It was heartbreaking to see her like this, watching her fade away in front of him, and knowing there was nothing he could do to prevent it. And leave you to die here? He asked, shaking his head vehemently as he imagined the pain and delirium she would experience as her body shut down and her vital organs failed. No, I won't. I couldn't live with it. The woman let out a breath, her eyes still locked with his. I'm not asking you to. She raised her chin a little, readying herself as she reached for the automatic pushed down the back of her trousers. I'll take care of it. All you need to do is walk away. Oh, Christ, he thought as she held the weapon up. She was serious. She meant to do it. She meant to end her own life. He could have stopped her, could have snatched the weapon and tossed it away, but he didn't. He didn't stop her, because he knew deep down that she was right. Unable to go any further, and with no hope of rescue. What was the point in prolonging the agony? How much longer could they last anyway? An hour? 2? McKnight likely had even less than that. She was right. He couldn't help her. Couldn't get her out of this. He might well die soon enough as well. But he would make it a little further without her. It was a terrible thought to entertain, but that didn't make it any less true. I won't leave you. Go, Ryan, she implored him, holding the weapon in trembling hands. You don't need to see this. Almost without being aware of it, he'd reached for the pistol and taken it gently from her hands. Struggling to make his fingers work, he disengaged the safety and pulled back the slide to make sure a round was chambered. He heard the ping of a brass casing being ejected. You don't have to do this alone, he promised her. She saw what he was doing, guessing his intentions. She didn't resist. Gripping the weapon in one hand, Drake pulled her close, feeling the rapid beat of her heart, then rested his forehead against hers and closed his eyes as he raised the weapon. I'm here, Sam, he whispered, his finger tightening on the trigger. I'm here with you. It remained there, trembling, straining, a mere fraction of an inch from firing. Drake clenched his jaw tight, willing himself to finish it, to do what had to be done. One pull, and it was over. He would spare her the pain of death that was encroaching by the second. It's all right, he heard her say, her hands squeezing a little tighter. I'm ready. He had done all he could, had given it his all, but it wasn't enough. She'd been right. There was no happy ending for people like them. Do it, a voice in his mind implored him. Pull the trigger, you coward. Do it, now. No! With an agonized cry, he threw the weapon aside off the edge of the wadi. He couldn't even hear the weapon clattering off the rocks below. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. Even if it was the right thing to do, even if it would spare them both the suffering of death by dehydration, he wouldn't just lay down and give up. Even now, the will to live,
To keep fighting and clawing for survival, no matter what the odds, was too strong.
"I can't kill you,"
he whispered, shaking his head.
"I'm sorry, Sam. I can't do it."
She looked up at him then. He didn't see anger or disappointment in her eyes. All he saw was sadness.
"I understand," she whispered. "You're a good man, Ryan. Better than this."
That was when it happened. Raising herself up from the ground with a final desperate effort, she managed to get her feet beneath her, and for a moment he wondered if his refusal to pull the trigger had kindled some hidden spark of determination, had tapped into some unknown reserve of inner strength. He watched as she turned and stumbled away from him, moving on unsteady legs towards the edge of the wadi. And only then did he realize what she was planning. She was about to do the one thing he couldn't.
"Sam! No!"
he screamed as she pitched forward and disappeared over the edge. Scrambling forward, he fell by the edge of the cliff, staring down at the woman lying in a dusty heap far below at the base of the slope. Too far for him to reach without suffering the same fate. She was gone. She was gone. Drake was no longer capable of crying. His body had no tears left in it, but he could feel them stinging his eyes as he looked down at her. The woman he had fought so hard to save, and who had sacrificed herself to give him a fighting chance. Overwhelmed with grief and shock, Drake bowed his head and closed his eyes as sobs shook his body. Chapter 51. The next hour was the hardest of Drake's life, as he trudged wearily onwards, withered by sun and heat, and blasted by wind-blown sand. At first he'd followed the course of the wadi, trying to find some way down to get to Samantha, determined to recover her body. But as time wore on, and his grieving mind wandered, he began to lose all sense of what he was doing and where he was going. The world seemed to have shrunk around him, to the point that simply staying awake became his sole focus. It reminded him of being a kid watching a movie late at night, feeling his eyes start to droop, then realizing what was happening and pulling himself back from the brink, only for it to start again a few moments later. But despite his best efforts, it was a battle he was slowly losing. His mental and physical reserves were all but spent, his mind teetering on the brink. It was then, at the moment of greatest need, that he at last saw something at the crest of a hill up ahead, a shape, vague and indistinct, half hidden by drifting sand. It wasn't a rock or a hill or a dune. Its lines were straight, deliberate, and rectangular. It was man-made. His eyes opened wider as the realization finally hit him. It was the ruined building where Mason and Frost were waiting. "What?" he gasped, hardly believing what he was seeing. Somehow his wandering path must have carried him to the right place. Somehow, through some bizarre quirk of luck or fate, his salvation was now less than 100 yards away. All he had to do now was get to it. Sand and burning wind whipped into his face, blasting his already exposed skin. But he kept his eyes fixed on the ruined building in the distance. It was the center of his world now. All his thoughts, all his willpower, all his hopes were focused on getting there. The ground beneath him was rocky and uneven, sloping gradually uphill towards the structure. He knew that if he fell, he wouldn't get up again. This was it. This was his last chance. An unknown time passed as he labored on, minutes, hours. He didn't know. He felt like he had been walking his whole life. The building crept closer, now tantalizingly near. He felt like he could reach out and touch it. He looked down at the ground before him, his vision swimming in and out of focus as he stumbled on, all his thoughts now directed towards making each labored step. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Almost there. He had to be. Left foot, right foot. Bone-dry air seared his throat with every breath as his overtaxed lungs fought in vain to draw in more oxygen. Adrenaline and desperate, stubborn resolve was all that kept him going now. Left foot, right foot. This had to be it now. Chancing his luck, Drake looked up, expecting the ruined archway that led inside to be yawning wide before him.
No,
he mumbled breathlessly, staring in disbelief at the empty, barren slope before him. It was gone. The building that had looked so immediately familiar to him had vanished. How was that possible? How? It had been a lie, he realized in some dim, half-understood part of his mind. A mirage. A trick played by his exhaustion and delirious brain. There was no building, no ruins, no hope of salvation. There never had been. The realization that his final hope was nothing but a fantasy was all it took to crush his last vestiges of strength. Letting out an anguished, futile cry, he fell to his knees.
It was here,
he whispered, his eyes stinging with tears that wouldn't come.
I saw it. It was here.
This was it, he knew now. After all the risks, all the danger and threats and adversaries he had faced since all this began, he was going to die a miserable death, of thirst here on this lonely hilltop, in the middle of nowhere. He couldn't help wondering whether Marcus Kane would feel relieved or cheated when he eventually learned of the ignominious end that had befallen him.
Ryan.
Drake froze, his mind jerked back into awareness by the sound of a voice, faint and distant, yet strangely immediate. He reached up and touched his radio earpiece, wondering for a heart-stopping moment if it was picking up a distant transmission.
Ryan! Look at me!
A whisper, barely heard, like a distant voice carried on the wind. Although not from his radio, it seemed to be around and inside him all at the same time. He looked around, screwing up his eyes to focus his failing vision as he sought the source of the voice. That was when he saw her, standing before him, as real and solid as the ground beneath his feet. McKnight, strong and healthy once more.
Sam,
he rasped, almost choking the word out through cracked lips. Somehow she must have survived the fall. Someone must have found her, given her water and clean clothes. Mason and Frost, they must have disobeyed his order and come looking for them. His heart swelled at the thought of his two companions, always loyal, but rarely obedient. He imagined Frost berating him for keeping them waiting, and Mason watching the drama unfold with his broad, infectious grin. And most of all, he felt tears of joy and relief stinging his reddened eyes at the sight of the woman before him, the woman he'd fought so hard to protect, who he thought he'd lost forever.
I thought you were gone. I thought you died.
Kneeling down beside him, Samantha reached out and gently caressed his cheek, her eyes filled with compassion and understanding.
Shh, it's all right, she said soothingly. I'm here, Ryan. It's going to be okay now.
Drake closed his eyes for a moment as relief washed over him.
Kira, Cole,
they're just beyond the ridge, she confirmed. They had a hell of a time finding me. You won't believe what they've been through.
He couldn't help but laugh.
I'm sure they'll tell me all about it.
They will, she promised. But you have to get up now. You have to get to them.
With great effort, Drake opened his eyes and looked up. The slope on which he had collapsed was part of a low ridge running more or less directly across his path, strewn with rocks and sand and small boulders. He hadn't made it to the top, lacking the energy or the will to go any further. when the futility of his efforts was at last revealed to him.
"Come on, Ryan,"
Samantha said, her voice gentle and encouraging as she took his arm to help him.
"Time to get up. Get up now."
Drake took a breath, his throat parched, his eyes dry and gritty, searching deep inside for some final reserve of energy. She was right. He could do this. He could make it. Managing to get his boot planted firmly, he heaved himself up from the ground. His vision swam for a moment and he staggered sideways, clutching at the rocky ground for support. His knuckles grazed the rough stone, cutting the skin and causing vivid red blood to well up. He didn't notice the pain. He was beyond that now. Tired, bruised, and battered, the two fighters emerged from their corners from the last round. One was younger, stronger, and fitter, but not as confident as he'd once been. This hadn't been the walkover that he'd expected. It had been a hard, brutal slog, and it was telling. The other fighter was older, battered and bleeding, chest heaving as he gulped for air. But he remained defiantly on his feet, his jaws set with determination, as he moved forward to meet his opponent. Somehow, Drake fought back the darkness that seemed to be encroaching on his mind. Somehow he forced his leaden feet to move as he shuffled up the hill, struggling to keep his balance as dizziness threatened to pitch him over.
"You're close, Ryan,"
Samantha coaxed him, staying by his side every step.
"Just a little further."
He had to make it. He knew with a certainty that defied reason. Somehow he had to find the strength to keep going. The ground was sloping uphill, strewn with rocks that had tumbled or been blown down from above in years past. His foot caught, and he fell with bruising force, rocky ground rushing up to envelop him in a crushing embrace. Ducking beneath a clumsy, tired punch, the older fighter moved in close, drew back his fist and slammed it into his opponent's ribs, with enough force to bruise flesh and crack bones. The younger man grunted in pain and fell to his knees as the old fighter moved in to press home his advantage.
"Get up, Ryan. You have to get up,"
Samantha urged him.
"I can't. I've got nothing left."
"Yes, you do," she said, her voice stronger and more forceful now. "You didn't give up on me. I'm not giving up on you now. So don't you dare quit on me. Get on your feet and move. Nothing else matters now. Get up." Coughing and gasping, Drake clutched at the ground, fighting to rise to his feet once more. He lost himself then. Lost all sense of orientation and direction. All he knew was that he had to keep moving forward. That was all that mattered now. "Don't you dare give up," she warned him. "You're going to make it, Ryan. I know you are." He clambered around a weathered boulder, leaning heavily on the burning hot surface, and with great effort took a stumbling, hesitant step forwards. Every step for him was a grim battle that he was increasingly struggling to fight, but still he clawed and fought his way up the slope, drawing deep on his last reserves of strength in a desperate effort to reach the summit. Drawing deep, the young fighter rose up and lashed out at his opponent, landing stinging lefts and rights that reopened old cuts. Bright red blood spotted the canvas beneath them. The older man waded forward, weathering the blows like the old warrior he was. He'd been hurt many times in his career, and he wasn't afraid anymore. This was the last fight of his life. 10 more feet, Ryan. Don't you dare quit on me. You don't get to quit until I say so. Now down on his hands and knees, the breath rasping in his throat, the vision fading from his eyes, Drake fought his way up, inch by agonizing inch. 5 more feet! Keep going! The old man drew back his arm to deliver the final blow, the haymaker that would end it. Even through the pain, the exhaustion, the blood, and the sweat, his eyes were alight in the moment of victory. But his attempt to land a final crushing knockout had left him vulnerable. The moment of his triumph exposing an opening that his younger opponent exploited. Damaged bone and sinew clashed with bruised flesh one last time as the crowd's roars drowned out all else. Letting out a final, exhausted groan, Drake collapsed at the crest of the ridge, his face resting on the burning sand, his fingers still clawing feebly at the ground. Through gritty, blurred eyes, he stared out at the rocky, undulating landscape that lay beyond, seeing almost nothing. I made it. I made it. Where are they, Sam? He pleaded. There was no answer. She was gone. But before he could speak again, he saw something. A darker shape amongst the blasted rocks and sandy hills. A shape that was moving towards him. He heard a shout. A voice. A human voice calling out something, but it was so far away he couldn't make it out. The world seemed to be closing in around him, details swallowed up and sounds drowned out by the pounding blood in his ears. Unable to fight it any longer, Drake's exhausted mind finally surrendered to the darkness that was so eager to swallow him. Part 4. Retribution. Following the overthrow of the Gaddafi regime in 2011, files recovered from the headquarters of the Libyan intelligence service in Tripoli indicated that US and UK governments handed over dozens of opponents of the Libyan regime for interrogation and torture. Neither country has officially commented on these claims. Chapter 52. Samantha McKnight's body lay curled up in fetal position at the base of the rocky slope it had rolled down after she'd thrown herself off the cliff above. Silent, unmoving, already coated with a fine layer of drifting sand that would eventually cover it completely. To any casual observer, she would have seemed long dead. But it was not so. A tiny spark of life still burned within her. Her chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid breaths. Her hand twitched, and her eyes slowly fluttered open. Just for a moment, she was at peace. There was no sound, no sensation. All she was aware of was the sandy ground around her and the flawless blue sky overhead. Then, in an instant, her memory returned, and with it came the pain. It hit with such force, flowing up and down her body like a tide, that she almost passed out again. Vaguely she remembered the fall from the cliff above, the jarring impacts as she tumbled down the slope, rocks and stone hammering her body from every angle. Then, at last, an explosion of darkness that had claimed her. But it hadn't killed her. Not yet, at least. She almost smiled at the irony. Couldn't even do that right. Not that it mattered much now. She might have avoided a quick death from the fall, but the desert itself would likely finish her soon enough. At least Drake was gone, and that thought was of some comfort to her as her mind drifted towards unconsciousness again. She closed her eyes, grateful for the chance to rest at last. It felt so good to rest. Then she heard it. A sound, low and rough, the rhythmic puttering of an engine, the rattle of a metallic vehicle bumping over rough ground, the creak of old axles. It was growing louder. Too weary to move her head, Samantha could only wait, listening with curious detachment as the vehicle approached. Perhaps they wouldn't even see her. Perhaps they'd drive on by and leave her to her fate. A sudden shout. The squeal of brakes, and the engine noise died away. Only then did she see the pair of scuffed boots come stomping across the rocky ground towards her, the crunch of gravel just audible beneath the continued shouting. They stopped beside her, and Samantha felt strong hands grip her by the shirt, rolling her over onto her back. She saw a dark face, silhouetted against the burning sun overhead, before she finally lost consciousness again. Chapter 53. Drake gasped in shock, his mind jerked suddenly and painfully back to awareness by a chilling deluge of water. Blinking his eyes open, he looked around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. All around him was darkness. Not the absolute darkness of a hood pulled over his head or bindings covering his eyes, but rather the deep shadows of night. How was it suddenly night? Where was he? Slowly, details began to resolve themselves as his vision cleared. He saw rock walls and a ceiling, rough and irregular, an interior space shaped not by man, but by nature. A cave. A cave lit by the flickering orange glow of a small fire somewhere nearby. He could hear voices, several of them, their words blending together into a confused and jumbled drone that echoed off the cave walls. He tried to focus, tried to separate them and discern individual words, but his mind couldn't comply with his demands. Then, suddenly he saw a face above him, a woman's face, dark-skinned and framed by long black hair that fell all around him, blotting out much of his surroundings. A pair of piercing eyes were focused on his own, hostility mingled with vague, professional concern. Only then did a single voice emerge from the others, fighting its way through the fog of his brain to reach him.
"Ryan? Ryan, can you hear me?"
He recognized this woman, who was now so focused on him. A name slowly drifted from the dark recesses of his mind.
"Layla?"
he croaked, struggling to form the word.
"That's right. It's Layla. Ryan, tell me what happened in Tripoli. Where is Tarek?"
Tarek. That was another name he recognized, yet he couldn't say why. He felt as if his mind was a vast darkened room, and he possessed only a dim light with which to explore its depths. Concentrating, he tried to piece together the fragmented images and thoughts that seemed to swirl around with no clear pattern linking them. Tarek. Layla. He saw himself running through a darkened alley at night, supporting an injured man in his arms. He saw another man swinging a weapon towards him. Then, suddenly he disappeared in a storm of metal as a car drove straight into him. He saw himself struggling through the desert, sand and heat blasting him, trying to reach a woman who had collapsed to the ground in an exhausted heap. And then, just like that, the fragmented and confused thoughts, images and memories suddenly coalesced into a single whole once more. His bleary eyes snapped open, and he reached out, grasping Layla's arm, his grip strong and urgent despite his exhausted state.
"Sam!"
he called out, the blood pounding in his ears.
"She was with me. Where is she? Where?"
Her dark brows drew together in a frown.
"We found no one with you. They searched the area. It was just you."
Drake released his grip, memories of Samantha staggering towards the cliff edge replaying like camera flashes in his mind. He saw her pitch forward, saw her disappear into the void beyond, and last of all, he saw her broken and lifeless body lying at the base of the slope.
"What about the others?"
he asked weakly.
"Kira? Cole?"
"Listen to me. This is important,"
she pressed on, desperate for answers.
"What happened to Tarek? Where is he?"
Drake's heart sank. Once again he saw Sohan lying on his back in that alleyway, foamy blood leaking from the bullet wound in his chest as he stared back at Drake, knowing he was dying, knowing his promise to return to Layla would never be fulfilled.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, looking up at the woman who had entrusted her husband's safety to his care.
"I couldn't get to him. I couldn't help him."
Lying so close to her, he was able to watch in agonizing detail as her mask of tight control and composure crumbled before his eyes. He watched as she reached up and held a hand to cover her mouth, watched as she bowed her head and tears began to fall, her shoulders moving up and down as she sobbed. Then suddenly she looked up at him again, the grief and sorrow twisting and magnifying into hate and anger. Her right hand drew back, and then arced down towards him, and his world was jarred sideways by the blow.
"You were supposed to protect him!"
she yelled, her tear-streaked eyes burning with rage as she struck him again.
"He trusted you to bring him back! You used him! You bastard!"
Weakened and pinned down, there was nothing Drake could do to defend himself as the blows rained in, frenzied and driven by raw emotion rather than a cold desire to kill or injure. Still, they were doing damage all the same, and he knew that if the attack continued unabated, there was a fair chance she might beat him to death before she realized what she was doing. But as it turned out, she didn't get the chance. Another figure, big and imposing, suddenly intervened in the one-sided fight, grasping her arm just as she was reaching back to deliver another stinging blow. Exercising a strength that far outmatched her own, Drake's unexpected savior shoved her backwards, with such force that she was almost knocked off her feet. As it was, she had to scramble to regain her footing.
"Enough,"
a gruff, accented voice decided.
"I didn't save the man just to watch you beat him to death."
Drake felt a chill run through him at the sound of that voice, even as the rational part of his mind cautioned him that such a notion was almost impossible. It couldn't be the man he thought it was. It just couldn't.
"My husband is dead because of him!"
Layla shouted, jerking a finger towards Drake. She was trembling visibly with fury.
"He must answer for this!"
"Aye," the voice agreed. "He will. But first, he'll answer to me." With that, he turned around to regard the man lying on the floor of the cave, bruised and battered and exhausted. The moment Drake caught sight of his face, took in the familiar, if aged features of the man he'd once considered both a friend and a mentor, he knew his suspicions had been proved horribly correct.
"Matt?"
he managed to say. The last time he'd seen Matt Cunningham had been nearly a year earlier, in the aftermath of a desperate gun battle in Afghanistan that had left one of his team dead and 2 others injured. The same night that Cunningham himself had tried to kill him. Drake had promised to make him answer for his betrayal that night, if ever their paths crossed again. Apparently someone up there possessed a sense of humor, because now that they'd encountered each other again, Drake was in no condition to make him answer for anything. Ignoring Drake for the moment, Cunningham directed a stream of Arabic to a young man dressed in Bedouin desert clothes standing nearby. Straight away the youth moved forward and took Layla by the arm, escorting her gently but firmly deeper into the cave. The glow of another fire caused the 2 figures to cast grotesque shadows on the uneven walls.
"Useful, that one,"
Cunningham remarked, watching her go.
"Her being a doctor and all. She's one of the reasons you're still above ground. Well, in a manner of speaking at least," he added, glancing up at the rocky roof. "By my reckoning, that's twice I've saved your life now, son."
Drake could scarcely imagine a more unlikely savior, or a more unwelcome one.
"How did you find me?"
"I saw you in Nalut," Cunningham explained. "You and the lass from Afghanistan. Didn't take long to figure out something was up."
Drake closed his eyes, replaying McKnight's earlier warning in his mind. A Western man with a greying beard, watching them from the other side of the road, only to vanish a short time later. It had been easy enough to dismiss at the time, but never could he have imagined that it was this man.
"So you followed us out here?"
he asked.
"Not exactly. The young lad you saw there, Iskar's his name. He ran into the rest of your team earlier today, rushed here and told me about it. So we came to question them. As it turned out, Layla there was the most cooperative of the bunch. She told us you planned to meet up with the others, so I sent the boys out to search for you. Lucky I did. You're about as close to death as I've seen any man. Even I had my doubts if you'd make it."
Drake ignored that part. He didn't need Cunningham to tell him how close he'd come.
"What did you do with them?"
he demanded, wondering if he was cold and ruthless enough to have disposed of them once he'd learned what he needed.
"The team comes first, eh? I expected as much," Cunningham said, his tone half mocking. "Aye, they're alive, before you go fretting about them."
He leaned in a little closer, taking in Drake's disheveled appearance. His expression made it plain he didn't like what he saw.
You look like shit, he decided.
Reaching behind him, he unscrewed the lid from a water bottle and thrust it at Drake.
Here, drink this. You need it.
Drake eyed the water bottle warily, saying and doing nothing for several seconds. Being dragged unconscious to this place was one thing, but willingly accepting help from a man who tried to kill him the last time they'd met was quite another. Nevertheless, Drake was now all too aware of the ravenous thirst that had seized him. Knowing Drake well enough to guess his thoughts, the older man smiled in amusement.
There's a lot of good reasons to die. Pride's not one of them, mate.
Reluctantly, Drake snatched the bottle out of Cunningham's hands, held it to his lips, and drank. The water was warm and tasted faintly of chemicals, likely purification tablets. But to a man who had come close to dying from thirst just hours earlier, it felt like vintage champagne at that moment. It was all he could do to control himself enough to keep from gulping it down in one go, though he knew that that would do more harm than good. It had to be taken slowly at first, sipped in small doses so that his shrunken stomach could adapt to the sudden influx of hydration.
How's the head?
Like you care, Drake fired back. Cunningham eyed him with disapproval.
If I didn't care, I wouldn't have sent the boys out looking for you. And I definitely wouldn't have wasted my afternoon dragging your sorry arse all the way here, just to have you dirty my beautiful home.
As he said this, he spread his arm out in a grand gesture to encompass the small cave.
You live here? Aye, from time to time. It's cheaper than the Hilton, and a handy place when I'm doing business in the area.
Drake frowned.
What kind of business?
Cunningham reached into his pocket, found a packet of cigarettes, and fished one out, lighting up and taking a draw before he spoke.
I was a wee bit short on job prospects when I left Afghanistan last year. And my boss wasn't around to give me a reference, if you catch my drift.
He certainly did. Richard Carpenter, the head of the private military company that Cunningham had worked for, had been assassinated by Anya after trying to have Drake's entire team murdered. Not long after, his double dealings with an Afghan warlord had been exposed to the world, resulting in the dissolution of what remained of his company.
Your boss was a lying, murdering piece of shit. He killed good people for money.
No argument here, Cunningham shrugged, as if that were enough to put the matter to bed.
Anyway, I went freelance, taking work where I could get it. Turns out I'm good at finding people, especially the kind who don't want to be found.
It all seemed to fall into place then.
You're a bounty hunter,
Drake said, his voice carrying an undertone of disdain. There were lots of men like him in places like this nowadays. Iraq in particular had been swarming with freelancers during Drake's tour there, all hoping to claim the lucrative bounties placed on the heads of former regime members by the CIA. Most had been unemployed ex-military types looking for a quick payday. Others mere wannabes out to make a name for themselves, while a few had been true hardcore mercenaries in the strongest sense of the word. Men who had fought and killed all across the globe, wherever the tides of war and fortune took them. Those belonging to the latter category were some of the most genuinely frightening men Drake had ever encountered.
No need to say it like that, mate. Man's got to work, Cunningham reminded him. Anyway, you should be thankful I got into this business. You're the reason I came to Libya in the first place.
Me?
Aye, you. Kidnapping one of the Mucabarate's best and brightest in the middle of the night from his own home, no less. Not a bad job you pulled there, if you don't mind me saying. Shame it all went tits up from there. But you can bet the Libyans weren't so impressed. They put a price on your head, a very hefty one actually, plus a bonus for returning Tarek Sohn alive. Looks like I won't be collecting that.
It didn't take a genius to see where he was going with this. Cunningham's inexplicable concern for his welfare made a lot more sense now.
So what now? You turn me and the others in, collect your bounty and fuck off. That's one way this could play out. Is there another? That depends on you, Ryan.
Cunningham took another draw on his cigarette.
Where's the laptop?
Drake looked away, saying nothing. He had made the mistake of trusting this man with his secrets once already. He had no desire to do so again. Playing the strong, silent type isn't going to help you here, son. You kidnap a senior Libyan official, then let him go free, then travel back to Tripoli, before ending up way out here with an encrypted computer. That's a pretty strange chain of events even for you. So my question is, why? What are you going to do? Kill me like you tried to in Afghanistan? Drake challenged him, his green eyes flashing in the firelight. I don't expect you to trust me, he conceded. Or forgive me. Good, because I don't plan on doing either of those things. For a moment, he actually saw a flicker of pain in the older man, as if his words had genuinely hurt him. I made mistakes, Ryan. Aye, none of us can say we haven't. I made mine, I admit it. And there's not a day goes by that I don't regret what happened. Taking one last draw on the cigarette, he flicked it into the campfire and leaned in a little closer. You might hate me. You might even wish me dead. Christ knows I wouldn't blame you. But I'm probably the only person in this country who doesn't want to kill you right now. So maybe you should think twice before you burn that bridge. Like I said, there are a lot of good reasons to die, but pride is near one of them. Drake stared back at him in tense silence. He might have been sincere, or every word out of his mouth might have been a lie. After everything that had happened, Drake no longer trusted himself to tell the difference. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, he evaded. Try me. He sighed and took another gulp of water. I was hired to bring Sowen in, he admitted at last. The deal went sour. We had to improvise. Hired by who? A man named Faulkner, a spook with British intelligence. At this, Cunningham's eyes opened wider. Faulkner? David Faulkner? You know him? Jesus, everyone in the regiment knew him. Well, everyone who was around back in the day. It was long before your time, I suppose. Before his time. 15 years separated the two men. A lot could, and apparently did, happen in those 10 years. What you know about him? A lot. He was around during the Troubles back in the 80s, when things were getting really out of hand, running undercover ops against our friends in the IRA. And boy, did he run 'em. Aye, he was all polite and gentlemanly on the surface, but underneath he was something else altogether. Like to get very hands-on during the interrogations, if you know what I mean. And he enjoyed it. I've seen lots of men do it over the years, but not men that actually enjoyed what they did. He scared the shit out of most of us, so we avoided him as much as we could. Everyone did. That was something else he enjoyed. The fear. Drake let out a breath. He wasn't exactly surprised by what he'd heard, given his encounters with Faulkner over the past couple of days. But it didn't do much for his morale to know exactly what kind of man he was up against. A sadistic, intelligent, and ruthless killer with considerable resources at his disposal. In short, Faulkner's a man you should be very fucking afraid of. What on earth made you decide to work for a man like him? There was little to lose now by telling him the truth. Cunningham was already well acquainted with the sword hanging over Drake's head, having been told the whole sorry tale during their short-lived reunion in Afghanistan the previous year. Someone murdered my mother, he said at length. Faulkner offered me answers, and like a fucking idiot I went for it. He was playing us, playing me all along, running some kind of black op to hand prisoners over to the Libyans in exchange for intel. Cunningham shook his head in dismay. So why go back to Tripoli? Evidence. The Libyans kept everything to do with the project on file. Phone calls, emails, prisoner dossiers. Enough to fuck him over, put him in jail for the rest of his life. Sowen went in to recover it, but his own people turned against him. They deleted all evidence of the op. So what's on the laptop? Drake sighed and looked down. The Americans have been smuggling weapons and equipment to resistance groups over the border. They're building an army to topple Gaddafi. Jesus, Cunningham breathed. That's a disaster waiting to happen. The country would tear itself apart. He wasn't inclined to dispute that assertion.
Faulkner found one of their key operatives and handed him over to the Libyans. Looks like he's trying to derail their coup to protect his own interests. The details might well be on that laptop, but nobody's managed to break into it yet.
So now you're caught between a rock and a hard place, aye? An entire country hunting you. The agency trying to silence you. And a fucking lunatic out to kill you.
Drake said nothing to this disconcertingly frank summary of his situation.
Now you know why we were here. The question is, what happens now?
You mean, am I going to hand you over to the Libyans? Let them torture and execute you so I can earn a few extra quid?
Cunningham allowed that notion to hang in the air for a few seconds, as if he himself had yet to decide the matter.
We were friends once, Ryan. You might have forgotten that, but I haven't. So here's what I'm thinking. We're a few miles from the border. The boys can escort you over before dawn, get you into Tunisia, and let you be on your way. I'll take the woman and return her to the Libyans, maybe even claim a small reward at the same time. The rest is up to you.
Drake was genuinely surprised by what he'd just heard. After everything that had happened between them, the tumultuous events of the previous year, and the animosity that had developed since that day, Cunningham was still prepared to help him. That being said, not everything about his plan sat well with Drake.
Layla's been through enough, he countered. If you hand her back to the Libyans, she could end up in a prison cell or a coffin.
The older man shrugged.
Aye, and I suppose you could offer her something better. They might grill her on what happened, but at the end of the day she's an innocent caught up in this. They'd realize that sooner or later.
He leaned a little closer.
What's your answer, Ryan?
Do I have a choice?
Nope. You can consider this your get-out-of-jail-free card. You only get one, and this is yours.
There won't be another, Cunningham warned him.
Oh, and you're welcome.
I'd like to see the rest of my team, Drake said, not sure what else to say.
Aye, thought you might.
Rising to his feet, Cunningham held out a hand to help him up, which Drake refused. Attempting to get up on his own, however, he soon regretted this show of stubborn defiance as his vision blurred and the familiar pounding headache made itself felt again. Clutching at the rock wall for support, Drake fought to control the rising tide of nausea and somehow managed to drag himself to his feet. Saying nothing to this, Cunningham simply gestured to the low passageway that seemed to lead into a larger chamber beyond.
After you, old son.
Chapter 54. Mukhabarat Headquarters, Tripoli. It was just past 9 o'clock in the evening, with darkness descending on the city of Tripoli, when the news Bashir Kubar had been waiting for finally came through.
We have one of them,
one of the communications technicians called out across the crowded operations room. Pushing himself away from the map he'd been poring over, Kubar strode across the room to speak with him.
Talk to me,
he growled, fatigue and frustration working together to leave his temper even shorter than usual.
Give me details.
One of our roving patrols came across a Western woman out in the foothills of the Nafusa Mountains. She was dehydrated and close to death, and apparently alone.
Kubar frowned, well aware that the reports of last night's shooting specifically mentioned a man leaving the area.
Was she carrying anything with her? A laptop computer?
The young technician's face paled.
There was no word on personal possessions, but their report was filtered through 3 layers of military communications, he explained. They may have neglected to mention it.
The muscles across Kubar's shoulders tightened.
What's her current status?
She's alive. They're transporting her to the nearest military command point for questioning.
He nodded.
Find out where that is. I want to be there when they bring her in.
Pain. Noise and jolting movement. The smell of petrol and old leather and cigarette smoke. The feel of rough metal against her cheek. The pressure of plasticuffs biting into the flesh of her wrists. With her mind lingering on the edge of consciousness, McKnight struggled to process any information beyond simple physical sensations. She opened her eyes with some effort and looked around. the world swimming into bleary focus. She was in a vehicle of some kind. Military, simple and functional. Bare exposed metal, worn seats, dirty windows. The rough growl of an engine accompanied by the strained groan as the suspension bore them across another patch of rough ground. Beyond the windows, darkness, illuminated only by the twin beams of headlights. Night had fallen on the desert. She wasn't sad about that. She'd seen enough sun to last her a lifetime. She tried to move a little and felt something tug painfully at the skin of her left arm. Looking down, she saw an IV line snaking out to a bag of some kind of liquid suspended from the vehicle's roof. Intravenous fluids. They had given her basic medical treatment, patched her up, bringing her back from the brink of death. Already she could feel her mind growing sharper, her thinking clearer, as her body recovered from the debilitating effects of dehydration. And with that heightened awareness came a greater appreciation of the pain she was in. Somehow she had survived her leap from the cliff top and her tumble down the rough rock-strewn slope beyond. But the fall had nonetheless left its mark on her. Her entire body ached with the pain of deep bruising, not to mention the countless sharp stones that had torn her clothes and the flesh beneath. Every inhalation brought with it a stab of pain, suggesting she'd cracked or even broken several ribs. Yet for all that, she was alive. Somehow she had clung on long enough to be rescued, though perhaps rescue was the wrong word. She looked around, taking in her fellow passengers. There were 3 of them, 2 up front and a third in the back with her, all male, all dressed in military fatigues. It didn't take long to reach the inevitable conclusion. She'd been found by the Libyan army. Oh, Christ.
"Where are you taking me?"
she asked before she could stop herself. A sharp blow delivered to her injured ribs prompted an agonized cry and was sufficient to silence further questions.
"You not speak,"
her fellow passenger commanded in halting English.
"We ask question. Where is the other one?"
Ryan, she thought with a mixture of hope and fear. With luck, he'd made it out of the area before they'd found her. But even for a man as resilient as him, the chances of survival in such an inhospitable place were almost nil. What strange irony would have saved her life and condemned his? Samantha gave no answer to this question, which only antagonized her interrogator further.
"You answer now!"
She looked him in the eye. He was a small man, lean and wiry, his combat helmet removed to expose the balding dome of his head.
"I'm not telling you jack shit," she replied in a calm voice. "If you fix me up with this IV drip, it means you're keeping me alive so you can bring me in for interrogation. That means it's not your job to ask questions. You're just a grunt, an errand boy. So you might as well shut up and make this ride easier for both of us, because I've got nothing to say to you, asshole."
That was when she saw the change come over him, saw his eyes open wide, saw his mouth twist in anger, saw him ball up his fist to deliver another agonizing blow. She didn't care. If she was lucky, the stupid bastard might actually draw a weapon and kill her. It was at this moment that the passenger up front, presumably the man in charge of this small patrol, barked an order at her new best friend. She couldn't tell what he said exactly, but it might have meant something, because the man froze immediately, glancing uncertainly from Samantha to his comrade, then reluctantly lowering his arm. Twisting around in his seat, the patrol's leader eyed her with something akin to amusement.
"I know what you are doing," he informed her. "Soon you wish I had let him kill—"
His sentence was abruptly cut short by an explosion of glass as a fist-sized hole suddenly appeared in the Jeep's windshield. There was a wet popping sound, and McKnight felt something warm coating her face as the driver slumped forward against the wheel, his blood covering the dashboard and side window. Uncontrolled, the Jeep veered off whatever minor road it had been following before rolling to a stop. McKnight had no idea what was happening, but even she had the presence of mind to throw herself down, flattening against the rear seat. Her two companions weren't so lucky. The man up front reached for a rifle resting in his footwell, only to jerk violently as a volley of rounds tore through his body. She heard only a faint sigh, as if of disappointment, as he slid sideways in his chair. Last to react was her friend in the rear seat. Recognizing that the jeep was a lost cause, he threw open his door and practically fell out into the darkness, trying to make a run for it. A trio of dull thuds followed by an agonized cry told her he hadn't made it far. She was alone now, she realized. Alone in the back seat of the jeep, weakened and injured, her hands bound. She could do little but watch as a figure emerged from the darkness, walking towards her with the casual self-confidence of a man in control of everything around him. In the crimson light cast by the dashboard instruments, McKnight was able to make out a distinguished middle-aged face, a mane of neatly combed blonde hair, a charming smile, betrayed by cold, calculating eyes.
"Hello, Samantha," Faulkner said. "Good to meet you at last."
Chapter 55. The short, winding passage was perhaps an inch higher than Drake's head at its apex, but he ducked down a little anyway as he passed through. His head was killing him already without adding a concussion to his list of injuries. Emerging into the chamber beyond, Drake's first impression was of a large bubble formed inside the rock, roughly oval in shape, with the far end being somewhat wider than the entrance. The floor, probably once sloping downward towards the center, was covered by a deep layer of sand that had been blown in and deposited here over millennia, forming a rough floor space about 5 meters wide and 8 in length. A single fire burned in the center of this improvised living space, providing enough light for him to make out the cave's inhabitants. The first thing he saw were the 2 Bedouin men standing guard at the entrance, one armed with an AK assault rifle and the other with an ancient bolt-action weapon that looked older than both of them combined. Drake couldn't help but notice the long, narrow scar that snaked down the right side of his face, starting at his ear and tapering down to the edge of his mouth. But far from being a disfigurement, the scar lent him a rakish look, reminding Drake of a swashbuckling adventurer from some old pirate movie. Facial scars notwithstanding, both men were fairly representative of the people who had somehow found a way to survive in this most inhospitable of environments. Tall, lean and tough, possessing a wiry, sinewy strength that was far more useful here than any bulked-up musculature. And they bore enough of a resemblance to each other that they had to be either brothers or close cousins, a suspicion that was borne out a moment later as Cunningham introduced him. "Ryan, meet the boys," he began, gesturing to the bigger one first. "This is Amaha. The one with the scar is his wee brother Iskall. They're Tuaregs, and didn't speak much English, so I wouldn't worry about introducing yourself."
"Where did you find them?" he asked, perplexed how an out-of-work mercenary had hooked up with such an unlikely crew.
Cunningham shrugged. "Long story, mate. The short version is they stirred up trouble with another tribe. Iskall there even got into a knife fight with the chief's son. That's why he's so pretty now. Got himself banished to avoid a tribal feud."
Drake nodded, understanding all too well why such a drastic measure had been taken. Rivalry and distrust were endemic among the nomadic tribes in areas like this. Grudges were rarely forgotten or forgiven, and even petty disagreements could escalate into full-scale blood feuds that pulled in several other tribes and needlessly cost many lives. Severe punishments were the only way to maintain some measure of order and satisfy honor that had been slighted.
"Anyway, his brother decided to go with him, and they struck out on their own," Cunningham carried on. "Lucky for them, they had the good fortune to run into me about 6 months ago. I've been training them ever since. Sharp as tacks, both of them. A little too much bravado at times, but they're good lads. And Iskall there can shoot better than either of us ever could."
Drake wasn't so sure an encounter with Cunningham could be considered good fortune. Still, it was plain even to him that the man meant what he said about the 2 Tuaregs, taking an almost fatherly pride in their accomplishments. Switching to Arabic, Cunningham spoke a few words to the 2 guards,
who moved aside to allow Drake entry to the larger chamber beyond.
"Ryan! About goddamn time!"
a female voice called out, speaking with a distinctly Boston accent that could only belong to Kira Frost. Sure enough, the young woman rounded the fire and strode towards him. Her face was bruised and grazed in places from what had clearly been some kind of physical confrontation, but otherwise she appeared to be in good health. The Touareg guards tensed up when Frost made her move towards Drake, but a nod from Cunningham prompted them to stand down. The young woman's strength certainly hadn't failed her as she threw herself at him, grabbing him in a fierce embrace that was equal parts relief and defiant protectiveness. It took him a moment to realize her hands were bound at the wrists with thick cordage, no doubt to keep her under control, and that she'd hooked them around his neck as she clung to him. Mason, who moved into view behind her, was likewise restrained.
Take it easy. I'm still delicate,"
he protested, though the relief in his voice was obvious, as was the strength of his own embrace in return.
"God damn it! I thought we'd lost you,"
Frost whispered in his ear. Only now, in the relative safety of this place, could she finally acknowledge how close they'd come to never seeing each other again.
"No such luck,"
Drake replied, feigning dry humor, yet unable to hide the emotion in his voice.
"I'll be around to piss you off for a while yet."
Reluctantly, he eased out of her embrace and took a step back to regard his two friends. They were stranded thousands of miles from home in a hostile country whose government wanted them captured, hunted by a desperate man who wanted them dead, and imprisoned by a former enemy of dubious motives. But they were all together. That, at least, was something.
"Samantha?"
Mason asked, though the look in his eyes suggested he knew the answer already. Drake swallowed hard and shook his head. His companion closed his eyes for a moment.
"I'm so sorry, Ryan."
"It's not your fault. Nothing could have been done," Drake said, knowing he couldn't let himself think about it now. Not here. Not in front of everyone.
What happened out there?"
Frost asked. Her eyes were glistening, though she was able to hold it together, likely because she didn't want to show weakness in front of their captors. Drake let out a breath.
"It was quick. Let's leave it at that for now."
She was wise enough not to press him further. "Sorry about the ropes," Cunningham interjected, nodding to their bound hands. "But they didn't exactly give us a warm welcome." Drake wasn't surprised. Frost had been captured, imprisoned, and brutally interrogated as a result of Cunningham's betrayal last year, not to mention losing a close friend and comrade in the ensuing battle. He didn't doubt she would have happily torn his throat out if she had the chance.
"Untie them,"
he ordered.
"Aye, so the wee banshee there can go in for round 2.
Cunningham shook his head.
"I dinna think so, mate."
"Nobody's going to attack you," Drake assured him, giving Frost a pointed look. "Not now. Not after what happened today." The young woman cocked a dark brow, her relief at Drake's return now soured by distrust.
"Did I miss something, Ryan? This Scottish prick's the reason Keegan came home from Afghanistan in a fucking box."
"He's also the reason I'm not dead," Drake reminded her.
"So what? You guys are best friends again?"
She challenged him, eyes flashing with anger.
"That how this works?"
"The way this works is that we don't fuck with him and he doesn't kill us all. So nobody's going to do anything stupid right now." Gripping her arm, he pulled her in close and spoke quietly in her ear. "He'll answer for Keegan. But not today. Not today." The young woman stared back at him, the conflicting emotions of the moment clearly evident in her pale blue eyes. Nonetheless, even she understood the necessity of cooperation and reluctantly gave a nod. With the matter settled, albeit with difficulty, Drake glanced at Cunningham. "Let them go. You'll have no trouble from us." Cunningham studied him for a long moment before finally speaking a command to Iskor, who lowered his weapon and drew a knife from his belt to cut their bonds. Drake couldn't help noticing that it was one of the military-issue blades given to his team by Faulkner. Frost noticed it as well, and wasted no time speaking up, as Iskor severed the ropes at her wrists.
I'll have that back now."
Whether he understood the actual words was debatable, but clearly the intent wasn't lost on him. He smiled in amusement before sheathing the blade once more. The young woman took a step towards him, but Drake was quick to intervene before she did something they all ended up regretting. "Pick your battles, Kira." Frost hesitated a moment, then looked past him to the young Tuareg hunter, who seemed greatly amused by her defiant spirit.
"Keep smiling, asshole. I'll be taking that knife home with me."
Then, composing herself once more, she turned her attention back to Drake.
"Tell us what happened in Tripoli. How screwed are we?"
The look in Drake's eyes said it all. "You better sit down for this one." She did, as did Mason. They listened in tense silence while Drake laid it all out: Sohan's arrival at Mukhabarat headquarters, the deletion of the evidence against Faulkner, the unexpected discovery that had forced him to improvise an escape, the desperate flight through the streets of Tripoli, and the sudden, deadly ambush by Faulkner's men. "They were ready for us," he concluded. "He knew what we were planning."
"That son of a bitch!"
Frost snarled, angrily tossing a stick onto the fire.
"The fucker's toying with us. He knows every move we make before we even know ourselves."
Mason, however, had taken a more pragmatic view.
"He knows what we're going to do because he knows you, Ryan. You said yourself that he recruited you, probably studied you. He knows how you think. The question is, what are we going to do about it?"
"Well, that depends on what Kira can dig up out of that laptop." Drake didn't add that if she found nothing of use, they were pretty much out of options. Instead, he turned to Cunningham. "Where is it?" The older man retreated to the far end of the cave, returning presently with the computer hooked under one arm. Hesitating a moment, he held it out to Frost, who snatched it out of his hand, laid it carefully on a low boulder, and opened it up. First impressions weren't good. The screen was marked by an obvious crack extending all the way across, and her initial attempts to power it up met with failure.
"I need tools. A screwdriver, pliers, whatever you've got," she said, holding a hand out like a surgeon waiting for a vital implement. It was Cunningham who came to her aid, much as she hated to accept his assistance, handing over an old and very well-used Leatherman multi-tool. Unfolding a Phillips head screwdriver from the tool, Frost went to work on the laptop, removing the screws that held the outer casing together. As the last one came undone, she managed to pry the plastic casing free and tossed it aside, exposing the machine's inner workings. It didn't take long to see where the problem lay. The battery must have been damaged in the crash, allowing its acidic contents to leak into the delicate circuitry surrounding it. Already they could see the corrosive effects discoloring and warping the components the acid had come into contact with.
"Well, that ain't good,"
the technical specialist said under her breath, pulling the battery free and tossing it aside. Letting out a vexed sigh, she looked up at the others.
"The motherboard's screwed. We're not going to be getting much out of this thing."
Drake closed his eyes, the headache returning with greater force in that moment. "What about the hard drive? Has it been destroyed?" Working quickly, she unscrewed the metal casing which housed the laptop's memory unit. Situated on the opposite side from the damaged battery, it appeared to be untouched by the leaking acid.
"I don't think so," she concluded after careful inspection. "But it's useless unless I can hook it up to another machine, and there aren't many of them in this neck of the woods."
"It was all for nothing, then,"
Layla said from a dark corner of the cave, her voice raw with grief and laced with disgust at Drake.
"All of it. Tarek's life, his sacrifice. You failed him, just as you failed all of us. But still you live, Ryan Drake. Somehow you survive. It would have been a mercy on us all if the desert had taken you."
Frost, never one to take an insult well at the best of times, rounded on her.
"Why don't you shut the—"
"Kira, stop it!" Drake cautioned her, holding up a hand in appeal for silence. "She's right. I did fail." Frost, caught off guard by his frank admission, stared at him in silence. So did Mason, and even Cunningham. "I failed all of you," Drake repeated, raising his chin a little as he faced up to his personal mistakes. You followed me here. You supported me. And you risked your lives for me because I convinced you it was the right thing to do. But I was doing it for all the wrong reasons. I came here for revenge, to punish the man who took someone from me. But I was wrong. I gambled with other people's lives, with your lives, and a good man is dead because of that. And Sohan was a good man, he said, looking straight at Layla now. I was wrong about him too. He trusted me. He gave his life to try to put things right. He deserved a lot better than what he got. I failed you both. And I failed Sam. And Chandra. All of them are gone because of me. There it was, his confession, his admission of guilt, for all the difference it made. He'd fucked up, and now he had to live with it. It might be hard for him, but it would be infinitely harder for Layla. She said nothing. She had no words left for him. But he did see something in the flickering light of the nearby fire. He saw tears glistening in her eyes before she turned away, retreating into herself. So what do we do now? Frost asked. Faulkner took a risk appearing in Tripoli like that. He came close, even killed Sohan, but he exposed himself at the same time. Because he was afraid. Afraid of what we'd find. Afraid of what's on that hard drive. Drake was staring into the flames as he spoke. I say we find out why. We get it out of the country, and we release its contents to anyone willing to listen. Drake looked up at Layla, the red and orange flames reflecting in his eyes. There was only one thing left on his mind now. Then we destroy the bastard. Chapter 56. McKnight winced as the hood was yanked off her head, bright electric light flooding her eyes. Squinting and trying to ignore the headache that still pulsed through her head like the steady beating of a drum, she glanced around, trying to take in as much detail of her surroundings as possible. There was no way of knowing when the hood might be thrown back on. The source of illumination seemed to be a floodlight of some kind, the sort of temporary device that workmen would set up in underground tunnels while they went about their tasks. Its beam was directed straight at her, obviously intended to disorient her and make it difficult to tell what was going on. In that respect, at least, it was working. Her limited field of vision was enough to tell her she was in an enclosed room. Its dimensions were hard to judge, but it appeared to be both long and wide, and probably industrial in origin given the corrugated steel walls on either side and the rough floorboards beneath her feet. A warehouse or factory, perhaps. But whatever the room's original purpose, the place seemed to be disused as far as she could tell. There was no machinery in view, no storage crates, no furniture save for a single wooden stool facing her. The air smelled of dust and sawdust and old engine oil. Movement was impossible. Her wrists and ankles had been securely fastened to the chair she was now seated on, and she didn't doubt that there were armed guards watching her in any case. In short, she wasn't going anywhere unless her captor allowed it. Having removed her hood, the man in question now stepped into her line of sight, moving with the slow, deliberate ease of one who knows time is on his side. Pausing for a moment to wipe a layer of dust from the stool, Faulkner settled himself on it and regarded McKnight in silent, careful deliberation. Needless to say, she did the same. This was the first time she'd seen David Faulkner up close, and she had to admit his appearance was very much in line with what she knew of his personality. Impeccably dressed in a neatly ironed white shirt and khaki-colored trousers, he looked like he'd stepped out of lunch at an expensive country club. Everything from his watch to his shoes were designer brands. She assumed him to be in his 50s, though his face had a strangely ageless quality about it, his forehead smooth and unlined, probably courtesy of a few shots of Botox. Even his neatly coiffed blonde hair looked fake, either plugs or a toupee. Only his eyes gave him away as something more than a rich middle-aged businessman preoccupied with his own vanity. Those eyes were fixed on her now, cold and cunning and assessing. "Hello, Samantha," he began, the words pouring out as smooth as velvet. "I know this must seem like rather a moot point now, but it's occurred to me that we've never been properly introduced. My name's David. It's a pleasure to meet you." McKnight said nothing. She had no desire to converse with this man. "You're probably wondering why I brought you here, why I went to all the trouble of liberating you from your Libyan army friends," he went on. "I was hoping we might sit down together and have a little chat. Before things move forward, I always make a point of giving people a chance to be open and honest with me. Perhaps save us all a bit of—" He glanced away for a moment and let out a faint sigh. "Unpleasantness. After all, we're both reasonable people. There's no reason we can't converse in a reasonable way." She closed her eyes, the headache and pain of her numerous injuries seeming to return with greater intensity now.
"Look, asshole, I'm tired, and I'm hurting, and I'm really not in the mood to listen to all this crap. Let's save us all some time and get down to it. I know you're going to threaten me with all kinds of torture. Maybe break out the hacksaws and blow torches or whatever else you've got in mind. But the fact is you're wasting your time. You want to know where Ryan is? I can't tell you, because I don't have a goddamn clue. He could be on a flight home, or dead by now for all I know. He left me to die out in the desert because I asked him to. I was unconscious when the Libyans found me, and God knows how long I've been lying there. So do what you have to do. But drop the Bond villain routine. It's enough to make me throw up. If I actually had anything in my stomach." Far from being angered by her outburst, Faulkner merely smiled in amusement. "Actually, Samantha, I don't need to trouble myself with hacksaws or blowtorches in this case. The fact is, I believe you. I don't think you know where Ryan is, or even if he's still alive. So I'm not going to waste my time torturing you." At this, McKnight frowned in confusion. Of all the reactions she'd expected from him, this hadn't been one of them. "I don't need you to help me find him." Reaching into his pocket, Faulkner held up a cell phone. "If I'm right, he'll find me." With their course of action decided, they had only to wait for the right time to put their plan into action. At Cunningham's recommendation, the group would remain in the cave until the following evening, giving them time to rest and recover a little strength before attempting the border crossing to Tunisia under cover of darkness. This mountain hideout was, according to him, about as remote and safe a place as it was possible to find anywhere on Earth. Thus, there was little to do for now, except wait. Frost and Mason had chosen to occupy themselves with checking their limited supply of weapons and ammunition, trading insults and sarcastic remarks to keep their spirits up while they worked. It was a habit they fell into more easily as time passed, dealing with tension and danger through mockery and dark humor as if by mutual consent. Perhaps it helped take their minds off the loss of one of their own, or perhaps it was enough simply to have someone around who understood. Whatever the reason, it worked for them. "Ow! God damn this thing!" Frost mumbled as the hacksaw blade slipped from her grasp for the third time, grazing her knuckles. She was working to remove both the wooden stock and the lengthy barrel from the antique shotgun she'd stolen from the farmhouse the previous night, turning the gun into a bank robber's dream. It was a shame to ruin such a fine weapon, but its sheer size and weight made it impractical for transport or concealment. Normally, it was a simple enough procedure to modify a shotgun in this way, requiring just a few minutes in a decent workshop. Unfortunately, the only tool at her disposal was an old hacksaw borrowed from Cunningham's limited cache of equipment. The blade had seen better days, and the handle had partially snapped off, leaving only an awkward metal stub to grasp. Severing the hardened steel barrel was an arduous task,
and made no better by Mason's unsympathetic attitude.
Hey, I'd have thought you had plenty of practice doing that sort of thing,
he remarked with a wicked grin, watching as she resumed the rhythmic up and down sawing motion. It took a little imagination to guess what he was alluding to.
Fucking pervert, she hissed. Maybe I'll test this thing on you when I'm done.
Mason winked at her.
Good luck. You'd do more damage if you threw it at me.
Keep talking, she mumbled. I'll remember this next time you need me to get your laptop working again. As the woman carried on with her difficult task, she became aware that Mason wasn't her only observer. Glancing up, she noticed both of the young Tuareg hunters watching her from the other side of the cave. One, she thought it might have been the older one, Amaha, was seated at an improvised comm station that looked to have been built from scratch out of frequency scanners and old military radios. He didn't seem to be transmitting anything, but rather passively listening in on other people's broadcasts. Keeping one half of his radio headset pressed to his ear, he elbowed his younger sibling in the ribs and leaned closer, whispering something in his ear that brought amused chuckles to both men.
Something funny, ladies?
She demanded, staring right at them. Amaha spoke back to her in Arabic, struggling not to laugh.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Why don't you come a little closer and say it?
She suggested loudly, tensing up a little in anticipation of a good scrap. They might not speak the same language, but she had a feeling she could teach him a little respect all the same.
He says you work like you talk, fast and loud,
Cunningham explained to her, leaning against the rocky wall nearby. He'd been smoking a cigarette in meditative silence until now.
He wonders if you do everything the same way.
Both young men were laughing now. Frost glanced at them, chewing her lip as she considered whether or not the hacksaw would work more effectively on human flesh than the antique gun. Sensing her dangerous change in demeanor, Cunningham added,
High spirits, lass. Wouldn't let it get to you.
Frost spared him only a brief glance, not trusting herself to look at him for too long, lest the memory of what he'd done override common sense. She had promised Drake not to cause trouble here, and she would abide by that, despite her better judgment.
If I were you, I wouldn't let me get to them.
With nothing more to say on the matter, she turned her attention back to the gun and started sawing once more. She was almost through the barrel when she heard the soft thump of boots on the sand nearby, and looked up to see the younger of the two Tuaregs, the one with the scar, approaching. She vaguely remembered his name as Iskor.
Boy, I'm not really in the mood for shits and giggles, she warned him.
Casual, albeit irritating banter was one thing, but harassment was quite another. Promise or no promise, she'd have no problem putting the hurt on this man if he overstepped his bounds. To her surprise, however, he hunkered down on the ground in front of her, his expression oddly serious now.
I not laugh,
he said in broken, heavily accented English.
I want make sorry. You not feel bad, we laugh.
This at least prompted a raised eyebrow.
Thought you couldn't speak English.
Iskor shrugged.
I learn little. Listen better than speak. Wally teach.
Wally? She repeated. Who's that? The young man gestured to Cunningham, who was still sitting with his back to the wall.
Wally is name for him. Means guardian and friend.
Frost couldn't help but smile at the irony. Matt Cunningham was many things, but guardian and friend didn't exactly spring to mind when she thought of him.
Let me ask you something. Do you know who Wally really is? Where he came from? Why he's in your country?
She half expected Cunningham to intervene, to silence her and break up the conversation, lest she expose him for who he was. To her surprise, however, he did no such thing. But she could feel his eyes on her even from the other side of the cave, listening and waiting to see what happened. The Tuareg hunter nodded solemnly.
He tell. He make mistake. Do bad things for bad people. He tell good men die because of this.
Frost sniffed and looked down at the gun in her hands.
That's right, Good men die because of this. My friend died because of this.
She heard a faint sigh from him.
I not know Wally before. Good man, bad man. It is past. But I know now. I know he saved me, give me shelter, teach me. My family force me out. He is stranger, but he helped me. For this, I owe him a debt.
Perhaps his relationship to Cunningham wasn't so incongruous after all, she thought with grudging recognition. There was a certain symmetry to their respective situations, one lonely outcast meeting another.
So what are you now? His servant? His friend,
Iskor corrected her.
Until my debt is paid.
Remarkable that one so young should place so much value on honor and responsibility, Frost realized. It was, of course, misplaced, stupid, and as likely to get him killed as it was to repay whatever debt he imagined he owed. But she couldn't help feeling a touch of respect for him all the same.
While we're talking about repaying debts, I should probably point out that you still owe me one knife,
she reminded him, switching to a topic she was more comfortable with.
Feel free to give it back any time.
Iskor's hand went to the blade sheathed at his waist, though he made no move to draw it or return it to her.
Not debt. You owe us your life.
And you owe us yours, she pointed out helpfully.
Go figure. Why is this? When you first showed up at our meeting spot alone, we could have killed you right there and then. It would have been the sensible thing to do, but we let you live. We're nice like that. The point is, you owe your life to us. You wouldn't be breathing if we hadn't held back.
He was smiling now, seemingly enjoying their verbal sparring session.
I knew you there. If you attack, you'll not live long.
Don't flatter yourself, pal. In the great scheme of things, you're not exactly John Rambo. It was perhaps a universal truth that no matter where one was in the world, adolescent boys always suffered from that most debilitating condition, the chronically inflated ego.
Anyway, if you knew we were there, why did you lay your weapon down to pray? Allah protects, he said, speaking in a flat, matter-of-fact tone, as if it were a well-established rule known by all. If he wills me to live, I live. If not, I die.
He flashed a wry grin.
It seems safer to keep him happy.
Suit yourself, she said dismissively. Frost was about as religious as she was sensitive.
Personally, I'd rather stick with body armor and common sense. Oh, and for the record, I argued in favor of killing you. Just thought you should know.
At this, Iskor chuckled to himself, reached into his cloak, and unbuckled a second knife that he'd kept hidden until now. Held in a simple leather sheath that was scuffed and faded with age, it looked to be some kind of traditional hunting knife, clearly having seen many years of use. To Frost's surprise, he held the weapon out to her.
You take,
he said. Curious but wary, the young woman reached out and took it. The handle was made of a single piece of carved wood, so darkened by age and years of handling that it was impossible to tell what kind of tree it originated from. Grasping it, she pulled the weapon free of its sheath to inspect it. The blade itself was slightly curved and shorter than her own knife, perhaps 5 inches in length, and narrowed considerably from having its edge repeatedly sharpened. Plain and unadorned with decoration, and clearly fashioned by hand, the weapon had a rough and ready feel about it that appealed to her. It wasn't some ornate piece of ceremonial garb, but a hunter's knife, designed to do one thing only: kill.
Why would you give me this?
She asked, failing to understand why he would favor her factory-assembled knife over this. It was old, but certainly still serviceable, and she presumed it had been inherited from a family member or friend. Did it mean nothing to him?
Knife bring me trouble, he explained,
reaching up and tracing the scar along the side of his face.
Bad memory. Better it... Move on. Great, so I get the curse blade, huh? She remarked sarcastically. You're going to give me Sauron's ring next?
If he understood the reference, he gave no hint of it.
Luck change for you, maybe, he suggested. And it make us even. No debt? No fight.
Frost said nothing to this, strangely moved by the gesture, but unwilling to show it. Instead, she sheathed the blade once more and made to fasten the leather scabbard around her waist, only to find that the strap wasn't long enough to encircle her. Frowning, she remarked,
Either I'm putting on weight, or the strap's broken. Not waist, he corrected. Arm.
Taking the knife from her, he fixed the leather straps around her left forearm, with the haft of the knife terminating at her wrist. Worn in such a fashion, it could be concealed easily beneath a long shirt or robe.
Better,
he decided, his hand resting for a moment on her arm.
Thanks,
Frost said, glancing away uncomfortably. Sensing he'd done what he set out to do, Isgor lingered a moment longer, then rose to his feet and returned to the other side of the cave.
Got an admirer there, I think,
Mason whispered, grinning in amusement.
Fuck off,
Frost replied, though she didn't look up for fear of revealing the blush that had risen to her face. Not everyone desired such banter and camaraderie at that moment, however. Drake had retreated to the cave entrance where he now sat perched on a boulder, staring out across the vast mountainous desert. It would be sunrise in a few hours, but for now, the landscape was still cloaked in near total darkness. And with no lights obscuring his vision, he was able to look up to a breathtakingly clear night sky, countless thousands of tiny stars glimmering hard and remote in the vast inky darkness. Even the great galactic sweep of the Milky Way was easily distinguished, stunning in its raw celestial beauty. But the view was lost on him in that moment. His thoughts were turned inward, to the woman who had given her life to save his. Even now he could scarcely process the reality that Samantha was gone. Over and over he replayed the same image of her at the edge of that cliff, teetering for a moment on the brink, before disappearing into the abyss beyond. What had she thought about in those final moments before impact? What had motivated her to make such a sacrifice, to lay down her own life to save his? And she had saved it. Deep down he knew he would have stayed with her until she had eventually succumbed to dehydration, and by then it would have been too late. He never would have made that last desperate slog to reunite with the rest of the group, and the laptop he'd carried, that so many others had died for, would have disappeared with him, its secrets forever lost amongst the drifting sands of the Sahara. Perhaps now they had a chance to put right some of the wrongs done by men like Faulkner. Perhaps they could make him answer for his crimes. But Samantha would still be dead. Was it worth it? That was what she'd asked him the night he committed to this insane venture, the last chance he might have had to back out. Drake, full of self-confidence and driven by an overwhelming desire for revenge, had answered without hesitation. Now he knew better. Nothing was worth losing her for. Nothing.
Thought I'd find you out here, mate.
Drake glanced around as Cunningham eased himself down onto a rock nearby. For a moment or two he just sat there in silence, staring up at the stars stretching from horizon to horizon.
Beautiful, isn't it?
He said, his voice hushed, as if this were a place of reverence where talking was frowned upon.
Almost enough to make you forget everything that's happening.
Almost, Drake agreed sadly.
You know, when I was a kid, and I was pissed off or worried about something, or I just wanted to be alone, I used to go outside on nights like this and just look up at it all. Forget everything else. Always made it easier to think and make sense of things somehow because I felt like I could leave it all behind. For a while.
He looked at Drake then, taking in his wistful, pensive expression.
You're thinking about her, aye?
Drake nodded, saying nothing.
Aye, we've both lost people under our command. It never gets any easier, does it?
It's not the same.
How's that?
Drake let out his breath slowly.
This wasn't some mission that was handed to us. This was my idea. I made all of this happen. Her death's on my conscience. No one else's.
And did you force her to come along? Cunningham asked. Did you order her?
Again, Drake said nothing. There was no need.
Then stop sitting on all the guilt, the older man advised him. McKnight was a big girl. She knew what she was getting into. She came anyway and she didn't make it back. That's a shitty fact. But it's the way these things play out sometimes. It's what happens next that's important now. You can either sit here and feel sorry for yourself, or you can make sure she didn't die for nothing. He shrugged. Your choice. Drake snorted with grim humor. Life advice from a man who lives in a cave in the desert. Brilliant. Cunningham flashed a wry smile, the kind Drake hadn't seen for a very long time. Aye, but it's a nice cave. Before Drake could reply to this, however, the moment was interrupted by Frost, who had come running out from the cave entrance. Her face was flushed, her breathing coming in gasps that had little to do with the short run outside.
Ryan, you better get in here, she advised. You'll want to hear this.
Chapter 57. Returning to the rocky bubble inside the mountainside, Drake found the rest of the group clustered around the improvised comm station that had been set up against the far wall. Amaha, the older of the two Tuareg hunters, was manning, listening intently to his radio headset.
What the hell is all this? Drake asked.
A radio scanner, Cunningham explained quickly. Made from stolen comms gear plus a little magic I cooked up myself. It lets us listen in on Libyan military transmissions until they change their encryption codes at least. How do you think I was able to keep track of your little adventures here? Moving forward, he spoke in hushed Arabic to Amaha, no doubt requesting a report on what he was hearing. Drake couldn't make out what the young man said in response, but it was enough to prompt Cunningham to take over with the headphones. Curious of what had provoked such an urgent request for their presence, Drake watched his former friend's expression carefully. His brows were knitted together in a frown as he worked hard to listen in on the rapid stream of Arabic. But slowly, the look in his eyes changed from intense concentration to one of confusion, shock, and finally growing awareness.
I don't believe it, he gasped.
What, man?
Mason demanded, eager for news. Reaching up, Cunningham removed his headset and looked at Drake.
She's alive, he said quietly. McKnight's alive.
Mukaba at headquarters, Tripoli.
What do you mean you've lost contact with them?
Kubar demanded, crushing his empty paper coffee cup in his meaty hand and tossing it aside.
What's the problem?
The communications specialist seemed to wilt beneath the fire of his wrath.
The patrol that was transporting the prisoner never made it to their forward operating base. The army have tried raising them over the radio, but there's been no reply.
Kubar closed his eyes, clenching his fist so hard that it hurt. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening now.
How long ago was this?
About an hour, sir. It took time for it to filter through to us. The army doing its usual sterling job of keeping them in the loop, he thought. Now they were an intelligence agency without intelligence. When this was over, he intended to have a little chat with some of the military officers involved in this affair.
So, what are they doing about it?
The young man swallowed. They have vectored in a pair of helicopters to search along the known transit route. Based on the last time they checked in, they're hoping... He trailed off, head cocked to the side as he listened to an incoming report over his headset. Kubar waited, holding in check his rising impatience.
Well, what is it?
The technician had paled visibly by now. Glancing up at his superior, he spoke in a quiet, hesitant voice.
They found the jeep, sir.
All 3 members of the patrol are dead. There's no sign of the prisoner.
Such was his utter shock of the news, Drake actually took a step backward as if Cunningham's words had landed like a physical blow. At the same moment, his mind was a whirl of impossible questions. Alive. That single word was enough to shatter his world. How could it be true? He'd seen her fall. He'd looked down at her lifeless body. How could she have survived that? Even if the fall hadn't killed her, the desert must have claimed her. How could she be alive now? "What can you tell me?" he asked, somehow managing to keep his voice calm and steady. "A Libyan army patrol picked her up," Cunningham said. "Near death from dehydration, but alive." "Jesus Christ," Mason gasped. Drake practically fell to the floor, his head in his hands. He felt like the world was swirling and spinning around him. "They were bringing her in for questioning, only they never made it back. When a search team found the patrol, they were all dead and she was gone. Looks like they'd been hit fast and hard by someone who knew what they were looking for." Frost put the pieces together, spat out a single word. "Faulkner." Faulkner. The man must have been listening in on Libyan communications just like them. He'd known where to find the patrol, who they were transporting, how to catch them off guard, how to take what he needed.
"What does he want with Sam?"
Mason asked. "Us," Drake said without looking up. "He wants us." Guessing what he was thinking, Frost knelt down beside him and laid a tentative hand on his shoulder. "Ryan, there was no way you could have known." Shrugging out of her attempt to console him, Drake fixed Cunningham with a hard look. "Do you have a phone I could use?" Cunningham frowned. "Excuse me?" "A mobile phone," Drake explained quickly. "I know you've got one hidden away here. You need it for talking to your employers. Well, I need to use it, now." "Ryan, that's not—" Reaching behind his back, Drake drew his automatic and leveled it at the man's chest. In response, both Tuaregs jumped back, reaching for their own weapons, only for Cunningham to stop them with a raised hand. "It's all right, boys," he said, eyeing Drake hard. "Ryan here is not going to do anything stupid." "Are you, Ryan?" "Give me the phone, Matt," Drake commanded, flicking the safety off. "I won't ask again." For a moment or two, Cunningham said and did nothing. Then, reaching slowly into his robes, he removed the distinctive bulky frame of a satellite phone and held it out to Drake. "Think carefully before you use that, mate," he advised. "Faulkner believes you're dead. Maybe you should let him." Saying nothing, Drake snatched the phone from his grasp, turned away, and punched in a number he'd memorized ever since the man had handed Drake his business card, a number he never imagined he'd be calling again. He hesitated only a moment before hitting the call button. As he'd expected, it didn't ring for long. "Yes?" Faulkner began, smooth and efficient as always. "It's me." "Ah, Ryan. Good of you to call. I was expecting to hear from you sooner or later." His voice carried the faint excitement of a man making contact with an old friend. "You and I need to have a little chat, I think." "Let me speak to her," Drake demanded. "Straight to business as always. You really should work on your social skills, you know. I always find it helps grease the wheels in situations like this. Still, never mind. You deserve a little reassurance, I suppose." The line went quiet for a moment or two, and he heard muffled voices in the background, at least one of which was Faulkner's. Then, suddenly, a new voice came on the line. "Ryan?" The sound of Samantha's voice was like a knife driven into his heart. All of his hopes and fears made real at the same instant. There could be no denying it now. She was alive. And he had abandoned her. "Sam." He trailed off, not knowing what to say, what he could possibly offer that would undo the damage he'd caused. "Ryan, I'm sorry," she called out, raising her voice to be heard as the phone was withdrawn. "Don't come for—" Her voice was abruptly silenced, replaced a moment later by Faulkner's. "I think you can see where this is leading, Ryan," he went on. "I have something you want. You have something I want. If you hurt her—" "I'm a reasonable man," Faulkner interrupted. "I don't see why we can't deal with each other in a reasonable manner. Give me what I want, and I'll give you Samantha, alive and unharmed. Doesn't that sound reasonable to you?" "How do I know you'll keep your word?" At this, his adversary chuckled in amusement. "You don't. Just like I don't know if you'll keep yours. That's why these little games are so endlessly fascinating. Like poker, don't you think? It all comes down to the players involved." Drake let out a breath. "When and where do you want to do this?" "That's more like it, old chap," Faulkner taunted. "Dehiba, just over the Tunisian border at noon. The ruins overlooking the central square. Think you can make it there?" "I'll find it," Drake assured him. "I'm sure you will. And I'm sure I don't need to warn you against bringing anything except the laptop." Indeed he didn't. "I'll come alone." "Good man. In the meantime, get yourself some rest. It's going to be a long day." With that, he hung up. Lowering the phone, Drake closed his eyes and tilted his head back, letting out a breath that he hadn't even realized he'd been holding. "Matt, can we make it to Dehiba by noon tomorrow?" he asked, his eyes still closed. "Aye?" "You can't be serious," Mason said, breaking the tense silence that had descended on the room. "He'll kill you and Sam the second he gets what he wants." "He's got one of our own," Frost challenged him. "What do you suggest?" "Take him on," was Mason's gruff answer. "Find the son of a bitch and kill him, like we should have done all along." "Yeah, and how do you plan to do that? We don't even know where he is," the young woman pointed out. "He's been ahead of us every step of the way. If he's as smart as everyone thinks he is, he'd have all the bases covered." "But he doesn't know where we are right now either." Mason looked Drake in the eye. "Maybe we should use that." "You're suggesting we walk away from this one?" Frost prompted. "You want a war you can't win? Fine. Good luck to you. I say we get the fuck out of the country and regroup before we take him on again. At least that way we get to fight him on our own terms." "I'll let that slimy son of a bitch get away? Who's to say he doesn't have connections in the agency?" Frost hit back. "And what about Sam? You're planning to write her off too? Well, screw that, because I'm getting her back. We don't leave our people behind." It was at this moment that Drake, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "Nobody's leaving her behind. But we're not going to lose any more people. You two are going to get out of the country as quickly as you can," he said, his tone hard and final. "I started this thing, and I'm going to finish it. Alone." It didn't take Frost long to make her thoughts on the matter plain. "Well, I can't live with that." "Neither can I," Mason agreed. "This is no time for going it alone." "I didn't ask you if you could live with it," Drake reminded her. "Too many people have died already because of what I did." He shook his head. "I won't lose any more." "Then don't," she implored him. "Think, for Christ's sake. You can beat this guy, Ryan. You're better than him. He's been ahead of you this whole time because he knows you. He knows how you think. So change that. Do something he doesn't expect." Drake turned away, leaning his hands against the wall of the cave. Something Faulkner didn't expect. How was he supposed to change his entire way of thinking? Undo an entire lifetime of lessons and decisions and experience? What was he missing? It was at that moment that McKnight's words drifted back into his mind. Their argument at the RAF base in England, where she had admonished him for trying to take all the risks by himself. "But you went ahead and did it anyway, alone like always. Your own way like always. Same shit, different country." Drake could practically feel his hackles rising. "Your point being?" "When are you going to drop the lone wolf routine and start trusting the rest of us? We're here to help you, but you won't let us in. Sooner or later, that's going to ruin you." That was when it came to him. She'd been right, he realized now. She'd seen that failing in his character even if he couldn't. He might have cooperated with his teammates, directed their actions, but he'd never truly let them in. Until now.
I know what I have to do, he said, looking up.
Chapter 58. By the time the new day dawned, the group were already well on their way, having crossed the unmarked border into Tunisia via one of the isolated trails that was well known to Cunningham and his Tuareg guides. Cresting a low rise, the straggling procession halted as the sun crept above the eastern horizon, its first rays illuminating the small town of Dehiba on the wide, flat plains below. A modest settlement of perhaps 5,000 inhabitants, it certainly didn't look like much from their distant vantage point, just a collection of stone buildings clustered around what looked like a busy central plaza, with residential neighborhoods sprawling outward in grid-like streets. It could have been any small town in the American Midwest, such was its lack of distinguishing features. Drake knew little about this place, except that its location marked the convergence of several major roads that crisscrossed the desert. It was, according to Cunningham, the only major population center within 50 miles, and it was on the Tunisian side of the border. That second point buoyed his spirits a little. Though he knew he was no safer here than he had been the previous day, it felt good to leave Libya behind.
"The main square's at the base of that hill," Cunningham said, handing him a pair of binoculars and pointing to a low rounded hilltop near the center of town that, strangely, didn't appear to have been built on. Looking closer through the magnified lenses, Drake spotted some low brick walls and the stumps of several pillars poking from the dusty ground, like broken teeth. No doubt an archaeological leftover from more ancient times, to be preserved rather than built over. Sure enough, beyond this hill Drake could make out the town's main square. Most of the roads seemed to radiate out from it like the spokes on a wheel, and even from this distance, he could see the haze kicked up by dust and engine fumes. A busy place, with plenty of civilian traffic into which a man could blend and disappear. That was the hope, at least.
"Yeah, I see it," he confirmed. "Should be able to get there in time."
He might not have been familiar with the layout of the town, but his guide certainly was. Cunningham had, by his own admission, used this place as a stopping-off point many times before crossing over the border into Libya under cover of darkness. With his course decided, Drake turned to regard the unlikely group of companions who had made the journey with him. Several of them he owed his life to. Some of them he was still decidedly unsure of, and one of them bore his deepest regrets and sympathies. Nonetheless, they had all made the journey here with him in their own ways, each somehow aiding him and bringing him closer to his final destination. But it was here that he was to part company with them, much as they might have protested, much as he might have regretted it. This final confrontation was something that had to be faced alone. In any case, his friends had another task to perform, one that was far more vital.
"You sure you want to do this?"
Mason asked, still trying to dissuade him even now.
"He could just kill you on sight, you know."
Drake nodded. His plan was a gamble, no doubt about it. But Frost had been right in her assessment of Faulkner last night. He'd been one step ahead of Drake all this time, because he knew how the man thought, how he acted, how he dealt with threats. The only way to beat him was to change the way he thought, to do the one thing Faulkner didn't expect.
"I know," he admitted, "but I have to try."
Frost, who had been quiet until now, moved a step closer, staring up into his eyes. "I know this makes me sound like a pussy, but promise me you'll be careful out there. It would be nice if you didn't get yourself killed over this." Unable to help himself, Drake smiled at her. "I'll do my best." Reaching out, she pulled Drake close, holding him in a tight, longing embrace. She knew what was coming. There was no avoiding it. But she wanted this moment before they parted ways. And so did he.
"You better get moving," Cunningham advised when the pair at last released one another.
It's further than it looks.
Drake nodded, taking a breath and steeling himself for what lay ahead. Taking one last look at his companions, he turned and began his march towards Dehiba. Dehiba, Tunisia, 10th of May. Drake took a breath, the scorching air searing his throat, tiny grains of wind-blown sand stinging his eyes. Overhead, the sun beat down mercilessly from a cloudless sky, raising beads of sweat on his already burned and reddened skin. Around him, locals and small groups of tourists moved back and forth through the crowded central square, paying little attention to the Westerner in disheveled clothes, leaning against the wall beside a small cafe. Perhaps the cuts and bruises marked him out as someone to studiously avoid, or perhaps the dangerous flicker in his eyes was what really kept them away. Whatever the reason, the ebb and flow of humanity seemed to part around him like a river slipping past an implacable boulder. Glancing up, Drake turned his gaze towards the low hilltop about half a mile away, overlooking the bustling town centre, where the weathered and tumbled walls of the ancient settlement still rose up against the pristine blue sky, heavy stone blocks jutting from the parched earth. That was the place where it was supposed to happen. The place where the tumultuous events of the past week would reach their final, deadly conclusion. Everything he had fought for, everything he had sacrificed, every compromise he had made, it had all led him here. He would live or die by what happened today. His pulse was pounding strong and urgent in his ears, almost drowning out the tinny ring of the cell phone as he held it against his head. The man he was trying to reach would be wary of calls like this. He wouldn't answer readily, might not answer at all, in fact. Either way, there was nothing he could do to change it. All he could do was wait and hope. And just like that, the ringing stopped. He was connected.
"So you're still alive, Ryan," a voice remarked at the other end of the line. A smooth, confident, controlled voice. Not the voice of a man whose own future hung in the balance just as much as Drake's. "And you're late. Didn't I make it clear what was at stake?"
"You did," Drake replied, his eyes scanning the crowds around him. "I have what you want."
"Then I suggest you bring it to me, so we can finish our business."
Drake knew this was the moment of choice, his last chance to back out. "No," he said, speaking with calm finality. There was a pause, a moment of confusion and doubt. A chink in the armor momentarily exposed.
"Excuse me?"
"We both know I'm dead the second I hand it over. You'd never let me live after everything I've seen, everything I know." He was committed now. There was no going back. The only choice was to move forward. "So I suggest you remember this moment, because this is as close as you're ever going to get to what you want." To his credit, his adversary remained surprisingly composed in the wake of this blatant act of defiance. A different man might have railed against him, shouted down the line about how foolish Drake's actions were, and how he would surely be punished for them. But this man was another sort.
"Ryan, maybe you've forgotten the reason we're in this position." The calm, pleasant voice went on. "If you need reminding, I'm quite prepared to leave behind a piece of her at our meeting place. And believe me, it'll be a piece she'll miss."
Drake closed his eyes for a moment, swallowing down the fear and horror at what he was hearing, because he knew well enough that this was a threat his adversary was quite prepared to make good on. A sadist who took pleasure in inflicting suffering on others. "You won't do that," he replied, sounding more confident than he felt.
"Really? Enlighten me."
"I'm offering you something better."
"And what would that be?"
"There are 3 ways this could go. First, you kill her. I release the files across the internet, then I'll turn all my attention to hunting you down. Believe me, I'm good at finding people, and I'm prepared to devote every waking moment of my life to finding you. And when I do, anything you do to her will be nothing but a happy memory compared to what I do to you. Second, you kill me before I can get to you, The files have been uploaded to an automatic email server, and without me to stop it, everything you've worked to cover up gets released within 2 hours of my death." He allowed that prospect to hang in the air for a moment or two. "Either way, you lose." "As do you, Ryan," he reminded him. "There's more at stake here than you and me. We both know what you're really playing for. Are you ready to give all that up? Watch it fall down around you?" There was a pause, a gambler weighing the risks against the potential rewards. "I presume there's a third option?" Drake took another breath of the sandy, stifling air. "You give her back to me, unharmed. I agree not to interfere with your plans or tell anyone what we found. You agree not to come looking for me and everyone walks away. It's that simple." "Very heroic of you," he remarked with dour humor. "I'm no hero. Never was," Drake said, truly meaning it. "And this isn't my war. I just want it to end." This was it. He had said and done everything he could. The rest depended on the man on the other end of the line. And then he heard it. Not some vicious curse, not a growl of anger or even a muttered promise that he would pay for this one day. What Drake heard instead was a low chuckle of amusement, the laugh of a man finally springing a trap that had been long in the making.
"Come now, Ryan. We both know this can only end one way."
He paused a moment, allowing his words to sink in. "Look down." Glancing down, Drake saw something on his stained and crumpled shirt, a splash of red light that hadn't been there before. The glow of a laser sight. "Wouldn't run if I were you. You're covered from 2 different directions, and my friends are just itching to pull those triggers." They had found him. Somehow they had tracked him here, predicted this move, known exactly what he was going to do. And now they had him out in the open. The time had come to spring their trap. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a black SUV pulled up nearby. The rear doors flew open, and a pair of men leapt out. Men Drake had encountered before. Men who had tried to kill him more than once over the past few days, and who wouldn't hesitate to do so now if they were given the order. Their hands were on weapons hidden just inside their jackets, ready to draw down on him if he so much as twitched. "Like I said, Ryan," the voice on the line said, filled with the confidence of a man in total control of the situation. "This can only end one way." Drake lowered the phone as the retrieval team closed in on him.
"Come on, Kira. We need this now,"
Mason said, pacing anxiously back and forth the cramped workshop. Shelves laden with spare hard drives, cooling fans, power supplies, circuit boards, memory sticks, and countless other pieces of electronic hardware crowded in around them, giving the already small room a claustrophobic air. The owner of the computer repair shop had granted them use of his workshop, after a little persuasion and bribery on Cunningham's part, though he was keeping a wary eye on the small group of foreigners from the shop entrance. "I'm working as fast as I can," the young woman bit back, her eyes never leaving the computer she was hunched over. The hard drive they had salvaged from Soan's laptop had been crudely wired into it, allowing her to inspect its contents. "It's locked down by some kind of custom encryption scheme I've never seen before. More sophisticated than anything the agency uses."
"Can you break it?"
Mason asked. "Nope. Whoever designed this was really fucking paranoid about security," she acknowledged, throwing her hands up. "The second I try to copy the drive or make a brute force attack, it'll delete the entire thing. Nobody's getting into this without the decryption software." Mason let out a frustrated sigh.
"God damn it. Ryan's depending on us."
It was at this moment that Cunningham felt the buzz of his satellite phone in his pocket. Turning away from the others, he opened it up to read the incoming message. It was from Iskor, observing events in the central square about a mile away. His brief missive explained that Drake had been picked up and driven away by Falkland's men. Right on schedule, Cunningham thought, turning his attention back to the 2 specialists. Chapter 59. Drake blinked as the hood was yanked off his head. harsh light flooding his eyes and giving him his first view of his surroundings since being marched in here from the car outside. He glanced around, trying to take in as much of his environment as possible. He was in a room of some kind, long and wide, with rough wooden floors and corrugated steel walls. A factory or warehouse of some kind, he assumed. He knew he was on an upper floor because he'd been dragged up at least one flight of stairs to get here. Light filtered in through dirty windows set at intervals along the walls and the high ceiling overhead. He guessed the place had fallen into disuse, since he saw no machinery, storage boxes, or office equipment anywhere in the vicinity. However, he could hear the drone of traffic and the occasional car horn outside, which meant he was still somewhere in Dehiba. The car ride here hadn't lasted more than a couple of minutes through the busy town streets. As for his purpose here, that much at least was obvious. Killing him in full view of hundreds of people would have been inconvenient. Faulkner wanted somewhere private and secluded to go about his work. As if in response to these dark thoughts, the man himself sauntered into view, carrying a single wooden chair not unlike the one Drake was currently tied to. As always, he appeared well-rested and well-groomed, not a hair out of place or a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Dressed in a white cotton shirt, khaki-colored trousers, and a light jacket, he looked like a high-flying businessman taking a few days out of his busy schedule for some rest and relaxation. Setting the chair down in front of Drake, he surveyed his prisoner with a welcoming smile. "Mind if I take a seat, Ryan?" he asked. "Damn heat's more than a man can stand." Without waiting for a reply, he sat down and made himself comfortable, then produced a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed at his forehead. Glancing over Drake's shoulder, he nodded to someone out of sight. "Could I have something cold, please?" Within moments, another man strode into view with a plastic bottle of water, handing it to Faulkner as if he were a waiter at a high-class restaurant. Unscrewing the top, Faulkner took a careful, almost dainty sip. Drake resisted the urge to lick his parched, cracked lips. "Well, here we are again, Ryan," he remarked once he was satisfied. "Catching up over a few quiet drinks. Brings it all to a close rather nicely, don't you think?" All the while his eyes were on Drake, scrutinizing every move he made from across the short distance that separated them, every twitch of a muscle, every glance, every movement of his arms and legs, a master poker player sizing up his opponent, trying to get a feel for what kind of man he was up against. Drake stared right back at him, his vivid green eyes filled with absolute hatred. This was the man who had killed Chandra, who had killed Sohan, who had taken McKnight hostage and tried to have his entire team murdered. This was the man responsible for handing over countless men to be tortured and executed by the Libyans, all for his personal gain. Did he even care? Did the slightest flicker of remorse and humanity still burn beneath that polished exterior? Or was it all just business to him? "You're wondering how I found you," he observed. "How I knew where you'd be when you took such pains to disappear, drop off the grid, or whatever those idiots in the CIA call it these days. Don't worry, we'll get to that part in good time. But for now, I'm more interested in the information our friend Tarek passed on to you." "I'll bet you are," Drake agreed. "Can't have the ugly truth getting out, can we?" "And whose version of the truth might that be?" Faulkner asked. "Yours? Sohan's? Do you even know what this is all about? Or are you just making uneducated guesses based on what you'd like to believe?" "I'd like to believe you're in a world of shit right now," Drake said truthfully. "That's why you're talking to me instead of having me killed. You found me. There's no getting around that. You could kill me any time you want. But we both know you won't." Faulkner said nothing. He just sat there watching Drake while he raised the bottle to his lips and took a drink. "You're afraid of what will happen if you pull that trigger. Sorry, I mean, order someone else to pull the trigger, because we both know you don't like getting your hands dirty. You're afraid of what will happen if I'm not around to stop all that embarrassing evidence from getting out. You brought me here to negotiate, because you knew there was no other way to get what you want. But you needed to do it from a position of strength. So, congratulations, you found me. But it doesn't change the fact that I have what you want, and there's only one way you're going to get it. My way. Caitlin Maguire was crouched virtually motionless on the rooftop of the disused factory, overlooking downtown Dehiba, her M110 semi-automatic sniper rifle resting on its collapsible bipod at the edge of the roof. Having long ago honed her mind and body to ignore the discomfort that often went hand in hand with the profession of sniping, she was oblivious to the burning heat, the intense glare, and the wind-blown dust that irritated her skin with every passing moment. All her attention was focused on the street below, as she shifted her sights from target to target, her keen eyes scanning every passing civilian through the rifle's magnified scope. Situated near a busy thoroughfare as they were, there was a constant stream of civilians moving in both directions, many with their heads and faces covered. Any one of them could be a hostile, requiring constant observation and threat assessment. It was a difficult, frustrating task for any sniper, but one that she wouldn't allow herself to fail at. After all, she'd made a living out of killing men trained to evade people just like her, and over the years had grown extremely proficient at it. She had no intention of ruining that fine track record today. In any case, they had Drake now. Once Faulkner got what he needed out of the man, they could get out of here and leave this fucking desert behind. Her radio earpiece crackled with an incoming transmission. "There's too many civilian targets. It's a fucking mess down there." That was Sam Tarver, another member of their team posted in a second sniping position on the rooftop of an apartment building not far away. Between them, they could cover pretty much the entire area, at least in theory. The reality was that they were becoming overwhelmed with the hustle and bustle of a busy town, and the strain was taking its toll on her comrade. Without breaking concentration, Maguire reached out and touched the transmit button that she'd fixed to the rifle's foregrip. "Stay focused on the main approach," she instructed. With Tarver being the weaker of the two snipers, it made sense to give him a stationary target. "I've got the side streets." "Let's just kill this asshole and get the fuck out of here," Tarver growled. "We're almost finished here." Maguire made a quick mental note of Tarver's position, lest she was forced to turn her rifle on him. It wouldn't be the first time she had taken such an extreme measure. "Don't lose your nerve now." Whatever his reply to this curt instruction, he had the good grace to turn off his radio first. Lucky for him, she thought, as she focused her sights on another target. "I'm annoyed with you, Ryan," Faulkner said after considering Drake's words. "You've caused me a lot of aggravation over the past few days, wasted my time, and forced me to do things I'd sincerely hoped to avoid. And for what? What have you really achieved with all of this nonsense? For starters, I've exposed you for what you are." "Really?" Faulkner looked intrigued. "And what exactly do you think I am?" "The polite version is that you're a lying, murdering, manipulative piece of shit. You handed innocent men over to the Libyans to be tortured and executed. You betrayed an agency operation, and God knows how many men died for that. And you did it all for what? Another step up the ladder? Another commendation to mount on your office wall?" Drake shook his head, still mystified at the man's motivation. "Is that enough? Or should I keep going?" Far from being angry with his scathing assessment, Faulkner merely chuckled in amusement. "You actually think this is about me, don't you?" He reached for his bottle of water, taking a drink to settle himself. "All of this, everything we've done here, everything we've sacrificed, and you think it was about me going after a promotion?" Drake said nothing, even managed to keep his expression carefully composed as the older man tried to taunt him. And yet there was no denying that his words had exposed a doubt, something that had been lurking in the back of Drake's mind since Sohan had first revealed the truth to him. The one question his subconscious had been asking him again and again without answer. What if I'm missing something? "That's your problem in a nutshell, Ryan. You see the obvious, but the bigger picture is lost on you." Faulkner shook his head as if in disappointment, It's a shame you didn't keep to our agreement. You might actually have opened your eyes.
And what would I have seen? Drake challenged him, his voice betraying just a hint of doubt now. He saw a flicker of a smile, the smile of a man who had at last witnessed his opponent make a misstep. The group I represent, well, let's say they exist a little beyond the almighty CIA. Their reach and their goals are broader than any one agency because, unlike you, they see the bigger picture. Military, industrial, political, economic, it's all part of one big tapestry to them. And right now, they have their eyes on Libya. They know the Gaddafi government will fall sooner or later. All they're doing is speeding up the process. They've been channeling weapons and equipment to certain factions in the country for some time now, so that when the time comes, we know the right side will win. Our side. You mean warlords? He shrugged. One man's warlord is another man's freedom fighter. History is the only judge, and we're the ones who write history. For what? Why does one ever show interest in these hot, unstable, miserable little countries? Oil, old boy, he said as if it were an obvious fact that Drake should have picked up on long ago. By conservative estimates, there are nearly 50 billion barrels of it beneath the Libyan desert. Enough to make anyone with a controlling stake embarrassingly rich. For example, people who back the future leaders of Libya in their bid for power. Money, Drake spat. You're doing all this for money. Again, that smile. Still not seeing the bigger picture? Like I said, money is just one part of a larger whole. Libyan oil will be enough to keep the wheels turning in America for the rest of the century and reduce their dependence on Russia and Persian Gulf reserves. With Gaddafi no longer around to shield them, Islamic State will have nowhere left to run, and we can kill them all. Everybody wins, really. Everyone except who's going to die in the war you start. Falkland's eyes betrayed neither regret nor remorse. Far from it. Drake saw only triumph in them. He had found Drake's weakness, had exposed a chink in the armor, and now he was ready to deal the finishing blow. Sorry, Ryan, but that ship sailed. The war's coming no matter what any of us do. You were right about one thing, though, he conceded. This is the part where I show you just how easy you were to manipulate. Reaching into his jacket pocket for a radio, he spoke a short, quiet command. Would you bring her in, please? Drake could hear footsteps moving behind, slow and deliberate, the squeak and bump of wheels moving across the rough floorboards. His bonds made it impossible to turn around, but soon it didn't matter. Soon the man in question strode into view, bringing with him the woman he'd risked everything for. His first sight was of the prisoner strapped to an office chair much like himself, a woman, her skin reddened by exposure to the desert sun, cut and bruised in countless places, her dark hair hanging limp and dirty. A strip of duct tape across her mouth prevented her speaking. But she was alive. Her eyes were locked with his, the intensity of that single look conveying more than mere words. He well understood the grief and despair she was feeling at seeing him thus imprisoned, because he felt exactly the same thing at seeing her. Reassured at least that McKnight was alive, Drake looked up at her captor. It was a man he had twice placed his trust in, to his great cost. "I'm sorry, mate," Matt Cunningham said, circling around in front of him. "I didn't want it to come to this." Drake watched him through narrowed eyes, his hands curling into fists as he strained against the ropes. "You fucking language, Ryan, no need to make a scene," Faulkner chided him. "Not that I don't sympathize, of course. Nothing quite compares to that sinking feeling when you put your trust in someone and they let you down. Believe me, I know." "How did you—" he trailed off, seemingly unable to go on. "How did we turn him?" Faulkner finished for him. "Well, every man has his price. Money, power, influence, whatever.
In his case, it was something more fundamental.
Amnesty, Cunningham explained, his voice edged with sadness and regret. They offered me immunity from prosecution after Afghanistan. No more looking over my shoulder. No more waiting for the axe to fall. There aren't many second chances going around these days, son. You know I couldn't turn it down. Indeed he did. Cunningham was, if nothing else, a survivor.
Don't feel too bad, Ryan, Faulkner said. We both played the deception game in our own way, but I've been playing it a lot longer than you.
Drake looked up, staring right at his former friend.
I hope it was worth it, Matt.
I'm sure it was, Faulkner answered for him. On the subject of which, do you have something for me, Mr. Cunningham? Reaching into his webbing, Cunningham produced a wrapped package and handed it carefully to his master.
Smiling like a child on Christmas Day, Faulkner undid the wrapping, exposing the hard drive taken from Sohan's computer, the hard drive that had been recovered at such great cost.
And the others? He asked with only mild curiosity, as if inquiring after a distant acquaintance.
On the way now, Cunningham confirmed. One of my boys is bringing them in.
Drake closed his eyes and bowed his head as the words sank in. A man crushed and utterly defeated by a superior opponent.
Perched on a rooftop high above the street cafe, Sam Tarver leaned in a little closer to his rifle, keeping the sights focused on the approach road to the abandoned factory. He was sweating profusely from a combination of stifling heat, burning sunlight, and growing tension, all of which were wearing on his nerves. Two of his comrades, Regan and Palmer, were watching the gate, with more available as backup inside the building itself. A lot of guns were guarding Faulkner and his prisoners, yet still Tarver could feel the tension building by the moment. This was taking too long, leaving them too exposed. They needed to finish it and get out now. Glancing past the gate and the two armed bodyguards protecting it, Tarver absently watched a pedestrian hobbling along the road past the factory. An old woman in dirty clothing, bent with age and leaning heavily on a staff as she shuffled along the pavement, her face and head covered by a tattered old keffiyeh. Another beggar, perhaps looking to scrounge up enough money to survive until the next day. The small town was littered with them. If he was to put a round through her head, he'd probably be doing her a favor. No sooner had this thought flashed through his mind than he felt the heat of the sun abate for a moment as a shadow fell across him. Glancing up from the weapon, he was just starting to turn when suddenly strong hands gripped his head and yanked it back so hard that he let out an involuntary gasp of pain and shock. This was silenced a second later when a wickedly sharp blade bit into his exposed throat, severing the windpipe with a couple of terrible saw-like thrusts. Unable to cry out, he could manage only a terrible gurgling groan as he fell to the ground, clutching at his mangled throat. His last sight, as his vision faded, was of a young man in Arab desert clothes, picking up his sniper rifle and taking his position, oblivious to the man he'd just murdered. So much trouble for such a simple thing, Faulkner mused, turning it over in his hand. You'll understand if I confirm the contents before you go on your way. Of course, Cunningham acknowledged. A single radio call from Faulkner, and a third man entered the room, armed with a laptop computer. A lean, spare-looking man with thinning blonde hair tied back in a limp ponytail, his eyes hidden behind darkened glasses. Setting the computer on an upturned oil drum, he retrieved the hard drive from Faulkner and connected it up, waiting a few seconds while his laptop recognized it. Looks good so far, he said after a few moments, bent over the screen. Running decryption now. Take your time, Faulkner said, helping himself to another sip of water. His eyes met with Drake, and he smiled, confident and in control as always. The strategist, the planner, the enemy, the winner of their game. No rush, after all. But Drake wasn't hearing him now. All his attention was focused on Samantha. She was staring right back at him, her eyes pleading for understanding, for forgiveness. She didn't need to speak to him for him to understand her thoughts. "I'm so sorry, Ryan. I never knew this would happen. I don't want you to give up your life for me." Faulkner, too, could sense the unspoken sentiments. Moving close to her, he reached up and gently brushed her cheek with his hand. His touch provoked a shudder within her, which seemed to amuse him greatly. "You know, I would have happily taken any one of you hostage," he admitted. "But I wanted her. There's something so much more intimate about having a woman at gunpoint, don't you think, Ryan? I mean, if I was to do something like this." Reaching for the weapon holstered inside his jacket back, he drew it and leveled it at McKnight's head. "No!" Drake cried out as he pulled the trigger. But there was no thunderous crack as the round discharged, no sickening moment of impact, no spray of blood and brain matter as it cleaved its way through her head. Instead, there was a dull click as the round hit an empty chamber. McKnight let out a strangled gasp, flinching instinctively at the sound. "You see what I mean?" Faulkner said, smirking in amusement as he withdrew a magazine from his pocket and inserted it in the weapon, pulling back the slide to chamber the first round. "Only a woman can provoke that kind of reaction. The fear in their eyes, the sound of their breath coming faster, the feel of their heart beating so fast and urgent," he whispered as he traced the barrel of his gun down the side of her face, her neck, her breasts. "It's primal, arousing. Maybe it stirs up that protective instinct. Gets the blood pumping just a little more, eh?" "Fuck you," Drake spat, staring back at him with absolute hatred. Far from being offended or angered, Faulkner seemed to relish the emotions his words had stirred up. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." With that, he holstered the weapon for the time being, removed his cell phone, and began composing a text message, perhaps reporting to his handlers that the situation was now firmly in hand. No doubt he was envisioning the praise that was soon to be heaped on him. Drake said nothing further as the hot sun continued to beat down on them through the dirty windows, as traffic rumbled by outside and distant horn blasts sounded. A tiny bead of sweat ran down between his shoulder blades, trickling down his back. His heart was beating hard and fast, his muscles tightening in anticipation. "You know, it's a shame," he remarked, staring across at his nemesis. Faulkner glanced up, disturbed from his work. "Despite all this, despite all the killing, and all the double crosses and the secret agendas, there's one thing neither of us can get away from." "Really? And what might that be?" Drake smiled. "You dress like an absolute wanker." Shaking his head, Faulkner drained the last of his water and set the bottle carefully down on the floor beside him. "You disappoint me, Ryan," he said, rising from his chair. "I was hoping we could have resolved this like civilized men. That's not what I think of when I look at you." At this, Faulkner smiled coldly. "Stubbornness must run in your family. It's funny. Freya was just like you." Chapter 60. In that instant, everything around Drake seemed to fade into darkness. Every danger, every consideration, every plan and contingency and measure that he'd tried to encompass within his mind simply ceased to exist. All he could see was the image of his mother laid out on a mortuary table a lifetime ago, her greying hair combed back to reveal an aged face once so familiar, now cold and pale. And beside it, the simple and blandly efficient name tag, Freya Louise Shaw. "What did you say?" he whispered. Faulkner could barely contain his malicious glee as he sprung his final trap. "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're still playing catch-up. Never did get around to telling you the truth about dear old Mum, did I? Then again, neither did she."
What truth?
Faulkner looked him hard in the eye. Didn't you ever wonder why she was so preoccupied with her work? Always coming home late, running off at the last minute, all those urgent trips overseas? Didn't you ever stop to question what she did that was so important? Drake felt like the world was spinning around him. He closed his eyes, having to swallow hard to keep even a shred of his composure. Again and again he saw images, camera flashes of his mother tensing up every time the phone rang, saw her retreating into another room to take the call, saw the focus and intensity in her expression as she left. Again and again he pictured her departing suddenly on business, gone for days at a time with little or no explanation. He'd sensed, on some childish level, the growing rift her preoccupation was creating between his parents, the strain it was putting on the entire family. And he felt again his own resentment and jealousy that she valued her stupid, unimportant job more than her own children. Only now did he begin to perceive another explanation. Only now did the jumbled pieces of the puzzle begin to reorder themselves, forming a terrible, chilling conclusion that was at once inconceivable, yet impossible to ignore.
It's not possible,
he gasped, willing it not to be true. It can't be. Can't it? Or is that what you'd rather believe?
She was one of us?
The mere thought of it was ludicrous. How could she possibly have kept such a secret without her own family knowing? And yet, at the same moment, he realized that he himself had once maintained much the same deception. He himself had told the same lies, lived the same secret life. Faulkner chuckled in amusement. Think bigger, Ryan. Like I said, you see the obvious, but the subtleties are lost on you. Freya was part of something far more important than one country's intelligence service. She was part of the group that I represent, because, like me, she saw and believed in the bigger picture. She even pulled some strings to help keep you and your sister safe for the past couple of years, just in case you thought you'd made it this far on charm and good looks. He leaned in closer, his tone conspiratorial. You honestly didn't know? Drake said nothing, which prompted a laugh of sheer delight. Ryan, it's almost poetic. 2 generations of the same family, living the same lie. One day they'll write songs about you. What happened to her? Drake asked, finally mastering his thoughts enough to speak. You killed her. Faulkner sighed with what seemed to be a touch of regret. Every asset has their day, I'm afraid. She had hers, but she did have one last role to play. She brought you to me. I suppose I should be thankful. Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents Deception Game by Will Jordan, narrated by Sam Devereaux. Prologue. Dehiba, Tunisia, 10th of May 2009. Drake took a breath, the scorching dry air searing his throat, tiny grains of wind-blown sand stinging his eyes. Overhead, the sun beat down mercilessly from a cloudless sky, raising beads of sweat on his already burned and reddened skin. Around him, locals and small groups of tourists moved back and forth through the crowded central square, paying little attention to the Westerner in disheveled clothes, leaning against the wall beside a small cafe. Perhaps the cuts and bruises marked him out as someone to studiously avoid, or perhaps the dangerous flicker in his eyes was what really kept them away. Whatever the reason, the ebb and flow of humanity seemed to part around him like a river slipping past an implacable boulder. Glancing up, Drake turned his gaze towards the low hilltop about half a mile away, overlooking the bustling town centre, where the weathered and tumbled walls of the ancient settlement still rose up against the pristine blue sky, heavy stone blocks jutting from the parched earth. That was the place where it was supposed to happen. The place where the tumultuous events of the past week would reach their final, deadly conclusion. Everything he had fought for, everything he had sacrificed, every compromise he had made, it had all led him here. He would live or die by what happened today. His pulse was pounding strong and urgent in his ears, almost drowning out the tinny ring of the cell phone as he held it against his head. The man he was trying to reach would be wary of calls like this. He wouldn't answer readily, might not answer at all, in fact. Either way, there was nothing he could do to change it. All he could do was wait. And hope. And just like that, the ringing stopped. He was connected. "So, you're still alive, Ryan," a voice remarked on the other end of the line. A smooth, confident, controlled voice. Not the voice of a man whose own future hung in the balance just as much as Drake's. "And you're late. Didn't I make it clear what was at stake?" "You did," Drake replied, his eyes scanning the crowds around him. "I have what you want. Then I suggest you bring it to me, so we can finish our business." Drake knew this was the moment of choice, his last chance to back out. "No," he said, speaking with calm finality. There was a pause, a moment of confusion and doubt, a chink in the armor momentarily exposed. "Excuse me? We both know I'm dead the second I hand it over. You'd never let me live after everything I've seen, everything I know." He was committed now. There was no going back. The only choice was to move forward. "So I suggest you remember this moment, because this is as close as you're ever going to get to what you want." To his credit, his adversary remained surprisingly composed in the wake of this blatant act of defiance. A different man might have railed against him, shouted down the line about how foolish Drake's actions were, and how he would surely be punished for them. But this man was another sort. "Ryan, maybe you've forgotten the reason we're in this position," the calm, pleasant voice went on. "If you need reminding, I'm quite prepared to leave behind a piece of her at our meeting place. And believe me, it'll be a piece she'll miss." Drake closed his eyes for a moment, swallowing down the fear and horror of what he was hearing, because he knew well enough that this was a threat his adversary was quite prepared to make good on. A sadist who took pleasure in inflicting suffering on others. "You won't do that," he replied, sounding more confident than he felt. "Really? Enlighten me." "I'm offering you something better." "And what would that be?" "There are 3 ways this could go. First, you kill her. I release the files across the internet, and then I turn all my attention to hunting you down. Believe me, I'm good at finding people, and I'm prepared to devote every waking moment of my life to finding you. And when I do, anything you do to her will be nothing but a happy memory compared to what I do to you. Second, you kill me before I can get to you. The files have been uploaded to an automatic email server, and without me to stop it, everything you've worked to cover up gets released within 2 hours of my death." He allowed that prospect to hang there for a moment or two. "Either way, you lose." "As do you, Ryan," he reminded him. "There's more at stake here than you and me. We both know what you're really playing for. Are you ready to give all that up? Watch it fall down around you?" There was a pause, a gambler weighing the risks against the potential rewards. "I presume there's a third option?" Drake took another breath of the sandy, stifling air. "You give her back to me, unharmed. I agree not to interfere with your plans or tell anyone what we've found. You agree not to come looking for me, and everyone walks away. It's that simple." "Very heroic of you," he remarked with dour humor. "I'm no hero. Never was," Drake said, truly meaning it. "And this isn't my war. I just want it to end." This was it. He had said and done everything he could. The rest depended on the man on the other end of the line. And then he heard it. Not some vicious curse, not a growl of anger or even a muttered promise that he would pay for this one day. What Drake heard instead was a low chuckle of amusement, the laugh of a man finally springing a trap that had been long in the making.
Come now, Ryan. We both know this can only end one way.
He paused a moment, allowing his words to sink in.
Look down.
Glancing down, Drake saw something on his stained and crumpled shirt, a splash of red light that hadn't been there before. The glow of a laser sight.
Wouldn't run if I were you. You're covered from 2 different directions, and my friends are just itching to pull those triggers.
They had found him. Somehow they had tracked him here, predicted this move, known exactly what he was going to do. And now they had him out in the open. The time had come to spring their trap. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a black SUV pulled up nearby. The rear doors flew open, and a pair of men leapt out. Men Drake had encountered before. Men who had tried to kill him more than once over the past few days, and who wouldn't hesitate to do so now if they were given the order. Their hands were on weapons hidden just inside their jackets, ready to draw on him if he so much as twitched.
Like I said, Ryan,
the voice on the line said, filled with the confidence of a man in total control of the situation.
This can only end one way.
Drake lowered the phone as the retrieval team closed in on him. Part 1. Rendition. To date, at least 54 countries are known to have participated in the CIA's Extraordinary Rendition Program, many playing host to so-called black sites, where detainees are held and interrogated for an unlimited period of time, without any legal rights. The number of people imprisoned in this fashion may never be known. Chapter 1. Arlington National Cemetery, Virginia, 2 weeks earlier. The sheer scale of Arlington Cemetery never ceased to amaze Drake. Occupying more than 600 acres of land on the west bank of the Potomac, and located a mere 20-minute walk from the White House, the immense complex was both physically and symbolically close to the heart of the nation. Its size and scale served as an eternal reminder of the sacrifices made by generations of Americans, from the Civil War all the way up to the present day. And it was here, beneath the gentle shade of blossoming trees, that 400,000 of America's war dead rested, their graves laid out in neat rows of white headstones that stretched almost beyond sight. It was a sobering, reflective sort of place, and one that Drake had visited more than once in the past few years, either to pay respects to fallen comrades or just to be alone with his thoughts. Today, however, he had a different purpose here. Turning left off Roosevelt Drive, he began his ascent up a steep, grassy hill towards the memorial complex at the top, passing a group of people heading in the opposite direction. A mixture of ages and genders, but comfortable enough around each other that they almost certainly belonged to the same family. An old man in the center of the group, leaning heavily on a walking stick as he made his way down the hill, was the likely reason for their visit. He was wearing a dark blue navy cap, with the name of some warship emblazoned in frayed gold lettering, though he'd passed by before Drake could get a close look at it. He didn't suppose it mattered. It meant something to its owner, and that was what counted. Strange how differently America regarded its war veterans, he thought with a fleeting sense of regret as he ascended the steps. Here, they were treated with respect, even reverence. The old cliché that a man in uniform could walk into any bar in the country and have at least one guy buy him a beer was, in Drake's experience, still alive and kicking. Back in the UK, the best they could hope for was a shoddy state pension and bingo night down at the ex-servicemen's club. He did his best to push these thoughts from his mind as he reached the top of the steps, taking in the scene beyond. Standing in the center of the wide-open plaza was an immense marble sarcophagus, its white surface bright in the afternoon sun. The tomb of the unknown soldier was one of the most sacred places in the whole of Arlington, an eternal monument to the thousands of soldiers who had perished unknown on the battlefields of the world, their identities forever lost. It was guarded 24 hours a day, no matter the weather, by the Sentinels, elite members of the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard, and today was no exception. Uniform immaculate, back ramrod straight, sunlight gleaming off his mirrored sunglasses, a single soldier carrying an old M14 rifle paced slowly back and forth in front of the tomb. So precise were his movements, and those of every other sentinel who had come before him, that a perfect square had been worn into the marble paving by the long decades of their watch. A few tourists were there taking pictures of the spectacle, probably viewing it as a curiosity akin to the Queen's Guard standing motionless outside Buckingham Palace. Drake was content to bypass them as he headed for the memorial amphitheatre located behind the tomb. To a casual observer, his demeanour was little different from any of the hundreds of other people milling around the cemetery that day. He walked with the easy, comfortable pace of a man heading somewhere with no great urgency, neither hurrying nor dawdling. His posture was relaxed without appearing nonchalant, confident without swagger, his expression conveying little beyond the superficial interest of an average visitor. Only his eyes, hidden behind dark sunglasses that didn't look the least bit out of place on that warm, sunny afternoon, betrayed the keen, eager gaze of a trained operative, drinking in every detail of his environment and the people within it. His gaze leapt from face to face, looking for any hint, any telltale clue that they weren't who they were pretending to be. Drake had made a living out of finding people, many of whom didn't want to be found, and he'd become very good at spotting something out of place. A gaze that lingered a little too long, a twitch that betrayed tension and intensity where none were warranted, an involuntary shift of posture to accommodate the uncomfortable bulk of a concealed weapon. He'd seen it all in his time, and his senses were on alert for it now. He relaxed a little as he drew closer to the amphitheatre, content for now that no one amongst the spectators had shown undue interest in him. That didn't mean no one was watching, of course, but Drake had grown used to covering his back over the past couple of years. He'd grown used to a lot of things over the last couple of years. Normally reserved for Veterans Day services and other public events, for the most part, the massive outdoor theatre stood empty and unused. There was little for tourists to see or do inside, and no monument stood within its columned walls, so few people lingered there long. In short, it was a good place to talk without fear of interruption or eavesdropping, and this was one conversation he didn't want overheard. Edging around one of the big stone columns that formed the outer boundary of the theatre, Drake paused a moment to survey the space within. Rows of benches radiated outward from the main stage, rising up gradually towards the outer periphery of the theatre. Not one of them was occupied. Drake glanced at his watch and took a breath, considering his next move. He could break cover and venture out into the center of the theatre, making his presence known to anyone who might be waiting. But doing so would leave him exposed and vulnerable. It went against his instincts to go into a situation like this at a disadvantage. On the other hand, he could remain where he was and see if his contact decided to take the initiative. However, meetings like this often lived or died based on mutual trust, and it was possible his contact was harboring similar doubts. The last thing he wanted was for them to get cold feet and walk away, especially since he had gone to such pains to make this happen in the first place. He was about to begin a circle of the theatre's outer wall when he heard footsteps on the stone floor coming his way, slow and heavy, accompanied by slightly labored breathing. An older man, overweight, perhaps not in good health. Gripping the Browning high-powered automatic hidden in a pancake holster at the small of his back, Drake readied himself for the 100 different ways this could go wrong, and slipped out from behind the pillar. The man standing facing him was in his early 60s, black, of average height and above average weight. His close-cropped hair and moustache speckled with silver. Even a cursory glance revealed a man who wore his years with some discomfort. His shoulders were stooped, his forehead deeply lined by years of care and worry. The collar of his expensive suit was loosened, and there was a visible sheen of sweat on his brow. The climb up here had clearly not been a pleasant one for him. He tensed for a moment at Drake's sudden appearance, but quickly regained his composure at the realization that this was the man he'd come here to meet. The young Shepherd team leader who had contacted him covertly through an intermediary, who had insisted on a face-to-face meeting away from Langley, who had promised he possessed information of great importance to the agency.
"I hope you didn't drag me all the way out here just to shoot me, son,"
he remarked coolly, his dark eyes flicking downward, indicating the hand that Drake was keeping behind his back.
"I'm sure they've got a nice spot picked out for me in Arlington, but I'd rather not take it just yet."
Drake's grip on the weapon relaxed, some of the tension easing, though he didn't let go of it yet.
"Director Hunt?" "So they tell me."
Charles Hunt was the officer in charge of the CIA's Counter-Proliferation Division, tasked with monitoring and intercepting the flow of illegal arms worldwide, from missing ammunition crates at Russian supply depots all the way up to Iranian attempts at purchasing nuclear secrets. Their job was to stop weapons from ending up in the hands of America's enemies.
"You here alone?" Drake asked.
"As alone as any of us can be these days,"
he said, glancing upward, as if they might glimpse a surveillance drone circling overhead. Drake's eyes hardened.
"I'm not playing games. If you were followed here—"
Hunt's graying brows drew together in a frown.
"Mr. Drake, I'm not in the habit of lying to people, and I'm also not in the habit of dragging my fat ass out of my very comfortable office for secret meetings at national monuments with every crackpot who tries to contact me. But I know who you are, so I chose to show some faith in you today. Maybe you should do the same with me, and lose the attitude, along with the gun."
Reluctantly, Drake let go of the weapon.
"Better,"
Hunt remarked.
"You said you knew who I was," Drake prompted him.
"You made a name for yourself with that business in Russia last year. Whether that's a good or bad thing remains to be seen, but you can bet your ass people are taking notice. That makes you either an enemy to be destroyed or a commodity to be used."
He surveyed Drake with a critical eye.
"Personally, I'm not sure whether you deserve a commendation or a firing squad after the shit you pulled."
Drake decided to let that one pass. His actions the previous year technically amounted to treason. He'd aligned himself with a foreign intelligence service without any kind of authorization, not to mention aiding and abetting a wanted terrorist. Not for the first time, he caught himself wondering just how many enemies he'd made over the past couple of years.
"I'd settle for 10 minutes of your time,"
he said instead. Despite the tension of their initial meeting, he was very much aware that a divisional director of the CIA wasn't the sort of man to be trifled with. Simply getting access to him without alerting a dozen different department heads had been an ordeal in itself, forcing Drake to negotiate a minefield of protocol and hidden lines of reporting, not to mention calling in a few favors. Whether or not it had been a wasted effort hinged on what happened in the next 10 minutes. Hunt glanced at his watch, an old model bearing the U.S. Marine Corps seal, then turned his dark eyes back on Drake.
"All right, Mr. Drake. 10 minutes. I suggest you make it good."
Drake certainly couldn't promise that. The only thing he could guarantee was that it would be worth hearing. Reaching into his pocket, he produced an electronic device that resembled a small walkie-talkie with several aerials affixed to it, and flicked a switch mounted on the side. A single green light was the only indication that the signal jammer was now active, though anyone trying to use a cell phone or any other communications device within 50 yards would certainly know about it. Hunt regarded the device with a raised eyebrow.
"That bad, huh?"
Drake gestured to one of the benches nearby.
"You might want to sit down for this."
He did, and he listened for a lot longer than 10 minutes as Drake related the events of the past 2 years, from the operation to rescue a prisoner named Maris from a Russian jail, to the dirty war being waged by a private military company in Afghanistan, and the death of the chief of Russian intelligence last year, and all of it tied together by the legacy of one man, Marcus Kane. Kane, who was now the deputy director of the CIA and next in line for the top position if the current leader stepped down. "That's quite a story, son," Hunt remarked when Drake finally brought his extended narrative to an end. Despite his flippant choice of words, it was clear Drake's tale had nonetheless made an impression on him. "But why tell it to me?" "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," a very old saying, and one that was often misused in trivial rivalries. In this case, however, Drake could only hope that the adage proved true. If so, he could think of no better enemy for Kane than the man whose position he had usurped 2 years ago. Hunt himself had once occupied the post of deputy director, and been hotly tipped to assume the mantle of leading the world's foremost intelligence agency before too long. That was until an abrupt reshuffle of the agency's executive level had seen Hunt effectively demoted to divisional leader. Still a position of some power and influence, to be sure, but the message was clear. There was a new star player on the field, and his name was Marcus Kane. Drake was certain that such a demotion, especially in the closing years of Hunt's career, must have left a deep impact on him. Deep enough, perhaps, for him to aid Drake in destroying the man who had so derailed his plans. It was a rotten trick to use a man's bitterness and resentment for one's own ends, but the chance to win an ally at the highest level of the agency's power structure was something Drake couldn't pass up. "Because I'm not the only one who wants to see Kane take a fall," Drake answered. "I know he replaced you as deputy director, and I'm guessing it wasn't your decision to step down. He fucked you over, just like he fucked over everyone else he's ever come into contact with. Whatever you were expecting to do with the rest of your life, it's all been taken away because of him. Well, this is your chance to take something back. Help me expose the things he's done. Help me stop him before more innocent people get killed. I can't promise you'll get back everything you've lost, but I can promise he'll lose a lot more than you ever did." Drake had never been one for stirring speeches or impassioned monologues. All he could do was set out what he knew, what he wanted, and what Hunt could do to make it happen. It was a gamble, to be sure. This whole meeting had been a leap of faith, in fact. But it was a gamble he felt he had to make. And now, his sentiments delivered. All he could do was wait for Hunt's reply. It wasn't long in coming. Whatever reaction he'd expected, it wasn't the fit of laughter that suddenly overcame the man seated beside him.
"I'm just supposed to take you at your word on all this, right? Some random field agent contacts me out of the blue with wild stories of secret conspiracies and an offer to resurrect my career, and I just leap in with both feet and hope for the best?"
Hunt shook his head in disbelief.
"Mr. Drake, you're still a young man, so I can forgive a little naivety on your part, but what you're asking is ridiculous."
And yet Drake couldn't help notice that Hunt had made no effort to defend Kane, or to warn him of the treasonous nature of his proposal. Taking his lack of reprimand as tacit acknowledgement that his accusations had merit, Drake pressed on. "You said you were willing to show a little faith."
"Faith and blind faith are two different things, son. So far, you're not giving me a hell of a lot to put my faith in."
Drake couldn't blame him for that. "I'm here. We both know you could have me arrested after everything I've said to you. But I came anyway because I'm willing to risk my life to bring that fucker down. I want to do that, but I can't do it alone. I need people in positions of influence, people who still have the power to hurt him, people I can rely on. People like you."
"Very touching. But what makes you think you could trust me even if, and this is a big if, I agreed to help you?"
Hunt asked. Drake nodded to the watch on Hunt's left wrist. "That's a nice watch. You were with the 2nd Battalion, 7th Marine Division in Vietnam. Did 2 tours. Wounded at Kassam while trying to rescue a squad that was cut off and surrounded, even though you'd been ordered to wait for support. Before that, you petitioned to bring charges against a fellow Marine for terrorizing Vietnamese civilians, even if it meant betraying one of your own. If it was important to know your enemy, it was even more so to know a potential friend, as Drake had learned through bitter experience. When he'd first conceived of this plan, he'd spent weeks learning every aspect of Hunt's life and career, probing as deep as he could without being flagged by the agency. But now he felt as if he knew the man as well as Hunt knew himself. Reaching into his jacket pocket, the divisional director produced a handkerchief and used it to wipe the perspiration from his brow.
You've done your homework. Bravo. What's your point?
My point is that everything I've learned about you so far tells me you're a good man. You're ready to stand up for what's right, and you're not afraid to risk your own arse to do it. And the fact you still wear that watch tells me you haven't forgotten that. That's why I took the risk to contact you. That's why you haven't walked away. And I think that's why you want to believe in me now.
A good man,
Hunt repeated, snorting in derision.
That's a real nice sentiment. But those things happened a long time ago. Things were different then. There were rules to follow, a code of conduct, a line between right and wrong. Sure, we might step over it on occasion, but it was always there, no matter what.
He sighed then, a weary sigh of a man fighting an unwinnable battle for far too long.
Then you get into this line of work, and you realize the line you put so much faith in never really existed. It only existed in your mind because you wanted to believe in it. You needed to believe in it. But all the belief in the world doesn't make something true. The truth is, people can do just about anything they want and get away with it. All they need are three things: the will, the brains, and the right friends. And believe me, Marcus Kane has plenty of all three.
He flashed a grim smile.
How do you think you became deputy director in the first place?
Drake clenched his fists as he regarded the man seated beside him. So he gets away with everything he's done? Is that what you're saying? Hunt shot him a piercing look, as if to remind him of who was the more senior here.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm saying that you don't take on a man like Kane by making a few half-assed accusations and expecting the world to fall in line behind you.
I don't need the world behind me, Drake insisted. But I do need you.
To do what exactly?
Again, that weary smile.
Call the president and have him fire Kane this afternoon? Or maybe haul him up in front of a congressional hearing, air all that dirty laundry in public?
That would work for starters.
I'm sure it would, but we both know that's not going to happen. If anything at all's going to come of this, I need to know what you know. First, tell me what actual evidence you've got against Kane.
Eyewitness testimonies, field operatives and agency personnel that have been coerced into silence by him. All of them are prepared to testify against him.
Which means jack shit in situations like this, Hunt countered. Witnesses can be discredited, blackmailed, or just made to disappear. I need something real.
Drake said nothing for several seconds, weighing up how much he could reveal, how much to risk. There was one final card he could play, but it was the kind that could only be played once. There was no telling what reaction it might provoke, but he sensed this was a critical matter. Hunt's faith in him was wavering, his initial interest giving way to skepticism and doubt. He had to offer something meaningful, and there was only one way to do that. I've got Anya, he said at last. That was when Hunt's demeanor changed. Like a lucky punch delivered in a losing fight, the tide seemed to turn at that moment.
She's still alive?
He asked, his voice hushed. Drake nodded.
Jesus Christ,
he breathed, letting out a long sigh.
Where is she?
Drake gave him a look that made it plain he wasn't going to give such information away to a man he'd just met, no matter how good his character appeared to be. In any case, he couldn't tell Hunt even if he'd wanted to. Anya was a ghost, appearing where and when it served her purpose, and vanishing into the shadows when it didn't. She might have been an ally, but only on her own terms.
Point taken, Hunt conceded. But will she help?
Drake glanced away, running a hand through his hair.
She wants to see Kane go down as much as we do.
That's not the same thing.
She'll help, Drake assured him. Hunt regarded him in thoughtful silence for a few moments.
Let's say you're right, that everything you've told me is true, and that I should trust your word. Even you must understand that it's not about whether you're right or wrong. It's about who's willing to say you're right, who's willing to stand by you, and who's willing to stand by Kane. Who knows they stand to lose so much if he goes down that they'll do everything in their power, take any risk to stop it happening, because they know that if his lies and secrets are exposed to the world, theirs will be too.
Drake had heard such dire warnings before. I know Kane's got friends in the agency.
I'm not talking about the agency, Hunt cut in. I'm not talking about Congress or the Pentagon or the White House or any other buildings you care to mention.
So what are you talking about?
Wake up, Mr. Drake. The real power in this country doesn't lie in buildings that give guided tours, or men who have to answer to oversight committees or voter groups. The real decision-makers are the ones you can't see, that you don't know about because that's exactly how they choose to make it. They're the ones who stand to lose the most if Kane goes down, and they're the ones who'll do anything it takes to stop it from happening.
Drake was silent for a moment, searching for a diplomatic way of saying what was on his mind. He was rapidly tiring of the game Hunt seemed to be playing. He'd come here to enlist this man's help, not to listen to riddles and innuendo.
So who are these people? One step at a time, Mr. Drake, Hunt cautioned him. Even I don't know all of them, and I'm certainly not dumb enough to tell you the few I do know. But they're the people who will fight hardest to stop Kane going down, and they're the people we should both be extremely afraid of.
Drake looked at him. And yet, you're still here.
I am, he admitted, because despite everything, despite all the compromises and the little bits of myself I've had to give away over the years, I still remember that line in the sand. I believe, no, I want to believe it's still there. And I think you do too.
He rose to his feet with the deliberate effort that his age and build demanded.
Find me something I can use. Then we'll talk, Mr. Drake. For now, that's the best I can offer you.
Drake sighed and nodded, recognizing Hunt's offer for what it was. He had an ally. A reluctant one who wasn't ready to risk his own neck just yet, but an ally all the same. It certainly wasn't everything he'd hoped for, but it was the best he was going to get. For now, it would have to suffice.
I'll be in touch,
Drake promised, slipping his sunglasses back on. Chapter 2. United Kingdom, 1st of May. Freya Shaw blinked her eyes open, her mind returning to awareness. She was lying on her side in the cargo compartment of a small van. There were no windows that she could see. The sides and floor were simple metal, thin outer panels bolted onto steel reinforcing ribs, interspersed with small holes for latching bungee cords or other devices to stop things rolling around. A single electric light burned overhead, harsh and bright and relentless. It was obviously a well-used vehicle. The paintwork on the walls had been dented and scratched in countless places by heavy jostling cargo, exposing the dull gleam of bare metal beneath. The floor was covered with dried mud, discarded cigarette butts, and pieces of paper that had long since decayed into dried yellow pulp. Rust was taking hold in places, slowly eating away at the vehicle's frame like a cancer. But for all the vehicle's unkempt condition, her captor had clearly taken care to leave nothing in the cargo compartment that could aid a possible escape attempt. No sharp pieces of metal that could slice through the plasticuffs. No tools that could be used as improvised weapons. Nothing. Another hard jolt, this one violent enough to slam her head painfully against the floor. Reluctant to take another pounding, she managed to get her feet beneath her and forced herself up into a sitting position, bracing her back against the side of the van.
Each jolting movement seemed to reverberate down her spine, but it was better than being knocked unconscious again. She flicked her tongue over her lower lip, tasting blood. The left side of her face was throbbing with the dull pain of bruising where she'd been struck by a heavy object. That was the last thing she remembered before darkness had engulfed her. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting out a silent cry of frustration and fear and impotent anger. She could guess where all this was leading, could anticipate the end that was coming for her, and knew there was nothing she could do to prevent it. With a final shuddering lurch, the van halted. The rough growl of the engine ceased a moment later, and the light went out, plunging the cabin into darkness. Trying to still her wildly beating heart, Freya held her breath and strained to listen. She could hear footsteps outside, and the jangle of keys being removed from a pocket. With a click, a lock was disengaged, and the rear doors swung open on creaking hinges. Cool night air rushed in, and she could feel moisture on her exposed skin. A dark figure clambered up into the cabin, and strong hands grabbed her under her armpits, hauling her to her feet. She could do little to resist as she was forced out of the van and into the waiting darkness beyond. They had halted on a patch of waste ground. Freya knew that right away, from the towering walls of an old factory in the distance, broken concrete crumbling away to expose rusted steel reinforcing rods beneath. Gravel and loose stones crunched beneath her feet as she was led down a slope away from the van. The ground was treacherous, and she briefly lost her footing as the stones beneath her gave way, only for her captor to pull her upright.
"It doesn't have to be this way, you know. You don't have to do this. I'm worth more to you alive," she said, knowing how futile and pathetic her words must have sounded. How many times had her captor heard those same words, uttered by desperate men and women in the final moments of their lives? At the bottom of the slope, dark, muddy water glimmered in the faint moonlight. Rainwater that had collected over time in the depression. A yank at her arm brought her to a halt, about halfway down. "Get on your knees," a cold, clinical voice instructed her. Freya swallowed hard, knowing what was coming. She'd known the moment she'd awoken in that van. This was where she'd been brought to die. For a moment she caught herself wondering who would eventually find her body out here. A laborer on his way to work, a kid out playing with friends, some guy taking his dog for a walk. She knew it was ludicrous to be thinking of such things, yet she couldn't stop herself. She had faced danger more than once in what had been a long and eventful life, had even seen death up close and personal. Yet for all those experiences, she could never have imagined such an end for herself. Dying out here in some muddy hole in the ground, unmarked, unknown, uncared for. It didn't seem real. It was a dream, a nightmare, a feverish imagining conjured up by a restless mind. "No," she said, forcing the word out through gritted teeth, even as her heart thundered in her chest. "I won't." Yanking her arm free, Freya turned around to face her adversary, eyes gleaming with defiance. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of putting a bullet through her head from behind. "You look me in the eye, you coward," she said, staring right at them. "Look me in the eye when you pull the trigger." If she'd expected her words to strike a chord, to engender some kind of reaction, she was to be disappointed. A second came and went. A second broken only by the sigh of the evening breeze and distant hoot of an owl, and the hammering of Freya's heart. "You shouldn't have come looking for me." She saw the barrel of a weapon raised, saw the long snout of a silencer gleaming in the thin sliver of moonlight. Freya let out a breath. "Of all the people, I never—" A 9mm slug passing through her chest silenced that sentence before she had the chance to complete it. She let out a strangled gasp, as if in surprise, then fell backward and collapsed to the ground, her body skidding down the rocky slope,
until it came to rest in the pool of stagnant water. As darkness closed in around her, Freya's last thought was one of simple, heartfelt regret.
Ryan, I'm sorry.
George Washington University Hospital, Virginia. Like most people, Drake had no great love of hospitals. He'd spent more than his share of time in them over the course of his career, having been wounded numerous times in the line of duty, and had few pleasant memories of those stays. Today, however, he was not here for himself, but for a friend. "You know, it doesn't matter how much plastic surgery you get," he said, pasting on some fake joviality as he entered the private room. "You'll always be an ugly bastard." Dan Franklin, the current head of the agency's Special Activities Division, and a man Drake had long considered a close friend, was sitting upright in the bed, propped up by several pillows, while he flicked idly through the channels of the wall-mounted TV opposite. He looked about as bored and listless as a man could be, and yet seemed to perk up immediately on Drake's arrival.
"Well, shit. And here was me thinking how much I'd kill for some intelligent conversation. Be sure to send someone in when you leave, okay?"
He was grinning at the playful banter, but Drake could see the pain etched into his features. It seemed to have become a constant companion of his recent years, and the toll it was taking was becoming harder to ignore. "I'll do that." Reaching into the plastic bag he brought with him, Drake laid out some issues of Time and Newsweek on the bedside table. "Here, this should keep you going for a while. Now there's some big words in there, so if you get stuck, be sure to call one of the nurses to help you." Franklin made a face.
"Wasn't planning on being here that long."
Pulling up a chair, Drake sat down opposite him. "Seriously, though, how are you doing, mate?" he asked, surveying his friend honestly for the first time in a long time. He'd aged noticeably, Drake realized almost in surprise. Franklin was only a few years older than himself, but he looked at least a decade more. There were lines around the corners of his mouth and eyes that hadn't been there just a few short years ago. His dark blonde hair now had faint streaks of silver at the sides, and recent weight loss had left his face looking sallow and gaunt. He shrugged with grim resignation.
"The consultants came in today. Apparently I have the vertebrae of a 90-year-old with arthritis. They're recommending spinal fusion surgery."
Drake felt his heart sink. The two of them had once served together in Afghanistan, both young, both strong and ambitious and competitive, until a roadside bomb had ended Franklin's military career. Shrapnel embedded in his spine had required hours of surgery and months of difficult rehab, and left him in near constant pain that had worsened noticeably in recent years. Proud to the last and weary of rehabilitation, he'd refused further medical intervention until the bitter end. Only when he'd started experiencing numbness in his legs and difficulty walking had he finally ceded to the inevitable and sought treatment. "Will that fix it?" he asked, knowing how stupid and simplistic such a question must have sounded, as if the human body were a car engine in which one could just swap out defective parts. Franklin gave him a weary smile.
"Maybe. That's what they told me. Maybe. Then again, it could also leave me paralyzed from the chest down. Either way, I'd be out of action with the agency for weeks, if not months."
At this, Drake actually let out a laugh. "Dan, the free world will survive without you for a few weeks. If that's what you're worried about, put it out of your head right now."
"Where will that leave you?"
Franklin asked, lowering his voice.
"We both know the deal here. If I'm laid up in a hospital bed, I can't protect you."
Drake was all too aware that the man sitting before him was about the only thing that had kept Kane from having him assassinated these past couple of years. The deal he had struck, not to reveal Kane's part in the hijacking of American drones and the subsequent murder of innocent civilians, had maintained an uneasy status quo. But both parties were starting to realize that this truce couldn't last forever. And if something happened to Franklin, it wouldn't take long for the sword to fall. Leaning in closer, Drake looked his friend hard in the eye. "Mate, I want you to listen to me very carefully. This isn't about me now.
This isn't about the agency or Kane or any of that stuff. This is about you. You're hurting. I can see that. And you need help. You can't go on like this. So get yourself sorted out before it's too late, for God's sake. We'll deal with the rest later.
Franklin swallowed and looked away for a moment.
That's not the only reason, Ryan, he admitted. Ever since this happened, I feel like I've been living on borrowed time. Like there was a bomb ticking away inside me. And every day I've been waiting for it to go off. Now we're down to it. I'm scared shitless. Not of dying, but living as a cripple. Pissing into a bag for the rest of my life. Having people pity me. I can't live like that. I don't have what it takes to make it through that.
Drake felt terrible for his friend. He shared some of the man's apprehension of what lay ahead, felt his frustration at watching his physical abilities slowly dwindle. And beneath it all, he felt something else. Guilt. Guilt that it had happened to Franklin and not him. Guilt that it had been his friend's Humvee that had triggered that roadside bomb. Guilt that Franklin had put off this surgery for so long out of loyalty and duty, when Drake had done so little for him in return. What could he possibly say to this man? If it were him, would he have the courage to go through with surgery that could leave him paralyzed for life? What reassurance could he offer?
You deserve your life back, mate, he said at last. If this is your best, your only chance to get it, then there's no choice to make, is there?
Franklin held his gaze for a long moment, as if still wrestling with the matter in his mind. Then, reluctantly, he reached for the magazines that Drake had brought him.
Let's see what crap you brought,
he conceded, his voice carrying an undertone of grim determination.
Might need it if I'm going to be here a while.
Drake was in a less than jovial mood when he returned to his home in Fairfax, just west of central D.C. later that evening, having stopped off to buy a crate of beer and enough burgers, steaks, and sausages to feed a small army, which, in reality, was pretty much what he was about to do. A busy day at Langley, followed by his visit to Franklin's hospital room, had left him running late, and as he pulled into his driveway, he let out a sigh of exasperation at the sight of 2 cars and a motorbike already parked up in front of his house. Shit! There was no sign of the drivers, and for a moment he wondered if his teammates had decided to bin the whole thing and head to the nearest bar instead. However, as soon as he killed the engine and stepped out into the evening air, the sound of music blaring from the backyard told him they had decided to start the party of their own accord. Grabbing the beers from the passenger seat and piling the pre-packed food awkwardly on top, Drake hurried around the side of the house, nudging open the side gate with his foot. Sure enough, Cole Mason, Samantha McKnight, and Kira Frost were already in the unkempt square of grass that he called a backyard, armed with drinks of their own. The rear door of the house was wide open, the hi-fi from his kitchen resting awkwardly on a chair with a power cord trailing back inside.
"Well, look who decided to show up,"
Mason said when he spotted Drake. He held his beer up in a mock salute.
"Good of you to arrive late for your own party, man. I was getting ready to order takeout."
"I was getting ready to raid your fridge," Frost chipped in. "Looks like you already started," Drake said, glancing at the beer she'd apparently helped herself to. "I don't remember giving you a key." The young woman shrugged, entirely unconcerned. "It's our job to break into places. As far as it goes, yours was pretty easy. You should get someone to look into that." She downed a mouthful of beer as if to emphasize her point. "By the way, your music collection sucks. Had to resort to the radio." Drake cocked his head, listening to the Black Eyed Peas blaring out. "This is what the kids are listening to these days?" he asked with a wry grin. He saw a flash of anger in her eyes at his implied insult. "How the fuck should I know, Ryan?" Kira Frost was now in her early 30s, but her short stature and diminutive frame made her look years younger. Much to her annoyance, she was often still asked for ID when buying alcohol, something that provided Drake no end of amusement, and which he made a point of reminding her about at every opportunity.
"Anyway, you were the one who arranged this thing," she reminded him. "Then you disappear and stop answering your cell? What happened?"
Drake glanced away. He turned off his cell phone in the hospital and must have forgotten to switch it back on again. "I was visiting Dan." McKnight approached him.
"How's he doing?"
"Ask me in a few days when he gets out of surgery," he said, powering his phone up. "That bad, huh?" Mason asked. Having been wounded in the line of duty himself and endured a difficult and lengthy rehabilitation, he understood Franklin's situation better than most. Drake said nothing to this.
"Well, you're here now,"
McKnight said, sensing his discomfort and moving to change the subject.
"What do you say we get drunk and burn some food?"
Despite the tension of his earlier meeting with his friend, Drake couldn't help but smile a little. God knew he could use a drink after today. In short order, Drake had fired up the gas barbecue set against one wall of the yard and set some of the meat to cooking on the grill. He hardly considered himself a gourmet chef, but even he could work a barbecue without too much difficulty. And before long, the group descended on the grilled meat like they hadn't eaten in a week. Food, drink, and banter are a good combination at any time, and the atmosphere soon became relaxed and jovial. Drake's earlier tardiness quite forgotten. With the drink flowing, it wasn't long before they were swapping old stories of past exploits, many of which they'd heard before, but which always seemed to get more entertaining the more they had to drink. Even Drake found himself enjoying the company, and was beginning to appreciate the merits of hosting such a get-together with his teammates. It was an idea borrowed from their fallen companion, John Keegan, who had been killed during a mission in Afghanistan the previous year. Keegan had made a point of inviting the team to his place for dinner, either to celebrate the successful end of another operation, or just as an excuse to eat and drink. In truth, most of the food he produced looked like it had seen the business end of a flamethrower, usually prompting mockery and jibes from the rest of the team. But perhaps that had been part of the fun. Perhaps it had even been Keegan's intention all along, Drake reflected as he sat on his back doorstep, comfortably full and slightly drunk, as he stared up at the evening sky. If nothing else, he hoped the man himself approved of his efforts. His philosophical musings were interrupted when McKnight approached, easing herself down next to him.
"So what's the verdict?" Drake asked.
"Nobody's dead yet,"
she acknowledged with a sly smile.
"Could have been worse."
Drake glanced at her.
"You're flattering me. I don't suppose Jamie Oliver needs to start job hunting just yet."
"Who?"
"He's a British,"
Drake began, then thought better of it. Never mind. She seemed content to let that slide. Instead, she took a drink of beer and glanced over at Mason and Frost, who were in the midst of an animated conversation that seemed to lie somewhere between the shared telling of an anecdote and a full-blown argument. Knowing Frost, it was probably a little of both. Still, both of them seemed to be enjoying it.
"Thanks for doing this, Ryan," McKnight said quietly. "Having everyone here, well, it means something."
"You've all done a lot for me. More than I had any right to ask."
He flashed a grin.
"Least I can do is burn some cheap burgers for you."
This prompted a laugh, though it soon quietened as her expression turned more serious. She leaned a little closer, her hazel-colored eyes searching his.
"Did you hear anything more from Hunt?"
Drake shook his head. It had been several days since his meeting with the former deputy director at Arlington, days that had been ominously quiet for all of them. In truth, he didn't expect to hear much from the man when he'd made it plain he wouldn't act until Drake had something concrete he could use.
"Do you really trust him? What if he tries to screw us over?"
The thought had crossed his mind more than a few times. Despite his rigorous background checks, despite the research and the observation, and even the gut instinct that told him Charles Hunt was of a different sort from Kane, he couldn't deny the possibility that this could all go terribly wrong.
"As far as he knows, I'm working alone,"
he said, knowing that wasn't what she was really asking him.
"I'm the only one he can screw over."
"You know you're not alone, right?"
she said. her voice soft and quiet now. He could feel McKnight's eyes on him, but tried not to look at her. He knew his answer wouldn't have satisfied her, and that she might mistake his effort to protect her for mistrust, but it was better than the alternative. Until he knew where things led with Hunt, the rest of the team stayed out of it. McKnight opened her mouth to say something else, but before she could speak, Drake felt his cell phone vibrating in his pocket. He reached in and fished it out, ready to reject the call if it was anything work-related, but instead frowned when he saw the caller ID.
"What is it, George?"
Drake answered, making no effort to hide his irritation. With Franklin out of action, George Breckenridge had taken over as head of the Shepherd program, effectively becoming Drake's immediate superior. Drake knew little of the man's background, except that he'd never been a field agent, his talents lying instead in management and administrative work. In a nutshell, this meant climbing the corporate ladder, taking credit for other people's work, and ingratiating himself with the agency's higher echelons of command. His new, if temporary position, saw him managing half a dozen Shepherd teams and coordinating all regional activity within the program. In Drake's opinion, they couldn't have picked a worse candidate for the job. A difficult and fractious man at the best of times, Breckenridge had taken an immediate dislike to Drake and his team. The animosity between the two men had only intensified since Franklin's admission to hospital. Without Dan there to mediate, Drake had the feeling things were only going to get worse.
"Drake, we need you to come into the office,"
came the brisk summons.
"As soon as you can."
Breckenridge always made a point of calling him Drake, for the same reason Drake called him George, because he knew it pissed him off. "I'm busy," Drake replied, feeling neither the desire nor the responsibility to elaborate. Fuck it. It had been a long day. He was tired, and in no mood for talking shop, especially not with a man like this.
"Do I sound like I give a shit?"
Breckenridge hit back.
"I'll make this simple. Find your way here within the hour or find yourself a new job."
Without waiting for a reply, he hung up. Drake let out an exasperated breath, along with a muttered curse. He could have sworn the bastard timed these calls specifically to cause maximum irritation. "That was to the point," McKnight remarked. "What did he want?" "Take one guess," Drake said, rising from his makeshift seat. Chapter 3. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Despite having only clocked off a few hours earlier, Drake once more found himself back at Langley, nursing a cup of coffee and a bad attitude as he made his way through the labyrinth of corridors and small offices that made up the new headquarters building. Being on the wrong end of several beers, he'd been forced to hire a taxi from his home in Fairfax. His government security clearance might have worked in his favor at times, but he suspected it didn't cover drink driving. Breckenridge had messaged him advising him to report to his office rather than one of the briefing or conference rooms in the building's upper levels, which puzzled Drake. Then again, it could just have been his boss wanting to show off. Halting outside the door, Drake took another deep swig of strong, bitter-tasting coffee. He'd rather have downed a glass of whiskey before dealing with a man like this, but doubted it would do many favors for his professional conduct. Thus armed, he pushed open the door and strode in without bothering to knock. His first impression was how different this office was from the cramped, cluttered, untidy cubicle in which he did much of his own work. There were no handwritten sticky notes plastered everywhere, no printed sheets and case files cluttering his desk, no coffee cup stains on the expensive wood surfaces. Everything was very neat, very tidy, very clinical and precise. Unlike himself, Breckenridge had embraced the digital revolution with open arms and was happy to use his government expense account to indulge his passion for technology. Everywhere Drake looked, he saw high-end laptops and associated paraphernalia, the latest iPhone charging on Breckenridge's desk, and the ubiquitous tablet computer he carried around like a preacher's Bible. On one occasion, Drake had even witnessed him conducting a call via Bluetooth headset, despite both his hands being free. A big plasma screen TV mounted on the wall behind him was tuned to Bloomberg, with the latest share prices flashing across the bottom of the screen. Breckenridge liked to stay on top of his business news, though God only knew why. As Drake had learned through Frost's online snooping, He had no investment portfolio to speak of.
Don't you ever learn to knock?
He demanded, distracted from whatever he'd been working on by Drake's sudden arrival. In stark contrast to the pristine office and high technology that surrounded him, Breckenridge himself looked very much like what he was, a tired and stressed man fighting a losing battle against middle age. Paunchy, with greying hair, a florid complexion, and perpetually furrowed brow, he'd always reminded Drake of Richard Nixon on a bad day. Drake shrugged. "You said you needed me as soon as possible? Here I am." The older man regarded him for a long moment, in strained, uncomfortable silence. Then, perhaps trying to assert his professional cool, he gestured to an empty chair.
"Take a seat."
Drake did so, feeling like an unruly student hauled into the principal's office. "What can I do for you, George?" he asked, laying his coffee down on the desk.
"You can start by using a goddamn coaster,"
his superior replied irritably, sliding one his way.
"That desk is Carpathian elm, and it costs more than your monthly salary."
"It's a very nice desk," Drake said, making no move to use the coaster. "Now, would you care to tell me why I'm here?" Breckenridge eyed him in brooding silence for a few moments longer, before turning his attention back to his computer. With a few keystrokes, Bloomberg disappeared from the TV behind him, replaced by what looked like a surveillance picture of a man leaving a rundown apartment building. The subject in question looked to be Middle Eastern, in his mid-30s, well-built, and with a few days of stubble coating his jaw. His hair was long and unruly, tied back in a crude ponytail. He had a cell phone pressed against his ear, but seemed to be keeping a wary eye on his surroundings.
"Say hello to Khaled Arazi, or as we know him, Ifzal Fayed," Breckenridge began. "He's a captain in the Libyan army and a former asset of ours."
Drake glanced at his boss. "What's his deal?"
"We recruited him about a year ago on the promise that he had contacts with their military intelligence service. He claimed he could supply viable intel about ISI commanders operating out of Libya, supported by Gaddafi."
The mention of ISI was enough to get Drake's attention. Al-Qaeda might have been decimated by 8 years of attritional warfare, coordinated assassinations and drone strikes, but where one enemy fell, a new one was always waiting in the wings. In this case, the Islamic State of Iraq, better known as ISI. Less a terrorist network and more a legitimate military force in their own right, they had risen seemingly out of nowhere in the chaos of post-invasion Iraq, capturing key cities and vast swathes of territory, and forcing the US to once more deploy troops in the region to help the beleaguered Iraqi army. A hard-fought campaign had seen them driven out of their desert strongholds, but the victory had been a hollow one at best. Lacking the resources and the political will to pursue their fleeing enemy, the US could do little more than consolidate their position. Meanwhile, ISI's central leadership were rumored to have retreated into Syria, Jordan, and even North Africa, where they were reorganizing and rebuilding their forces for a renewed campaign. "Supported by Gaddafi," Drake repeated. "I thought he was on our side now. Why help ISI when he knows it would incite a war against us?" Breckenridge snorted in amusement.
"Gaddafi's on no one's side but his own. He might have cozied up to us since we toppled Hussein, but it's no secret that he still sponsors terrorist networks and revolutionaries all across the world. He spends more money financing foreign groups than he does his own people. The stupid bastard probably doesn't even know who he supports from one day to the next. In any case, even if he's not in on it, there could well be elements from within his government who are. Fayed was supposed to be our way of separating fact from fiction."
"So what happened?"
"The agency paid him generously for leads on key ISI commanders operating in the country, but after 6 months of feeding us useless, outdated bullshit, he went dark, took the money and ran. Since then, we've tracked him sporadically through Romania, Hungary, and Austria, but this is the first time he's stayed anywhere longer than a day or two. NSA intercepted a phone call matching his voice signature in Paris earlier today, and we think we have a location. Looks like he set up shop there."
Drake imagined it had taken no small measure of hard work and resourcefulness to track a man like Fayed, who clearly wanted to disappear. Then again, the agency was known to be very hard-working when it came to finding people who took their money and fucked them over. "So you want Fayed brought in?" he said, feeling no need to phrase it as a question. Breckenridge nodded.
"We need him alive, and talking, and preferably without the French government's knowledge. Maybe then we can get some real answers from him and our money back.
It didn't take a genius to guess what would happen to Fayed after that. The agency weren't exactly known for their forgiving attitude towards traitors. Drake didn't care too much about the man's fate, if he was honest with himself. Live by the sword and all that. What did he care about why he of all people had been summoned here for what seemed like a simple snatch-and-grab operation? "Why us?" he asked. "Surely there must be other teams that can handle this?" Breckenridge tilted his head.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Is this sort of thing beneath you, Drake?"
"That's not what I meant."
"Good, because after crap you pulled last year, you're lucky you're not pacing a cell in Guantanamo Bay. Never mind still working for the agency."
He let out a sigh of frustration.
And as it happens, there isn't anyone else available. The directors don't like all the floating resources we're taking up, so a lot of our specialists are being siphoned off into other programs. We're down on manpower. As much as it pains me to say this, you're the best of what we've got.
The Shepherd program maintained a cadre of permanent team leaders like Drake, but the bulk of their manpower was made up of specialists who could be brought in as and when they were needed. The downside was that these skilled operatives were therefore unavailable for other tasks. "That makes me feel very special, George. Thanks." Breckenridge gave him a disdainful look, and then slid a printed dossier across the desk to him.
"Everything you need on Fayed's in there. We have a plane standing by at Andrews, wheels up in 4 hours. Get your team together and get on it. Questions?"
How the fuck did you get this job? That was the most pertinent and polite question that came to mind, though Drake decided not to voice it.
"Good,"
Breckenridge said, taking his silence for compliance.
"Don't forget to take your coffee with you."
Chapter 4. Paris, France, 3rd of May. With its wide tree-lined boulevards and rich architectural heritage dating back over 1,000 years, Paris had long been considered a jewel amongst Europe's capital cities, a place that had inspired the dreams of romantics, artists, and connoisseurs of every kind, from every country. But for Drake, crouched in the shadows of a dimly lit stairwell that smelled of stale urine and damp, it was an entirely different prospect. The run-down residential apartment block in which he found himself was, in contrast to the ornate architecture the city was known for, a product of cheap 1940s utilitarianism. Stark, bleak, and inhabited by people who clearly wished they were living somewhere else, it certainly wasn't the kind of place he'd visit by choice. But sightseeing was the last thing on his mind tonight. If the agency's intelligence was to be believed, then his target, Ifzal Fayed, was living in one of these shitty apartments at this very moment. So here they were, in the city's 18th arrondissement, one of the least desirable areas of Paris due to its high crime rates, low-quality housing, and sheer distance from the city centre. But with a high proportion of North African immigrants, he supposed Fayed's choice of safe house made sense. Drake was disturbed from these thoughts by noises coming from one of the apartments that backed onto the stairwell, a rhythmic pounding accompanied by strained grunts and cries that could only mean one thing. Either the walls here were paper-thin, or the couple going at it were trying to put their neighbors to shame.
"Someone give her a medal,"
Cole Mason remarked, flashing a wry grin in the gloomy stairwell as the woman's cries reached a merciful crescendo.
"Sounds like she earned it tonight."
Like Drake, he was wearing a dark brown shirt, trousers and jacket that wouldn't win any awards in the style stakes, but which neatly complemented their cover as delivery men. True, not many companies delivered packages at 2 o'clock in the morning, but they needed some kind of reason for being here, in case a curious resident spotted them. It also explained why McKnight and Frost, the other 2 members of his team, were parked in an alleyway outside in a truck commonly used by delivery firms. The cargo they were here to collect was likely to be a little less cooperative than what FedEx were used to transporting, but then that was what the agency paid them for.
"What do you think?"
Mason prompted, nodding towards the source of the noise.
"Girlfriend? Or paid for?"
"Could be married, for all you know," Drake mumbled. Mason gave him a look of pity.
"Dude, no married couple makes that kind of noise."
"Wouldn't know," he replied, reaching for the little radio unit fixed to his throat. Right now, he had far more important matters on his mind. Unit 1 to Overwatch. Do you have eyes on target? In the rain-soaked alleyway down below, their technical specialist, Frost, was seated in the cargo compartment of the delivery truck, hunched over a portable computer terminal, while water drummed on the truck's steel roof. In her hands was a remote control unit of the kind normally used to pilot remote-controlled planes, and in this case the reality wasn't much different. Hovering in the night sky under her guidance was a miniature surveillance drone, designed for use in urban environments just like this. About a foot wide, roughly diamond-shaped, and with a rotor blade mounted at each corner, it certainly wasn't an elegant-looking aircraft. In fact, to a casual observer, it probably resembled a child's toy rather than an advanced piece of remote surveillance equipment. But its role in situations like this made it invaluable. The little four-bladed helicopter was hovering about 15 feet out from the wall of Fayad's apartment building, close enough to allow its operator to see into the dwellings, but far enough away that the faint whir of its electric engines wouldn't disturb the inhabitants. "Stand by, 1," Frost replied, gently manipulating the drone's guidance stick to increase its altitude. Staring intently at the grainy image being transmitted from the drone's digital video camera, Frost watched as weathered brickwork gave way to a window ledge, its paintwork noticeably peeling and covered with bird droppings. She had to hurry. With the battery life of less than 30 minutes to consider, she couldn't afford to leave the drone on station for long, but hopefully it would stay aloft long enough to give them the confirmation that Fayad was on site. "Shit," she said under her breath, applying left stick to steady the drone as a sudden breeze blew it slightly off course. One of the drawbacks to these little aircraft was that it didn't take much to bring them down. "Problems?" McKnight called from the cab up front. "Nothing I can't handle." Keeping the drone under tight control, she resumed her climb, slowly bringing the aircraft level with Fayad's window. As she'd hoped, a set of blinds had been lowered but not closed, permitting her a slightly truncated view of the living room beyond. The overhead lights were switched off, most of the illumination coming from the glow of a TV screen or computer monitor. "Overwatch has eyes on the apartment," she said over the radio. "Any sign of him?" "Not yet. I see a laptop switched on. Stand by, 1." "Copy that." Up front, McKnight was sitting in the truck's driver's seat, waiting in anxious silence for confirmation from Frost that they could move. The delivery truck was about as good a ruse as they could hope for in an urban area like this, but every moment they spent here increased the chance of being compromised. She was quite certain that Drake and Mason were entertaining similar thoughts. At such an early hour, there wasn't much of a chance of encountering anyone on the stairwell, but that didn't mean it couldn't happen. At least the poor weather conditions would help keep people indoors. The steady drumming of rain against the windshield had been their constant companion since they'd started tonight's operation, and it showed no signs of slacking off. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than life stepped in to prove her wrong. Catching movement in her rearview mirror, McKnight glanced around in time to see a figure moving through the shadows of the alleyway. Straight away her hand went for the silenced automatic hidden beneath her seat. Their orders were to avoid armed confrontations at all costs. That being said, Shepherd teams were trained to defend themselves if need be. There was no telling if Fayad had people watching his back, if this was some local thug out looking for trouble, or simply an innocent bystander on his way home. 3 has eyes on possible contact, she said, keeping her voice calm and controlled. There was no need to panic at this stage. She knew what she was dealing with. In the alleyway, moving up. Hostile? That was Drake, an edge of tension in his voice now. Unknown. Stand by. In the back, Frost leaned a little closer to the screen, straining to make out details through the poor-quality video feed. The drone's modest size meant it could only carry a small payload, which in this case translated into low image quality. Still, it was enough for her to make out the basic layout of the sparsely furnished apartment. Suddenly, the interior of the truck resounded with a heavy metallic thunk as something struck the outer paneling hard. Frost jerked back on instinct, momentarily losing control of the drone, which pitched sideways and threatened to impact the building.
What the fuck? She hissed, struggling to regain control. It went against her instincts to sit there and do nothing with a possible confrontation brewing outside. But in this case, there was little choice. It was her job to pilot the drone, and McKnight's job to watch her back while she did so. "Just some drunken asshole," McKnight called back as the truck reverberated once again, accompanied by a jeering call from outside. "Well, I'm having kind of a hard time concentrating," Frost said tersely. "Can you do something about it?" McKnight was already moving. Leaving the automatic where it was, she selected a different weapon from the glove compartment, swung open her door, and leapt down from the cab to face the intruder. The source of the disturbance, an overweight man in his mid-30s, was clearly on the wrong end of a heavy night out, judging by his disheveled hair, unsteady gait, and beer stains on his shirt and jeans. At least, she assumed it was beer. He was leaning heavily against the side of the van, balancing himself with one hand, while he urinated against the rear wheel with the other. The banging seemed to be caused by his head lolling forward and striking the metal paneling as he struggled to stay awake. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded, employing the slightly rusty French she'd learned in school years earlier. One hand was behind her back, gripping the electric taser she'd pushed down the back of her trousers. "Get out of here before I call the police." Unfocused, bloodshot eyes turned slowly in her direction, registering a moment of surprise before moving up and down her body with the brazen disregard for modesty that only alcohol could impart. Zipping himself up with difficulty, he turned to face her.
"Sorry, I couldn't find the restroom."
He laughed at what he seemed to think was blinding humor.
"What's a beautiful girl like you doing out here so late?"
"Working," she retorted, trying to mask her distaste. "Now get lost."
"But we only just met."
"And now we part ways. Go home and leave the van alone." With that, she turned and made to return to the cab. "Come on, just fuck off now," she silently prayed.
"Hold on. Don't go yet. We were just getting to know each other," he called out, stumbling to catch up. "I'm sorry for pissing on your truck. I didn't mean to."
He was silenced abruptly as McKnight whirled around, jabbed the taser into the center of his chest, and pulled the trigger. There was no thought of resisting or fighting her off. Thousands of volts of electricity were coursing through his nervous system, overriding whatever signals his drunken brain was still sending out. He went down straight away, collapsing in a heap amongst the discarded trash that littered the alleyway. Unable to cry out, he could manage only a low groan as his body continued to convulse. McKnight kept the trigger held down for a few more seconds before finally releasing him. She'd given him a fair chance to leave, but he hadn't taken it. His loss. "When a girl asks you to leave, you leave," she said under her breath. Kneeling down beside him, she wrapped one arm around his neck, braced herself and pulled tight on it. It didn't take him long to realize that something bad was happening, but his panicked struggles amounted to little more than some weak and incoherent flailing that certainly wouldn't break her hold. She kept up the pressure until his struggles eased, as the oxygen supply to his brain was interrupted, and finally, he blacked out. Satisfied that she'd done enough, she released her grip and reached out to feel for a pulse. It was fast and shallow, but it was there. With luck, he'd wake up in a couple of hours, groggy and hungover, and probably with no memory of the encounter. She and the rest of the team would be long gone by then. Reaching up, she keyed her radio. "All clear here." Meanwhile, Frost had guided the drone back into position to resume its electronic vigil by the apartment window.
"Come on, asshole," she whispered, staring intently at the screen as if she could will him to appear. Come out, wherever you are."
"Overwatch, sit rep," Drake prompted. She could tell he was getting impatient. He and Mason were geared up and ready to move, adrenaline flowing, nerves taut. But instead they were being forced to stand by and do nothing. "Still waiting for—" "Shit, got movement," she hissed, spotting a figure moving through the dimly lit apartment. She would have killed for night vision at that moment. "Overwatch, what do you see?" "Stand by," Clenching her teeth, Frost forced herself to stay calm as she gently adjusted the drone's position, correcting for little swirls of air that were moving it back and forth. There. A figure suddenly moved into frame, settling himself into a chair facing the laptop, his features now cast into sharp relief by the electronic glow. A man, late 30s, muscular build with a thickening midsection, his head crowned by an unruly tangle of dark curls. In the space of 2 seconds, she compared the face in the grainy video feed with the one she had committed to memory before the operation, looking for differences, variations, distinguishing features that might separate them. She found none. Confirmed. Target on sight. That was all the confirmation Drake needed. Copy that. Moving in. Signaling to Mason that they were good to go, he ascended the stairwell to the level just above them and pushed open the fire door to the dimly lit hallway beyond. Mason was close behind, carrying a few essential tools in a canvas holdall slung over one shoulder. The door they were looking for was apartment 313. Counting down the numbers on each side, Drake moved forward at a steady, confident pace. There was little sense in creeping along inch by inch, since the chances of the hallway being booby-trapped were remote to say the least. Coming up, Mason said quietly, indicating the next door on their left. They had rehearsed the next part several times, so there was no need to talk. Laying the holdall down, he unzipped it and pulled the top open. Stowed inside were a pair of heavy-duty bolt cutters, a taser, and a single concrete brick. Mason took the taser while Drake helped himself to the other items, and together, the two men advanced the last few feet to the apartment door. Call it our overwatch, Drake prompted, lowering himself into a crouching position and placing the brick on the floor beside his left foot. Mason hunkered down beside him, keeping the taser at the ready. Hollywood would have people believe that they could use some kind of tranquilizer gun to immobilize their target within seconds, but if such a weapon existed, then Drake had yet to hear about it. Even the best sedatives designed to bring down big game animals took several minutes to kick in, minutes during which Fayed could scream, call for help, grab for a concealed weapon, or do any one of 100 things to completely ruin their day. No, the only reliable methods of taking someone down quickly were either to shoot them or tase them. Since they'd been instructed to return Fayed alive, their choice for this job was obvious. Copy 1. Ready when you are. Mason gave a nod to confirm the taser was primed and ready to fire. Gripping the bolt cutters and checking that his foot was just touching the brick, Drake reached out and knocked on the door. Not loud or aggressive, just the simple knock of a new arrival announcing their presence. A few seconds of strained silence passed. He's moving, one, Frost announced. Heading for the door. Drake paused, readying himself. When it happened, he would have to act fast. A mistake from either him or Mason might give Fayed time to barricade himself into his apartment, forcing them to use a far louder and more dangerous method of entry. Since their briefing had been to effect a covert extraction of the target, that would not be a good thing. It would also drastically increase their chances of being apprehended by the local gendarmerie, which would be an even worse thing. Shepherd teams were by their nature deniable operators, meaning they could expect no support from the agency, the State Department, or anyone else in the U.S. government if they were captured. Drake had little desire to sit out the rest of his career in a French prison. The next several seconds passed in silence, save for the loud thumping of Drake's heart as he gripped the bolt cutters, ready to spring into action. The waiting was always the hardest part of any op like this. Danger and problems he could deal with, but waiting for something to happen was enough to test anyone's nerves. He's at the door. The seconds stretched out, yet Fayed gave no sign of opening up. Drake caught Mason's eye, the simple look conveying everything he needed to say. What was Fayed waiting for? Target's on the move. Heading back to the living room, Frost reported. Drake glanced up at the door, taking note of the spy hole mounted in the center. Likely Fayed had glanced out into the corridor and seen nobody and assumed it had simply been a prank. Fortunately, the solution to this kind of stubbornness was simple. If at first you don't succeed, Drake thought, knocking again. Target's on the move again, Frost advised. "Watch yourself, one. He could be armed." Drake almost smiled. In situations like this, the power of frustration is never to be underestimated. It usually doesn't take much to annoy most people into dropping their guard, even if they're not aware of it. Almost at the door. Their limited intel on Fayed suggested he had traveled alone, and had neither a wife nor a girlfriend, but there was no telling who might be here. For all they knew, the nominees for Lovers of the Year that they'd heard from the stairwell earlier could have been Fayed and a local Lady of the Night. Drake tensed and flexed his fingers as he heard the click of a lock being undone. A moment later, the door moved inward a couple of inches before stopping on its security chain. In the gap, Drake saw a fleshy, unshaven face staring out into the hallway. It happened fast, just as they had rehearsed. Kicking his foot out, Drake shoved the brick into the gap between the door and the frame, preventing it from closing, while at the same moment, Mason tilted the taser upward and fired. That was when things stopped going to plan. There was a pop as the pair of spring-loaded prongs mounted at the front of the weapon were propelled forward, followed a moment later by a loud, almost mechanical clicking sound as the weapon delivered its incapacitating charge. But instead of embedding themselves in the muscle of Fayed's thigh, the conducting prongs sailed right past to strike the wall beyond. Fayed had ducked back out of the way, causing Mason's shot to miss him by mere inches. Had he known? Was he ready for them? There was a crunch of splintering wood as Fayed shoved the door from the other side, trying to close it on them, only to find the gap blocked by the solid concrete brick. No way was he getting it closed as long as that brick was wedged against the frame. In any case, Drake wasn't about to let him try again. He was moving even before Fayed tried to lock them out, jumping to his feet and gripping the security chain in the blades of the bolt cutters. A single, powerful yank was all it took to snap the chain. Realizing the door was compromised, and that he couldn't hope to hold it closed against two men, Fayed abandoned his efforts and sprinted away, even as Drake shouldered his way into the apartment, dropping the bolt cutters and reaching for his concealed sidearm. "Two, on me," he called out. The prospect of a calm, orderly takedown was rapidly fading into the distance. He was firmly in damage control mode now, trying to regain control of the situation before it turned into a complete fuck-up. Advancing into the narrow main hallway, with the weapon up and ready, he found himself facing into the apartment's cramped living room. Sure enough, he caught the flickering glow of a computer screen, probably a laptop, off to his left. He was also just in time to see Fayed launch himself at the living room window, throwing up his arms to protect himself. There was an audible bang, followed by the tinkle of shattered glass as the window gave way beneath the impact, and suddenly, Fayed had disappeared into the darkness beyond. "Shit!" Drake hissed, sprinting forward to witness what he expected to be Fayed's broken body lying on the street 30 feet below. Had the man just thrown himself to his death to avoid being captured? Leaning out, he found that the window faced onto an alleyway running between this building and another residential block right next to it. However, his view of the alleyway below was partially blocked by the steel grating of a fire escape, now covered with broken glass. Fayed must have launched himself out onto it. Sure enough, the man was stumbling down the stairs one level below, heading for ground level. "Unit 1, target heading for the alleyway on the north side." Drake spoke into his radio even as he vaulted over the broken window frame. "I'm going after him." "-1, McKnight countered. "I'm en route, wait for backup." "No time, he'll be gone." Even as he said this, he was leaping down the first set of steps, taking them two at a time. 2, secure the apartment. Grab any intel you can find, and evac now." The laptop he'd spotted while making entry, plus any cell phones, electronic storage devices, and even printed documents scattered around the apartment, could be a potential goldmine of information in the right hands. "On it," Mason replied. Drake was hot on Fayed's heels, but the target had a head start on him. Disengaging the safety latch that held the lowermost fire ladder in place, he waited a moment while it extended to ground level, gripped the rungs, and allowed himself to slide down. Drake knew right then that he'd never catch the man if he descended in similar fashion. Leaning out over the rail, he surveyed the darkened alley below. A number of steel dumpsters had been pushed up against the walls on both sides, all heavily filled with plastic bags of trash, including one, almost directly below. With no time to think about other options, Drake took aim drew a breath, and launched himself over the railing. What followed was a second or two of tumbling, sickening weightlessness as he plummeted through the air, powerless to do anything about his trajectory now. If he'd misjudged his leap by a mere foot or two, he was going to slam into the pavement or the side of the dumpster. Either way, he was looking at broken bones and a failed mission, neither of which appealed to him. His thoughts were cut short by a violent, jarring impact as he made contact. He braced himself, expecting to feel the faint pop as bones snapped, followed by the first wave of pain. But none came. Instead, he felt himself enveloped by a lumpy, yielding softness, while his nostrils were suddenly filled with the nauseating stench of rotting garbage. His aim had proved true. Twisting around, he reached for the edge of the dumpster and used it to heave himself out, leaping down onto firm ground and drawing his weapon once more. The narrow space between the two buildings was occupied by half a dozen containers just like the one he'd leapt into, all overflowing with garbage, as if nobody bothered to empty them. The smell of it was overpowering despite the rain. More plastic bags were scattered haphazardly around, some ripped open by scavenging animals. Miniature waterfalls cascaded down from the broken guttering above, adding to the ambient noise and making footing treacherous. There were no working lights in the area. What little illumination there was came from the streetlights on the nearby road. It was into this dark, rain-slicked world that Drake advanced, weapon at the ready. Fayed was here somewhere with him, waiting to make his move. Unit 1, Overwatch, he whispered into his radio unit. I'm in the alley. Any sign of him? I'm looking, 1, came Frost's reply. Stand by. He could hear the faint buzz of the drone's electric motors moving overhead, but the low ambient light made it impossible to see the little aircraft itself. Hopefully Fayed couldn't see it either. Got him, 1, Frost called out. He's hiding in an alcove, 20 yards on your right. Drake was moving before she'd even finished speaking, heading straight to where she'd indicated. Their eyes in the sky might well have made the difference between success or failure on this mission. Hearing the splash of boots in the puddles up ahead, he looked up in time to see a figure suddenly leap from behind cover, bolting through the shadows towards the far end of the alley. He must have heard Drake's approach and guessed that retreat was the only option. Swearing under his breath, Drake gave chase. Stop, or I'll fire! He warned. Though he knew it was almost impossible to fire accurately while running, never mind in questionable lighting conditions against a target he'd been ordered to bring home alive. Fayed perhaps knew it too, and paid him no heed. In a moment, he had disappeared around a corner. Drake hit his radio pressel even as he sprinted to catch up. Target heading down the north alleyway. 1 is in pursuit. I'm almost on you, 1, McKnight replied, breathless from running. No time. He'll be gone before you get here. Exerting himself, Drake rushed to catch up, but no sooner had he rounded the corner than a dark figure leapt at him from an alcove to his right. He knew right away that he'd made a mistake by rushing in without thinking. It went against everything he'd been trained to do, but excitement and eagerness to take down the target had overridden his judgment. Fayed wasn't running after all. He was fighting. He whirled right and brought the pistol to bear, finger tightening on the trigger. He might have been ordered to bring this man in alive, but when his own life was at stake, he had no choice but to defend himself. However, before he could fire, Fayed's arm swept up and knocked the pistol from his grasp. The weapon flew through the air to land several yards away, skittering across the slick ground before coming to a rest next to a pile of sodden cardboard boxes. Seeing Fayed draw back his arm to take a swing at him, Drake dodged aside and struck out, feeling his fist connect hard with the man's jaw. The hit barely seemed to faze his opponent, however, and a moment later Drake grunted as Fayed landed a solid blow to the side of his head, followed a second later by a right hook that left his ears ringing. Dazed, he staggered back as Fayed launched himself forward, tackling Drake around the waist like a football player and slamming him into a dumpster with bruising force. Fayed's dossier had listed his weight as 220 pounds, and every one of them was now being directed at Drake. The metal container shuddered under the powerful impact, bags of rubbish dislodged from their delicate balance to fall around the two men. Drake had fought guys bigger and stronger than himself before, and it was never fun at the best of times. His training had taught him to use their size against them, keep his distance, capitalize on their lack of agility to wear them down. That was the theory, at least. The reality now was that Fayed was all over him, swarming in close so Drake couldn't get away, couldn't use his superior speed to his advantage. Now it was a slugging match, pure and simple. They were both hurting. It was just a question of who buckled first. He raised his elbow up and drove it into Fayed's back. The man grunted in pain, and Drake struck again, with all the force he could summon. Adrenaline was coursing thick in his veins now, lending a desperate strength to his efforts. But the blows barely seemed to register. It was like trying to pound an anvil with his bare hands. Drake, meanwhile, was already feeling the effects of his crushing impact against the dumpster. Fayed let go and pulled back to throw another punch so as to capitalize on his opponent's apparent lack of resilience. But just as he swung, Drake ducked aside to avoid the blow. The dumpster shuddered again as Fayed's fist slammed into the metal shell with bone-breaking force. That was the moment, a tipping point when the momentum shifted from one fighter to the other, and the outcome of their contest became a foregone conclusion. As Fayed backed off, clutching his injured hand, Drake seized him by the shoulder and gave him a knee to the chest that knocked the air from his lungs, followed by 2 vicious right hooks to the face. Shaken by the blows, his opponent staggered back and collapsed into a pile of garbage bags. Drake coughed, tasting blood in his mouth. His clothes were soaked and torn, covered with mud and other less savory substances that he preferred not to think about. He knew he'd regret this little tussle when he woke up tomorrow morning, but adrenaline was doing a good job of suppressing the pain for now. He was alive. The rest could be sorted out later.
Hang in there, champ.
Reaching for his radio, he spat bloody phlegm on the ground, trying to get his breathing back under control.
Target down.
Overwatch has eyes on, Frost confirmed. He couldn't see the drone hovering overhead, but presumably it wasn't far. Smile for the camera. Drake would smile once he was out of here with Fayed in tow. Removing a set of plasticuffs from his pocket, Drake knelt down beside his target and used them to secure the man's ankles together, followed by his wrists. Even if he woke up now, he wasn't going anywhere. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, he looked up as McKnight emerged from the shadows, weapon up and ready.
Jesus,
she said, taking in the unconscious man and Drake's disheveled appearance.
You okay?
Nothing I can't handle,
he replied, moving a short distance away to retrieve the weapon he dropped during the brief confrontation.
Bullshit! This guy could have killed you!
McKnight gave him a disapproving look.
I told you to wait for me!
And I told you I was going after him.
Drake shot back, an edge of irritation in his voice.
Last time I checked, I'm in charge. Deal with it.
Guys, get a room, Frost interjected over the radio net. All this tension's getting me horny. Glancing up, Drake at last spotted the drone hovering not 10 feet above them. Its microphones were likely relaying their argument to the pilot.
Piss off, Overwatch,
Drake ordered, giving the unmanned aircraft the finger.
Get rid of that thing.
Copy that one. The amusement in her voice was obvious. Bringing the drone in. As the buzzing of the drone's engines receded, Drake retrieved a little mechanical device about the size of a ballpoint pen from a pouch in his jacket. Known as an autojet, it was a quick, easy and effective means of injecting the target with a preset dosage of etofine, a synthetic opioid between 1,000 and 3,000 times more potent than morphine. Even a small amount was enough to render an adult human unconscious for several hours, with the added advantage that it was easily countered by a compound called naloxone, allowing them to wake him up within a matter of minutes if need be. Placing the head of the autojet against Fayed's neck, Drake had to do nothing more than depress the button at the other end to activate it. It was that simple. The last thing he needed was to be messing around with hypodermic syringes and risk sticking himself by accident, tearing an artery, or snapping the needle at a critical moment. There was a faint hiss as the autojet deployed its contents into the man's bloodstream. He was incapable of anything but the most feeble of movements, but Fayed's eyes were on Drake now, wide and frightened, as well they should be. Even in his fucked-up state of mind, it would have dawned on him that his past misdeeds had caught up with him. No doubt he was now wondering what dark hole he was about to be dragged off to. Drake avoided eye contact as he went about his work. Whatever his own thoughts on the matter, Fayed was a target to be secured, and nothing more. And sure enough, within moments, Fayed's recently opened eyes began to grow heavy once more. Drake kept a finger pressed against the carotid artery in his neck, monitoring his pulse as the drugs took hold, and his consciousness faded. "Target prep for transport," Drake reported over the radio. "Units 1 and 3 are exfiling now. ETA 60 seconds.
2 is in the stairwell, heading down,"
Mason added. "Copy that," Drake replied, then turned to McKnight. The pain of his injuries was starting to kick in now, but he knew this was no time to stop and assess the damage. He could still walk and function, and that was enough. "Give me a hand with him, would you?" She didn't protest. Despite their brief argument, both knew that cooperation wasn't just a matter of necessity at times like this. It was a matter of survival. However, the look in her eyes told him the matter would be revisited later. Taking an arm each, they heaved the unconscious man to his feet and dragged him back down the alley towards the waiting van. If anybody in one of the adjacent apartments overlooking the alley had heard something unusual, they made no effort to challenge the two operatives. Either they had succeeded in a silent retrieval, or people in this part of the city had learned to mind their own business. Drake was pretty sure he knew which one was true. In any case, he had other issues to contend with. Carrying a heavily built man through a rubbish-strewn alley at night is no easy task, and Drake and McKnight were soon breathing hard, their arms and shoulders aching by the time they rounded the corner and found the truck parked before them. Mason, having returned from Fayed's apartment, was already in the driver's seat. The rear doors were open, and Frost was waiting for them.
"Just had a report of a disturbance from one of the apartments," she called out, a pair of headphones pressed against one ear, linked to a police scanner. "Police are sending a unit to take a look."
"ETA?" Drake asked, realizing they hadn't been quite as lucky as he'd hoped. Even in a place like this, the sound of breaking glass didn't pass unheeded.
5 minutes tops."
"Let's not be here when they arrive," Drake said, heaving the unconscious man into the van's cargo area. As he finished securing the prisoner, Drake spotted a second man lying in an alcove nearby, apparently unconscious.
"Problems?"
he asked, clambering in beside McKnight. A woman glanced at him, flashing a knowing smile.
"Nothing I can't handle."
As Drake slammed the door shut, Mason started the engine up and eased the truck out of the alleyway, then onto the main road beyond. Within moments, they were accelerating away from the scene of the lift, with no evidence of pursuit or follow-up.
"And that's the way we do it,"
Frost said, pounding the steel-paneled walls for emphasis.
"Screw the A-Team! We own that one!"
Drake didn't quite share her jubilation. True, they had recovered their target alive and more or less unharmed, but it had come at a cost. Their op had almost been blown by the botched entry, not to mention the beating he'd taken subduing the man. Fayed's dossier had described him as an administrative officer in the Libyan army, a pen pusher more used to doing battle with spreadsheets than armed combatants. Where the hell had he learned to fight like a seasoned field operative? And what had really brought him to Paris, of all places? "Cole, you find any intel in his apartment?" he called out, wondering if there'd been anything on site that might have given them some clues about Fayed.
"Lots," Mason replied. "Laptops, cell phones, the works. It's all encrypted and password protected, but it seems he was running some kind of op from that apartment. I bagged it in the back there."
Reaching into Mason's holdall, Drake retrieved a laptop computer that looked like it had been packed away in a hurry, the charging cable still hanging loose where Mason had ripped it out of the wall. Unfolding the device, he held down the power button to boot it up. Sure enough, a password screen appeared right away. Unwilling to risk triggering some kind of automated data wipe, he glanced at Frost. "Kira, can you do anything with it?" The young woman studied the computer for a few moments, then shook her head.
"Not here. I need a proper terminal to get down into the system registry."
"Shit," he concluded, closing it down. This sort of thing was the work of the rendition team they were soon to hand Fayed over to. It was a breach of protocol to even be messing with the evidence they'd collected. Perhaps he would never know the truth about their mysterious captive, or perhaps he was just being paranoid. Shepherd teams were there to capture and bring back their targets, not to interrogate or question them. Once they dropped him off, he was gone for good. Such was life. Stripping off his soaked and dirty jacket, he reached into one of their equipment bags, retrieving a bottle of water and a first aid kit. Taking a deep gulp to satiate the thirst that always seemed to follow operations like this, he followed it up with a couple of painkillers. In truth, he would have preferred something stronger, but that would have to wait for now. They still had to deliver Fayed to his rendition flight.
"Relax, Ryan,"
Frost said, sensing the lingering tension in him.
"Our part's over."
Drake wanted to believe that. Marigny Air Base, situated in the Marne region about 70 miles east of Paris, had been laid down during the 1950s as a NATO base for fighter interceptors. According to Drake's briefing notes, it had been designed as a bare-bones facility, with just enough infrastructure to keep the place ticking over in peacetime, ready to be quickly brought into action in the event of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe. Fortunately, such an invasion had never happened, and by the 1980s the base had fallen into disuse. These days it was more of a wildlife sanctuary than a military stronghold, its 3,000-meter-long runways beginning to crack and break up as weeds and grass slowly prevailed over poured concrete. They were still serviceable enough to land aircraft, however, as evidenced by the Gulfstream jet parked at one end of the runway. Sleek and compact, it was visible only by the glow of instrument panels in the cockpit. Everything else had been powered down to reduce its infrared profile.
"Almost there,"
Mason called up from the front.
"Time to wake up, Sleeping Beauty."
They had been monitoring Fayed's vitals during the hour-long drive from central Paris. Fortunately, he had remained unconscious and stable the whole time, easing the pressure on his captors. Now it was time to bring him round. The retrieval team, waiting on the jet, would want to verify that he was conscious and responsive when they took possession of him, and Drake felt the same way, mostly to cover his own arse. If Fayed died during the flight, at least he could rightly claim that he'd been alive and well when he'd handed the man over. Removing an autojet filled with naloxone, McKnight pressed the device against Fayed's neck and hit the pneumatic plunger to trigger it. There was a faint hiss as the device deployed its potent cocktail of stimulants. Meanwhile, Drake had switched frequencies on his radio, selecting a channel agreed before the operation began.
"Boxer to ground team. Whirlwind. I say again, Whirlwind."
Whirlwind was their code word for a successful retrieval mission. It was also an invitation to respond with the appropriate confirmation word. If Drake didn't hear hotel in the next few seconds, he would order Mason to turn the van around and get them out of there as quickly as possible.
"Copy that, Boxer," came the reply. "Hotel. Repeat, hotel."
Drake relaxed, letting out a breath as Mason slowed them down, and finally came to a halt a short distance from the plane, the engine idling. A sudden commotion alerted them that Fayed had regained consciousness and was well and truly making his presence known. He was yelling something, though the gag they placed in his mouth as a precaution made it impossible to discern the words.
"Got a screamer,"
McKnight said, sounding remarkably calm as she fought to hold the struggling man down. Even with his feet and wrists bound, he was making it hard work.
"No shit,"
Frost remarked, wrinkling her nose in distaste.
"You want to tase him again?"
She shook her head. Use of such weapons always carried an element of risk, and the last thing they needed was for him to go into cardiac arrest mere feet from his rendition flight. Leaving them to it, Drake opened his door and stepped out into the cool morning air to meet with the retrieval team. This far from the city, there was little in the way of ambient noise save for the gentle chug of the truck's engine. Dawn was still a couple of hours away, but the sky in the east was gradually lightening, the twinkling stars giving way to the deep azure of pre-dawn.
"Nice morning for it,"
a voice remarked. Drake directed his gaze toward the plane as the leader of the retrieval team moved forward to speak with him. He was short and stocky, probably in his early 50s, with thinning brown hair combed over the considerable dome of his skull. Combined with a pair of thin-framed glasses and a bushy handlebar moustache, the impression thus conveyed reminded Drake more of a bank manager than a case officer in command of a rendition flight. Then again, He knew from experience that it took a certain kind of man to apply a power drill to someone's kneecaps, then go home and sleep soundly at night. Perhaps this guy was such a man.
"Name's Wilkins,"
he said, offering a pudgy hand. Drake shook it. "Good to meet you, Wilkins." He saw a faint gleam as Wilkins smiled, perhaps amused that Drake had neglected to give his own name.
"By the sounds of things, you've got a live one for us,"
he said, nodding towards the truck, where a couple of muted thumps resounded from within. "We dosed him up with 10 cc's of etafine about an hour ago. Just brought him out of it," Drake said, knowing it was important to explain what they'd shot Fired up with. Wilkins nodded, watching as Mason and McKnight half-dragged, half-shoved Fired towards him. Even bound, he was still thrashing and kicking like the best of them. Frost followed behind, carrying a holdall laden with the intel that Mason had snatched from Fired's apartment.
"Any injuries?"
Drake shook his head.
"Look like you caught a shiner yourself,"
Wilkins remarked, studying Drake's bruised and grazed face. Drake shrugged. "Like you said, he's a live one."
"We'll keep that in mind if he gives us any shit,"
Wilkins promised him.
"Otherwise, good work. We're done here, so get your team clear of the area."
As he said this, 2 members of his team moved forward to grab Fired. One tall, black and well-built, the other short and wiry. Neither man spoke a word. Handovers like this were always brief affairs, Drake knew. There was never any paperwork to sign, any agreements to be made, any official recognition of what had just happened. How could there be? Black flights like this were by their nature clandestine enterprises, with no paper trails left to incriminate anyone. Anyway, no doubt Wilkins and his team were anxious to be airborne and on their way before French police arrived to investigate the landing of a private jet at a supposedly deserted airfield. In that respect, Drake was in complete agreement. They'd be leaving as soon as they could get the truck turned around. Already the Gulfstream's engines were spooling up, preparing for departure. The main hatch was open, permitting a glimpse into the private aircraft's interior. That was when Drake caught sight of him. Another man was in there, seated in one of the big leather chairs that dotted the cabin. A man who had apparently preferred to hang back while the retrieval team handled the prisoner. He was in his late 30s, Middle Eastern in appearance, with dark olive skin, a slender and angular face that emphasized his prominent nose, and receding hair cut short on top. He was wearing a grey suit with an open collar, but Drake sensed from his uncomfortable body language that that wasn't his usual attire. "Where you taking him?" Drake asked before he could stop himself. He wasn't even sure why he'd asked that question. Perhaps it was the sight of the jet's mysterious passenger, or perhaps his previous encounter with Fired on the alleyway had left a lingering doubt in his mind. Either way, it had happened before he could stop himself. Wilkins stopped for a moment and glanced back at him, that same faint smile visible beneath the bushy mustache.
"Come on, Ryan. You know better than to ask that."
Leaving those words to sink in, he turned away and resumed his walk towards the jet.
"Pack it up, gentlemen. We're out of here."
In short order, Fired was manhandled aboard. The outer hatch was pulled shut, and the Gulfstream's engines roared with increased power. As the aircraft began its taxi down the runway, McKnight approached Drake, who was standing in silence watching it go.
"What was that all about?"
Drake didn't take his eyes off the plane. "Just a feeling."
"Good or bad?"
He wished he could answer that one. "Come on," he said, turning towards the truck as the Gulfstream roared into the night sky, heading for an unknown destination. "We've got our own flight to catch." Chapter 5. RAF Mildenhall, United Kingdom, 4th of May. 6 hours later, Drake found himself seated in a small, cramped briefing room, skim-reading the sparse operational report he compiled on the flight back from France. The walls that pressed in uncomfortably close around him were plain white plasterboard, the tables low-quality wood veneer, the floor dark linoleum. Everything in here was cheap and sparse and utilitarian. The hard plastic chair on which he sat wasn't doing his bruised back any favors. though he tried to ignore the dull ache, concentrating instead on his work. Breckenridge had demanded a debriefing as soon as possible, which meant he wasn't willing to wait for the team to return to Langley. In any case, there were no transatlantic flights available for several hours yet. Instead, they had made a short hop across the English Channel before landing at RAF Mildenhall, a military airfield located near the Suffolk coast. Officially, it was an RAF station, but in reality most of it belonged to the US Air Force, home to the 100th Air Refueling Wing and various other support elements. All told, there were over 16,000 American personnel living and working here. And where the Air Force went, the agency was sure to follow. The Shepherd team's unregistered flight had landed half an hour ago, its 4 passengers discreetly hustled away from the aircraft and into a waiting car, which had ferried them to a remote administrative building on the edge of the base. And here, they'd at last had a chance to draw breath and take stock of the situation.
So that's what we have so far, Drake concluded, bringing his debriefing to a close. We exfilled the area before law enforcement could arrive, and delivered the target for rendition as ordered.
Silence filled the air for several seconds.
Well, I guess it could have turned out worse.
Breckenridge's voice crackled through the speaker unit in the center of the table. Even from the other side of the Atlantic, Drake could hear the scorn in his voice.
It also could have turned out better. Your mission was to carry out a covert extraction, Drake, not to start a fistfight in the street.
And that was about as close to a well done as he was ever likely to get. Drake was grateful the room didn't have video conference facilities, otherwise he wasn't sure he'd be able to hold back from saying what was really on his mind.
It couldn't be avoided. He had an escape route in mind,
he said, his tone carefully neutral.
Which brings me to another point. This guy wasn't just some admin officer. He had field training. He was ready and willing to fight in that alleyway. I'm still waiting for that point, Breckenridge prompted him.
Drake clenched his fists.
My point is, this man wasn't just some rogue intelligence source on the run. What if he had a reason for being in Paris? What if he did? His boss asked. That's a rendition team's job to find out. Shepherds are there to deliver a package, not to unwrap it. You know the score.
In that regard, at least, he was right. It wasn't Drake's job to question this sort of thing. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to.
We're also supposed to be briefed on the targets we've been assigned. You were.
Were we?
I'm quite sure I don't know what you mean, Ryan.
That was when Drake knew something was wrong. Ryan. He never called him Ryan. He leaned closer to the speaker unit.
Then let me spell it out for you. We get called in at short notice to extract a rogue asset that even you could deal with.